welcome to the finale of Tales from the Hearth, Starfarers. I'm gonna miss saying that. I hope you guys are gonna be saying it. If you're not, don't tell me. Let's get started and closing out this final chapter of our beloved little story, as we always do, with introductions. Hi, hello, how are you? I'm James. I use she, they pronouns, and I have been your game master for this wonderful, wonderful little show. You can find me on TikTok at NiceOneJames and on Twitter and Instagram at TTRPGay. You can also find me buying a gay, slutty little constellation shirt at the Renaissance Fair specifically to wear it while I torment my friends. And that's me. Let's pass it on to Grace.
Hi everyone, I'm Grace, and I'm so excited and so sad, but you can find me on Twitter, probably crying about this campaign for the next week, at LMAO Grace with 2 E's, and on TikTok at Valkyrie's cousin, in here, crying. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Grace. As always, it is an honor to sit in a call and cry with you about some little guys who live in our brains. Yeah. And you know who else likes to cry about little guys in our brains? Hey, TT!
I do indeed. Hi guys, I'm TT. You can find me at TT Brett on everything. Playing Greek gods and twinks and, you know, stuff like that. And so I'm excited to be here, and I'm so sad it's ending, but God, this has been so good.
It's been so great to have you as one half of the two things that you said. I can't wait for you to be a Greek god the next time. Moving on from there to VJ.
Hi everybody, I'm VJ. My pronouns are they, them, he, him. I am a sad guy. I'm so happy to be here. I'm ready to be sadder. You can find me everywhere at VJH Creations. At VJH Creations, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Start Playing Games, Blue Sky, anywhere, I'm probably there.
Hell yeah, and I'm so glad you're there and also here because I love you. Moving on from there to Sweet.
Hello, I am Sweet. You can find me at _Sweet Stories most places. She, they pronouns. And I am also in my feels today. I am feeling very deeply, and I forgot tissues. So we'll see how we run today, but it's all good. Very happy to be here though. I'm very excited to tell this last portion of the story.
It's okay. Well, I'll make a little tissue run on the break and then I'll pretend like we didn't, and it's gonna be fine. Passing it on over to Jess.
Hi folks, I'm Jess. You can find me on the internet at Seriously. You can also find me jingle jangling all the session today. If you hear a jangle, that's me. It's the bells of sadness because that's all.
Thank you so much for providing the bells of sadness. I didn't know I needed them, but I surely did. And last but not least, a face that we haven't seen around here in a long time, but boy oh boy are we so glad to see it again, Abby!
Pew pew! Bells of sadness time, so
No,
I'm
these
here
are
to
bells of joy.
Right. I'm Abby, I go by she, they pronouns. I'm very excited to be back, just in time for it to end. Yeah, that's it. Oh, you can find me at Abby Kelly spelling it.
I love the evil laugh implied that you are forcing Starfarers to end, and I just think that's a very funny energy. I want to clarify with the audience that's not true. However, I do love this.
Wilda will explode. That's the end.
Nice. Oh, I love if she didn't, but like, you know, I love to see a girl boss winning. So sure, I guess I'll just throw my notes in the garbage and that's fine. As always, give a lot of love to our stream producer, Miller. Miller, put your socials in the chat. That's a threat. That's an order. And go tell Miller how much you love him, because we love them very dearly, and I wouldn't be able to do this if I didn't get a really hearty ka-chow right as we went live. Let's move on from there to some announcements. Hey guys, so I was thinking, like, this is really fun on Wednesdays, right? And this is the finale, and I was like, I don't know what to do with my Wednesdays. So, VJ, I was thinking, if you're not busy, do you want to, like, run something next Wednesday?
You know, actually, I think I'm going to be out of town. I can't.
Oh, shit. All right. Well, don't be here Wednesday. That's a joke. Please be here on Wednesday for the premiere of Whispering Heart, a small-scale tale DM'd by our very own VJ. It's going to be very good, and you're not going to want to miss it. And we can all sit in a call and just play a new game on Wednesdays that we love so much to dull the devoid of this is a really, hey, I'm sorry, we're okay. I just want to clarify that. I know we're all talking about this. We're sad, but we're okay. Anyway, be here on Wednesday. It's going to be awesome. Also, we have Tales from the Starlight Ocean, our flagship space pirate campaign this Saturday. We're going to Mind Flayer territory. Maybe we'll see Kengal. It's 750 years in the future, so probably not. But hey, you never know. It's going to be a great time. Tragically, no Crow Lane on Sunday. So in honor of our favorite dysfunctional family, take a moment to go hug your family that you are functional with, and also maybe consider family therapy in our honor. But we'll be back the following Sunday, so don't miss us. Too bad. This Friday, for our Pirate King tier patrons on Patreon, we're doing a very special Starfarers campaign wrap-up with all the cast, where we'll talk about this campaign, and character arcs, and little DM secrets I was noodling on the whole time, and we'll answer some of your questions. If you have any burning questions that aren't, hey James, what the fuck? I can't answer that, but I'd prefer to only do it once. Overall, it's going to be such a fun little time reminiscing about Starfarers, so if you have the means, if you have the interest, absolutely stop in. That's our $10 Pirate Kings tier, and it's going to be a great freaking time. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at StarlightTales_, on YouTube at Starlight Tales, and on TikTok at Starlight Tales_ for all of our other wonderful, amazing, very gay and trans content. We have merch. It's so comfy. I'm not wearing it today, and honestly, I kind of regret it because it's very comfy. So if you're looking for a nice little sweater, some very comfortable joggers, perhaps a t-shirt, I have great news for you. You can get them from us, and they're comfy, cozy, and great to sleep in. Also, hey, if you leave today's session and you're like, man, I really want to yell at James specifically, we have a Discord. I'm in it. You can do that. The link is in our, I think we have a link tree, right? Specifically, you know, where links are, that's where the link is. Come on in, cry about it with us. It'll be a great time. Also, just want to preface today's session with kind of a silly little thing. Hey, listen, we all love this campaign so bad. And if this is the first campaign you've seen on our channel, you may not know that I, James the Human Man, I'm a little bit of a crybaby. And I think that's probably true for some of us in here. So I just want to right off the bat, get it out in the air and say, if you see me weeping, if you see any of us weeping today, we're good. We're fine. Don't worry about it. And if you're crying with us, welcome to the club. You're in good company. It's an honor to have you here. And I don't know, what if I did, I'm feeling like there should be one more announcement. What do you guys think? Should I do something fun? Should we do something? See, because, like, the thing is, so Starfarers is ending. This is the Starfarers finale, right? And that's so sad and we're all bummed about it. But the thing is, Tales from the Hearth, the series, well, that keeps going. That continues on, which means I think probably maybe there's gonna be another game at some point. And, well, I was just thinking, what if I gave a little hint? Maybe I gave a name? The DM? Does that sound fun? Okay. Well, why not? And nobody can stop me. I'm in charge here. So then I'm very, very excited to announce that with Tales from the Hearth Starfarers done, our next campaign will be DM'd by our very own pocket full of spaghetti player, Reed. And the title of it will be Tales from the Hearth Divinians. It's gonna be very, very cool. You are not gonna want to miss it if you liked Starfarers. Believe me when I say that. Be sure to follow all of our social media so you can get more information and more sneak peeks about it. And hey, on our Patreon, you'll get even more secret sneak peeks about it coming up pretty soon. And you're gonna love it. We're gonna love it. It's gonna be a great time. Now, I think that's all the announcements I have, other than I love you at home and all the people in this call with me. So without further ado, I think it's time that we all grab a little snack, a little soft blanket, and for the last time here, settle in for tonight's Tale from the Hearth. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Let's take a little moment to talk about the story that we've had so far. So we began our campaign with a festival. Starbound, a day of celebrating the coming of fall as the cosmic archipelago summons up all of its magic to teleport all 19 of its islands to a new place in the area of space known as the Winking Starfields. Our counselors, Ventress, Pamali, Willow, Corin, and Wilda, were put in charge of this festival for the first time, overseeing the celebrations and the jump itself under the careful eye of the archipelago's leaders, known as the Magisters. All seemed to be going well, from several won carnival game prizes to a homoerotic carriage ride through the snow. But when it came time for the jump itself, they found their teleportation stopped too early with a sudden lurch, and a sinking feeling in their stomachs that something had gone terribly wrong.
Shortly after, our counselors were summoned to meet with the Magisters in the stone-carved depths of Hartford. Kalara, god of magical innovation, informed all in attendance that they believed the problem lay in two of the archipelago's magical stores, known as runes, specifically the ones located in Kinward and Tideward. Deciding to begin in Kinward, our party found allies in a very drunk party-goer and a stray cat named Comet, the latter of which discovered a cloak pin that belonged to a shrouded figure who had been seen tampering with the rune's enchanted carvings the night before. Pamali recognized this clasp as it belonged to her brother Siren, who had been unseated as a counselor by her 9 years ago when the people lost faith in him, and who had made it abundantly clear just how they felt about that. The next day, they headed to investigate the second rune, located in Tideward. Delving down into the depths of the underwater ward, they found Siren himself already waiting just outside the rune, claiming to have been investigating strange magical occurrences, though the party had their suspicions. Most of them headed inside to see for themselves. Wilda, however, stayed behind to speak with Siren and discovered the truth about the cloak pin. While swimming in the dark waters of Cliffside, a strange voice had called out to him, offering them a second chance at power. They then felt a shock on his arm and began frantically swimming away. When he returned home, they noticed the clasp had vanished. Inside, the party found the rune in distress, overwhelmed with magical energy as a result of similar tampering. With careful maneuvering and quick thinking, Willow buried her roots in the ground surrounding it and made contact with the bit of consciousness existing inside the rune itself. Communicating through visions it hoped Willow might understand, the rune tried to show what had hurt it. A sapling wilting in the shadow of a massive tree whose roots kept the small plant from finding stability in the soil below. With Kalara's guidance, our party worked together hand in hand to fix the damage, and, just as Kalara repaired the damage in Kinward, our counselors successfully returned the Tideward rune to its former glory. They headed back to the surface just in time for the archipelago to complete its jump and were rewarded for their work with a warm meal courtesy of Pamali's mom, Lena, as well as sails on the horizon that meant the Castellans who'd been waiting at the jump point were finally able to come home. One of the most notable people who'd made their way home was Willow's sister Birch, who was all too happy to return to their family, especially to Ventress, longtime focus of their affection. Happy to find a moment of peace after the chaos of the jump, our party headed to Woodward, to Birch and Willow's home in the towering forests. It wasn't long before the celebrations in Woodward began, with everyone in attendance, from Woodward's Magister Vanala sneaking out the back door of Willow's mom's home, to the submarine crew members and still slightly bitter exes. Even still, the majority of our party thoroughly enjoyed their evening of revelry before settling in for the night. The next morning, Pamali headed out bright and early in search of Siren, hoping to ease some of the tension between them. In addition to a beautiful moment of honesty, Pamali discovered several things. First, that Siren was in the process of joining the Starfarers, an elite group of Castellans who spent the majority of the year out in the expanse. Second, that his strange encounter in the water had left a shadowed mark on their arm, which had the magical aura of a curse. And finally, that Siren had become romantically involved with a certain former Eladrin pirate turned Castellan Starfarer, none other than Flint, who was all too eager to pull Siren away when the conversation was over. The rest of our party continued their investigations all over Tethelin, from Ventress breaking into her Magister father's office and discovering a map of the archipelago before the events of the Rift, in which the god of justice was stripped of godhood and chained away, to Willow, Wilda, and Corin speaking with their respective families about the events of the previous day. Eventually, they all found themselves on the steps of the Silver Temple, inside which the most dedicated of Vinedra, goddess of divination and life, worked to sort through visions of the future. They quickly discovered that something was preventing the diviners from resting and forcing them to experience repeated visions of places and people they did not recognize, all of whom, unbeknownst to them, would one day be touched by the wrath of the chained former god known as Sunder. Our party devoted much of the day to granting the diviners some semblance of peace, before meeting with Venedra herself, who had also been seeing a strange vision. A divine shard in a dusty, dark room, the screams of a young woman desperate to change her fate, and an unbelievable pain. After a short conversation with Venedra, our party headed out to the brutal waters of Cliffside by way of Wilda's submarine, where they found a fight with several strange, shadowy shark-like creatures and a few will-o-wisps, all of whom seemed intent on luring them in closer and somehow draining the magical essence of their very being. The odd creatures left their mark on each of our party, including black marks similar to sirens on some of them.
With Pomali's wild magic careening out of control, everyone made their way back to the submarine and took some time to rest and recover from the traumatic events. When they returned to the docks, our party split. Willow and Pomali retired for the evening and had a heart-to-heart. Wilda sought out Cosmo and shared a beautiful moment of love and understanding, and Corn and Ventress headed windward to speak with those who guard the outskirts of the Thelen. Our final two counselors found a sentry in a trance, eyes clouded over with dark smoke, speaking of a shining city in the distance that had been ruined and how soon Thelen would be too. Trying to get through to the guard, Ventress used detect thoughts and delved deeper into the thick smoke that clouded his mind. But whatever presence was there seemed all too eager to reach back out to her. And as our party all settled down for the night, each a little worse for wear, one of them began to dream. Corrin found himself face to face with Sunder, the chain god of vengeance, trickery, and chaos, who offered him a seemingly straightforward deal. Stop fighting, lead his friends in a wrong direction or two, and Sunder would make sure he could save them all and have everything he'd ever wanted. After a lot of consideration, and perhaps a thinly veiled threat or two, Corrin decided to mull over his options before committing, and though Sunder himself vanished into smoke and shadow, Corrin found himself stuck in the scene of the nightmare, unable to wake. The rest of the party, having slept just fine, each discovered upon waking that they had received letters from Wilda, saying that the gods Zirian and Zadair had come to her in the middle of the night and tasked her with safeguarding something she couldn't speak about, but that doing so had required her to leave with the crew then and there. On their way to the clinic of Celios, deity of healing, the party encountered Corrin stuck in a trance and staring up at the concentrated ball of magical energy that anchors all the magic in the archipelago, known as the Heart of the Thelen. Eyes shrouded in pitch black shadow, they finally managed to snap him out of it, but the encounter left them all rattled, an unease that was not soothed upon arriving at the clinic, as they found Kalara in the very back with similar shadowed marks swirling up both of their arms, a sign that Sunder's magical corruption held no mercy for even the gods. Many questions were asked, both to Kalara and Celios, many of which were met with honest answers of uncertainty. However, they did walk away with a rare invitation from Kalara to attend a divine summit the following morning, in which all the gods would meet and discuss what had been happening and hopefully find some answers. Upon leaving, the party met up with the diplomat from the Scythelands, home of many of the galaxy's mind flayers and close friends to the Castellan people, whom Eliseus, goddess of nature and beauty and Venture's patron deity, was secretly married to. Kingal, who had been asked to attend the Divine Summit to advise about magical sicknesses and cures, was all too happy to fall in with the party and share their favorite snack, the buttered spaghetti noodles that filled his pockets to the brim. But their day of peace on the beach of Tideward was interrupted as Pomali was pulled down into a trance where Sunder tried his best to strike the same deal he'd offered to Corrin. But despite being shown an idyllic future beside the one she loved, a certain counselor with a particular affinity for plant life, Pomali did not give in. The party and Kingal worked quickly to free Pomali from Sunder's vision, and managed to do so, but with a cost. Willow gained 2 levels of arcane exhaustion, as Sunder once again managed to siphon away the magical energy that makes up the very being of the Castellan people. After an emotional conversation with Isla, Pomali's parent and god of the ocean, the party and Kingal set off to the Divine Lands where the summit would take place, traveling on a ship that could only be described as if Rainforest Cafe was a boat. The party traveled for a few hours before finally reaching their destination and found a few of the Starfarers already docked. Meeting up with Flint and a few others, the party decided to spend the rest of the evening preparing for the summit in ways that suited each of them best. Corrin, Seren, and Flint headed to one of the Divine Lands' most popular for fun fighting spots, where Corrin battled with, flirted with, and ultimately took home the victory against a solar dragon before taking the solar dragon home too. Ventress and Kingal headed to the solar study. Sorry. Home to a wealth of knowledge and magical innovation, and researched everything from to the rift. They discovered not only that Sunder's fall had reportedly begun out of grief for the loss of his mortal love to old age, and Zirian, the god of darkness and rebirth's refusal to bring her back against her will, but also that his final act of godhood was to strike her name from the records in memory forever. While searching for this information, they also encountered a cleric of Kalara and sister to one of Willow's clients, Andorra, who revealed while asking them to pass on her thanks to Willow that Andorra had recently developed an interest in the work of magic, namely runes. And finally, Willow and Pamali ended their evening with a leap of faith, sharing a first kiss and falling for each other, both literally and figuratively.
That night, another of our party found themselves swept into the shadows whilst they slept. Ventress faced the same deal her companions had: power, control, and love, all in exchange for stepping aside. Ventress told Sunder she would consider the deal and speak with him the following night, and upon waking, realized that the arcane exhaustion that had plagued her had seemingly vanished, a gesture of good faith from the fallen king of the gods. The party soon headed off to a divine summit, quickly discovering not only that their presence had not been expected, but also that the gods had been hiding quite a bit from them all along. They heard testimony from the Starfarers about a strange pirate assembly of captains being called, from Kangal about how sometimes stopping a magical curse means making hard choices, and finally from Kalara, who revealed that the magic of the heart, which keeps all living things in the cosmic archipelago alive, was in very, very bad shape. They also discovered that the task which had whisked Wilder off in the dead of night was to safeguard and protect 3 of the healthiest heartbeats, preserving some of the life-sustaining magic just in case the rest of the heart should fail. Zirian then revealed his plan, should the worst-case scenario come to fruition, that in order to save the Castellan people, a new jump should be made into a sealed-off demiplane, where hopefully Sunder's magic could not reach them. But, just in case, Zirian also proposed that some of the Castellan people should be evacuated and left behind, so that if it failed, they would still live on. With everyone at the summit feeling a sense of dread, the summit came to a close, but not before Zirian asked the party to meet them when they were ready, and shortly after, they travelled through a magic door into the very home of Zirian and her wife, Venedra. He spoke openly of the events of the rift when the party asked, though the weight of the memories was clear, and then asked of them a favour, to travel to Sunder's former divine land, now known as Ruin, and see for themselves if he had truly grown as strong as they feared. The party agreed, and left the Lord of Shadows once again alone. After a short journey back to Tethellan and conversations with each of their respective families, who were urged to begin packing their things just in case, as well as a confession of love overlooking the sunset between Ventress and Birch, the party discovered that the wards and people of Tethellan had become very sick, the magical corruption infecting all of the magic that fuels the living creatures of Tethellan. With Seren and Birch in tow, they set off towards the Tidewood Rune to try and see the magical damage for themselves. Once again, all joining hands, Willow made contact with the rune, but found himself plummeting into darkness as Sunder's corruption of the archipelago's magic reached out through it all too easy. Willow, however, did not treat the god of vengeance with the measured kindness he'd clearly been expecting. No matter what temptation or threat Sunder lay at Willow's feet, she did not budge. Outside of the vision, the party began trying to tear Willow's roots from the rune, except for Flint, who used a magical necklace known as the Relic of the Forgotten Dream, something he'd stolen from a royal treasury in what might have well been another life, to enter the vision alongside Willow, disguising himself as Zirian. Sunder, however, clearly saw right through the clever disguise, addressing Flint with the title he'd once held as Everglen royalty. Together, Willow and Flint worked together to manipulate the very fabric of the dream, pulling a twisted memory from Sunder's mind, a once beloved city burning, a gravestone whose inscribed name had been erased from reality, and a people who no longer believed in their god of justice. Sunder, enraged at having to face his own treacherous act, regained control of his vision and fractured the mountain below, sending Willow and Flint falling for what felt like a lifetime. They finally found themselves in darkness, with Sunder chained behind them. But no matter what they did, he grew stronger and stronger, taunting them with their own helplessness before escaping from his chains and crawling back up to the surface. When they managed to tear free from the vision, they discovered several things. First, that the friends and family who'd been holding onto them, desperately trying to pull them free from Sunder's influence, were not exempt this time from the effects of arcane exhaustion. And secondly, that Willow's encounter with Sunder had left them permanently scarred, a mark of his wrath now torn across her face. Faced with the possible reality that Sunder was managing to tear free, the party took only a short time to recover before setting off towards ruin, during which Corin decided to reach out to Sunder and had a surprisingly calm, bittersweet conversation about loss, before the god disappeared once more into the dark waters below. When they arrived on the dilapidated docks, they found a boat freshly tied up, and it didn't take long in the destroyed city to discover it belonged to Andorra, who was begging Sunder to listen to no avail. Willow, once Andorra's therapist, sat beside her and offered her kindness that did not falter even when she revealed that she'd been working with Sunder, but only because she thought no one would get hurt. Sunder had seen her when she felt like nobody else had, and unfortunately she'd realized too late that the entire cosmic archipelago just might pay the price for their naivety. Just as it seemed like Willow might be able to save their misguided and manipulated friend, the lights in the city surrounding them began to flicker out one by one, until finally an impossibly tall figure of swirling shadows appeared, saying how long it had been since he'd had visitors and how excited he was to give them a proper welcome.
The battle that ensued was brutal and bloody, each of the party facing down odd, shadowed versions of themselves, but far more powerful, the versions they might have become if they'd taken Sunder's deal. After a lot of damage had been taken and given on both sides, Ventress managed to goad Sunder into dropping the illusion and facing the party himself. When the facade fell away, they found the towering avatar of Sunder looming above them, riding a huge vulture made of the same pitch-black magic. Already bloodied from the fight before, our party did their best in the confrontation that followed, beginning with Flint, Ventress, and Ventress's magical invisible dog teleporting on top of the vulture in what I can only describe as an odd Sunder sandwich, but continuing on, with each of our party desperately trying to hold on to their lives. Ventress even tried to strike a deal with Sunder, but found when he offered her the chance she couldn't quite bring herself to accept it. And so, for a moment, everything seemed hopeless. But then, summoned by Ventress's fear, Eliseus appeared to defend the party and face Sunder down. As Sunder grinned, tearing into the bark and moss form of Eliseus's avatar mercilessly, Flint suddenly saw the true plan. Sunder needed one final burst of magic to escape, and where better to siphon that from than a fellow god? He begged Eliseus to stop, but she would not leave the party to die, forcing them instead to run and doing her very best to fend off the chained god even as he barreled down on her. Willow tried to follow after Andorra, who had run off with assurances that she could fix this, knowing that if left behind, she didn't stand a chance. But they were too determined to try and mend the hurt she'd caused, warding the path behind her so Willow could not follow, and begging Zem to go. Eventually, the party made their escape, war-torn and bloodied. As they ventured back, they noticed an odd red glow coming from the divine land where they knew Sunder's true form was held, a sign that the process of escaping had begun. We find them now, pulling once more into the tideward docks, perhaps for the last time, which are growing more and more crowded as the ships that the gods had ordered built for evacuation begin to assemble, as well as an all-too-familiar submarine on the horizon. Thank you all for your help in recapping. You can find a spot in these very crowded docks, the submarine approaching. What would you like to do? If you'd like to just wait for the submarine, that's okay too. You've had a long day.
Just parallel parking.
Sure. Does the submarine beep as it backs up? This is very important to me.
It does, but it sounds like a dolphin's
Ooh, that's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all of you hear just like an artificial dolphin sound, really loud.
I'm sorry, I'm coming. It parts. It's like there's like an awkward 5 seconds as you can just hear latches undoing, the airlock,
Sure.
and then Wilda pops out the top, and you can just see, Wilda there, the like flowing hair, the big blue butterfly wings, just looking around, obviously looking for this group.
Sure. Where does Wilda find you?
It's sorry, the group has been through so much.
It's okay.
So I guess from the energy here, I guess it's just a very quiet ride back. And I guess once we dock, just as soon as we're able to get onto the dock, I think Molly has just kind of been in a state of just shock, just like going through motions, and then seeing the butterfly wings. I think she's just kind of like, what? And just her legs start moving before her mind can really start catching up, and just starts running towards Wilda.
I think once Wilda notices, because Wilda has very high perception, passive, but once Wilda sees like someone beelining towards the submarine, it's like that. First of all, just like notices out of regular defense, and then the second it's Pamali, it's Keith had been like starting to pop up behind, and Wilda's like trying to scurry out, and as like an old lady, like it's not like the most dexterous thing, so it's just Heath being like, calm down, let me help you out. And it's like you just see like a scrabbling, nearly animalistic, like get me out of this little thing. And once Wilda's down, you just see Wilda running full tilt grandma run towards Pamali.
Yeah, they're just running across this dock, and they just like
Pushing
crash
through
into you.
people.
Yeah.
Big hug.
Wraps their arm completely around you. The whole group honestly is covered in like soot and blood and whatever the heck. And she just kind of pulls you back, and it's just, I think like through tears. I don't think she's really like saying words. Yeah. But she's like she's trying to explain like what has happened, but it's just so frantic. It's just she can't get really words out.
Yeah. Once I'm assuming people will start like gathering around-ish or slowly making their way over, once everyone's within about 60 feet, just because everyone looks bloody, Wilda just casts a mass cure wounds, because it's just like, oh my god, you look... Well, just like, oh my gosh, you all look like shit, but like, oh my god, my baby, like, is full ramble, just like, oh my gosh, what happened to you? Like, I know what you were going towards, and you're all, and it's like literally doing like counting, like 1, 2, 3, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, you have more than enough. See, look, you even gained life. Oh my goodness. Looks at Flint and is just like, I know your face. I'll get you in a sec. Oh my god. And so like everyone gets like 4d8 plus 5 hit points, like, doesn't matter. You're feeling a little better. And Wilda first has not let go of Pamali, is just like trying to look over her shoulder. She's a little short, is like going around, just grabbing hands, and then is like, you all, obviously you understand the evacuation. I assume you know that much. If you'd like, you can ride in the sub, get cozy there so it feels safe. I can step, because I was gonna do some directions for the people, though I think the Starfarers have all that together. Do you want to hop on the sub, get cozy, get settled, or is there anything else you need to do?
I just speaking for myself, I mean, we just took a couple of hours ride back here, and there's a lot that's happening right now. I want to get some stuff done. I don't think sitting down right now is the best thing to do.
Understandable.
I think Ventress is just kind of like starts holding Wilda's face, and she's like trying to figure out if this is real or if this is like a Sunder thing, like trying to bridge that gap between reality. And it's just like nodding her head when Wilda
sees Ventress's like near dissociation with it, and then just like also grabs face, and then in a very Wilda-esque thing, like grabs cheeks and goes, Gudu budu. Would someone trick you into doing this? And then licks a finger and boops your nose. See, I'm disgusting. It's me.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, okay, I missed you so much. Where did you go? Did you
I feel like I can tell you now. Everything doesn't matter. It's the hearts. It's protecting them. Well, in details, just went very far because I was like, oh, something's going on. But I ended up just going decently far away and just kind of hid around some asteroids that were there. Honestly, it looks kind of like a little tiny planet. There's nothing on it, but we're just hiding on that in the crew. Honestly, it was not doing much, just like keeping alert in far away with these, just to make sure that they were protected. I say these, they're not close. I was very afraid of bringing them, there. So I have Cosmo and Zan are by the like hideout area. That's where I was gonna let some people know that's like, it seems like a safe, out of the way place that's out of, I don't know, a zone of influence without being super far away, that it feels like people can regain there. But yeah, just that. So nothing huge, just like weighty. If that makes sense. But it feels very little compared to the very big that I assume you have all faced. Yeah. Yeah.
He kind of walked up just behind Will, like trying to step off to look at you. Yeah, like I don't want to be rude, but you guys look like bad.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Really bad. Maybe the worst I've ever seen. Sorry,
Hey,
is this rude?
smacks Heath's mouth.
No, it's nice that you're being forward, so
Yeah.
Kind of like licks your hand, Wilda.
What? Brushes on his
Just
hair.
karma. I'm just saying,
I think Willow is kind of at the back of this group. Like, is by far the tallest person here, so can't really hide, but is doing his best of a job to kind of linger in the back as possible. Like, the scarred side of their face is kind of turned slightly away, and they're kind of leaning on Flint a little bit. Who's also, I imagine, at the back of the group because
I don't know what's going
on. And is just not able to look at Heath at all. Barely able to look at Wilder, but as soon as like Heath appears, I think Flint, you can feel like something very tense and horrible kind of feel in his body.
I think Flint kind of like grips where your wrist is kind of, lingering by his arm. I think Flint reaches out and kind of grips it and gives you a little squeeze and just keeps his hand there.
And a moment later, kind of climbing out from the hatch and shutting it behind her, but still sort of like standing up on that platform to look down at you all, hands on their hips in a very Home Depot dad pose, is Goldie, who's sort of like very clearly is trying to look unbothered, but begins kind of scanning through all of you until her eyes land on you, Corin. And they don't move from you. She says, "Hey guys, you look like you need some healing. Need some healing?"
I gave them a little bit Goldie, don't worry. But also you can come down off the hatch. Come on.
Yeah, sorry. Kind of hop down and a little bit awkwardly make her way to the outskirts of the group. Mm-hmm. Hey. Guys okay?
Yeah.
You lying to me? I'll kick your ass.
Just gets quiet at that. Like I think Corin this whole time has like just tried to find like any piece of like skin to skin contact with Wilda, like on the shoulder, holding a hand, whatever. Didn't have anything, like head elsewhere, 1,000 miles away, just thinking specifically about the deal he'd been offered. Maybe things would be different, kind of thing. And then Goldie comes down and he tries to do his little joking thing and he can't quite. And I think usually in this situation, when she threatened to like beat him up or fight him, he'd have some like witty comeback, like "I'd like to see you try. I've gotten a lot better now." But he just kind of falls silent at it. Just can't muster up that playfulness.
I think you see the sort of like little smile she's plastered on her face grow a little bit tighter. Willow, you said you're trying to hide this scar on your face. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you make me a stealth check?
Can I roll perception for my baby?
Absolutely, you can.
My child.
Just to
Oh,
clarify,
what about
Pamali
disadvantage?
or Willow?
Willow. I've already checked with Pamali. We've hugged.
Cool. Yeah, that's so valid.
Oh, this is not my character sheet. 1 second.
I'm gonna try to fix my focus.
Nope. Okay. It's bad. It's like 7 plus something. It's not good.
Yeah, I got 10 plus
Yeah.
10, so I got a dirty 20.
Yeah, that'll do it. Goldie also kind of like squints a little bit at you, Willow. Like you can feel her attention on you. This cleric of Celios, or excuse me, paladin of Celios, who very clearly like sees a problem and likes to fix it. And they don't move, they don't say anything, but you can feel her eyes on you.
Yeah, when Wilda notices, you hear a yelp, and then is like touching but scuttling, pushing through because you're towards the back. And it's like, Willow! Willow!
He's not laughing.
you-
This is me. This is all me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like they like try to offer you like a little bit of a like high smile, but it just completely looks so broken on their face. And they just kind of like reach a
Wilda
hand.
just the arms and like slowly Penguin walks closer, knowing like you could be like in a place of no touch after a big climatic event, and is just Penguin walking for a hug.
Yeah, they just kind
No
of
word.
pull you into
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, and you also feel a another cure wounds just on you, just like a little boop. I don't think Wilda even does it knowingly. It's just like, I need to help this, and it's like, Yeah. Willow. You just hear like the like Willow.
We should get back. We need to start moving people.
I believe the Starfarers are on it. Does it look DM? Does it look like
Make me
It's
a little
kind
perception
of
check. That's
little
true.
orderly.
You're kind of towards the back of the docks here, but
Yeah.
maybe a little perception check anyway, just for fun. Because I missed asking you to roll things for me, Abby.
yeah,
so.
17.
17, yeah. You can see, one, these docks are getting more and more crowded by the minute. You get the sense that, well, you weren't there at the summit, but you get the sense from what you can see that somebody has been arranging the creation of ships very quickly for a couple days at least, if not longer.
Yeah.
And so they are coming in brand new, like not worn at all ships of all different sizes and shapes, all in the form of some kind of animal. And right at the center, in the place they've been docked the whole time, is the giant dragon that is the Starfarer ship. You can sort of see, because you're kind of towards the back, so you can't really see the front. You see like people moving. You assume it is probably Captain Kesis, but you can't quite see for sure. You also see with that roll, people are starting to mill about on these beaches, more and more, kind of pouring out from all directions. And towards the end of the docks, on the like section of docks that you were standing on, is Zirian speaking with two figures, one you know, one you don't. Speaking with Magister Nyx's Heartcarver of Heartward, who has a very kind of like measured, solemn expression on their face, as well as a figure that you don't recognize, who's like very tall, very broad, sort of this like royal purple skin, dressed in dark armor, with pitch black curly hair kind of pulled back, and again also that same sort of like solemn understanding on his face. And they're about 45 feet away from you. But you can see sort of Zirian, who is the other two kind of are to the side of you. Zirian is facing you, and every now and then her eyes sort of flick up very quickly to the direction of the group.
All right, that's a good point, Willow. I see Magisters and Zirian over there. We can head over there. Also, I wanted to check in with you all, since, as Heath and Goldie have pointed out, look a little rough. If you would like me to take vocal lead and then cut in to save your energy, but also if you're like, I know what exactly happened, we take point. I just wanted to do a check-in since I'm feeling fresh, if that is the best way to describe it.
Maybe we move as a group.
But that was
No lead.
implied.
Well, yes, but I think, I don't know, maybe we all have things to say, you know, no need to take lead if you, and this, I don't want to put anything on you. I think we just all have maybe some things to say as well. I forgot to tell you guys this, but on the battlefield when things first started to happen, I did message Syrian. And I told him that we were on the Divine Land. And he said that Sunder was still trapped at that point. So, be careful was basically the message. I don't know.
Be careful. Be careful. And that's
Did
that's
Zirian send
That's-
LSAs?
That's what I'm assuming, because after I messaged, then she came. I don't know.
Doesn't make a lot of sense.
I mean,
That's why he sent us. So why would he? Okay.
send Ellis.
They wouldn't send Ellis. They don't talk to Ellis. Okay.
It is confusing. I don't know. But that is something maybe we can sort out with him.
He sent us there to die. Right. Because that's...
We were expendable.
Okay.
Is that? Oh, I have a word, and then Will just starts stomping over to. You're gonna want to hold. You're gonna want to hold the grandma back.
We will not be holding you back.
No.
Are all of you following as Wilda sort of walks very pointedly towards the group? Yeah. Goldie kind of falls into step next to you, Corin. And actually, as you get closer, Corin, do me a favor, make me a fun and sexy little history check.
Ooh, yeah. James, that is.
Yes.
I don't have any bonuses, so just a 19.
19, that's okay. That's all you needed. As you get closer, you can also sort of see this purple-skinned, leather-clad figure. You recognize them. You don't know their name, but you recognize them as one of the most elite of Gavaldon's champions. And as all of you sort of approach, with Heath sort of like trailing in the back, kind of with you, Flint, in a very, I don't know if I'm supposed to come, but I also don't want to just kind of stand here alone sort of energy. Just kind of like look at you in the corner of his eye and continue walking. But as all of you approach, you can see these two figures, Nixus and this champion of Gavaldon, who were speaking to Zirian in very hushed tones, sort of seem to notice your approach, like turning to you just very quickly, turn back to Zirian and nod. Zirian shakes this figure's hand, who's in this armor. Nixus sort of sends all of you a concerned, but I'm not gonna get into it kind of look, and the two figures walk away, while Zirian sort of stands, hands folded in front of her, with a very tired and sad and a look that says, I'm probably about to get my ass kicked and that's fine. But it's very measured. You can also see, all of you, Zirian looks 10 times worse than Zay did the last time you saw him. Shoulders are drooping heavier, bags, like, cheeks are more sallow, bags under his eyes are darker. You get the sense that the magic that he is using to try and keep Sunder confined is very, very strained. But still, he watches you all approach.
You send me away, and then you send my babies into the Divine Lands with someone. Like, what is?
Wilda,
what is?
nice
What
to
is? What
see
is?
you.
What is?
Again. Hang on. And Zirian will sort of like, not dismissively, but just sort of like hold up a hand and then raise that hand. And where he sort of touches above all of you, this little like bead of sort of like dark gray magic begins to wash around you as he creates what is sort of you might compare to a modified cone of silence, so that all of you can speak privately from the outside world. And then sort of
Appreciated. What? It is not. I haven't even heard it all from them. But I know they have things to say to you. And I need to bite my tongue, but it's difficult. You've known
You don't need
this.
to bite your tongue. Wilda. It's all right.
It's biting. It's.
I think
Sorry, and he's
I
not
can't
laughing, just to clarify. I James
Yes,
am
yes.
laughing, but Zirian is not laughing.
Wilda just is getting flustered. It's like, I need a moment to compose myself.
Take your time.
Someone else may go if they find the time is right, as I.
I think Pamali kind of like graces her hand beside Wilda's cheek and then steps next to Willow and interlocks her hands with them just for some strength to speak. And she looks up at Zarian and says, I think the biggest question that we all have right now is who sent Elyseus there to support us?
The short answer is no one did. The long answer is the connection between a paladin and their deity and a cleric and their deity is strong. And despite my attempts to intervene, Elyseus went of her own accord.
So you tried to stop her, and she came
Yes.
anyway. And
I did.
if we were to die there, what was the plan then for us?
It may not be an answer you'd like. I am
It's
the
an
god
answer.
of rebirth. Nobody passes to the next life unless I allow it. If you had wanted to return, I would have returned you.
Would you have had the energy to do that?
Yes.
For
Those
all of
things,
us.
Yeah. The power it takes to keep Sunder locked away is far greater than doing what my domain requires of me. Bringing people back, ushering them from the next life is like breathing to me. Keeping Sunder chained is like trying to breathe underwater.
Right, so us going there and, possibly dying was on the table when we were talking about it. And, just little trauma of passing on and being yoinked back wasn't something that was going to be explained to us.
Truthfully, I had hoped that Sunder's power was not such that he could conjure an avatar, and even more so than that, I had hoped that he would not see you, which is, I want to clarify, not a criticism.
Seems to be doing a lot of things that you're not aware of, so maybe it might have been good to, think of that.
I knew it was dangerous. I also knew it was the only chance of not banishing our people into a demiplane for hundreds of years.
So keep
However-
us in the dark because apparently we can't make our own decisions. Did you not think that perhaps if we had known the risks, we might have still gone?
I'm sorry if I have made you feel unheard.
Like a pond.
I am sorry.
What is the counselor position for?
The council position?
Yeah, because it
you mean
doesn't seem
here-
like to be a counselor. Because it doesn't seem like we're a part of this government. It doesn't seem like you wanted us to help. We have been chasing information that you guys already knew. You gave us little silly missions that you guys could have easily fixed by yourselves. And then you sent us to die unknowingly.
You discovered more than you think you did. As gods, sometimes we feel like we have to act like we have all the answers so that we don't unnerve those who are not us. Truly, and I apologize that nobody, including myself, has communicated this to you before now. The only reason we are in a position to be able to save any of our people is because of the work that each of you have done. And it is dirty work, it is unfair work, it is unfair to all of you. I hope it is some consolation at the very least that you have saved these people. If that comes at the cost of you losing your faith in me and hating me, I can make my peace with that knowing that our people live. And that you live.
What?
Regardless, I'm sorry.
However this ends, where we go, if everybody comes back, if you come back, however much time is happening, I want you to think and understand that the way you've used us, doesn't feel much different than the way Sunder would have. Feels like you're two sides of a coin.
Unfortunately, I think in many ways that is true.
Oh, at least you're willing to admit it.
And here Zirian, sort of like having looked between all of your faces, you feel her eyes kind of linger on your face, Willow, and on the scar that was not there the last time that Zirian saw you. And I think all of you for this moment, but especially you, Willow, see a flash of true, genuine pain, of recognition on what that is, as it's something he sees on his wife every day. And then they sort of drop their eyes to the ground and is there anything I can do to make the rest of this day and what is expected of it any easier?
Have you seen Aliceus since?
Yes. Eliseus conjuring her avatar, fighting Sunder's avatar in that way. I will not pad it for you. That's not the phrase I wanted. Eliseus is not very well. She has confined herself to the root house in Woodward and will not see anyone. But I think if you are up for it, and if you would like to, she might see you.
Okay.
Just prepare yourself.
You said, no one dies without your say-so?
Sometimes.
And Dora was left behind on Ruin. You need to go get them.
I can't go get them, Willow.
Someone needs to.
And I think here you see Zirian considering his words very, very carefully and sort of balancing the nature that he is often so pulled to be a god separated from human emotion and from mortals, and the sight of them that was once human. And after a moment, she says, if Andorra passes into the realm between life and death, I will do my best to fix that if she is willing. As you all have said, stepping foot on that divine land is dangerous. If you, some of the strongest people in this archipelago, have come back so harmed, who could I possibly send that would not either give Sunder more power or be a death sentence? But I swear to you, if she enters my realm and does not wish to move on to the next life, they will be returned to this one. I'm sorry, I can't do more.
Yeah, returned.
Why didn't
Right into Sunder's arms.
why didn't you kill him?
Sunder?
Mm-hmm.
To kill a god is not to kill a mortal, Pamali.
But you stripped him of his divinity, right?
Yes.
So he was killable.
Even with divinity removed, a god is not immortal. A god is simply a former god. A shell that can hold divine power is infinitely more powerful than a mortal form.
I'm not asking compared to a mortal. I'm asking if he was killable. And if you could have done it.
Truthfully, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it was the grief of all that we had suffered and the desperation to prevent more loss. Maybe it was Sidair's hope that he might one day regain a father. Maybe it was simply the vain worry that to show the world a god could be killed would only lead to more gods being killed. Either way, it was not considered at the time. Truthfully, I don't know if it's possible. I have never seen it done. None of us have ever seen it done. We don't know what the cost of attempting to do so would be.
Yeah. Okay. Just trying to figure out how something like this is just left to fester unchecked for so long and has become everybody else's problem.
Does anybody else have any questions?
No,
Concerns?
to go.
All right.
What? We're evacuating. What comes next for? I'm unaware of things. I was gone.
Of course.
What comes next for, like, we're going to a place? Who's leading the little evacuation train? Are the gods coming with? Are the gods going somewhere else? Is there like a what? I was away. Can I catch up with the group? Like what?
Would you prefer that I catch you up, or would you prefer to hear it from your friends, from your family?
I'd like to pitch that to them to see if what they prefer. So it's not really up to me.
I don't think we should stick around here any longer than we have to.
So we'll catch up on whatever way out that is. Cool.
What I will say is, when it becomes time for us to set off, I believe the Magisters would like to speak with you before you go, as well as a few of the gods who have the plan. I will make myself scarce for the rest of the day, so you don't have to see me. But if you need me, I am here. And
The Magisters aren't coming with us.
no.
So who will lead these people?
Zirian's eyes just kind of bored into you for a moment.
Right.
You asked what the purpose of the counselors was. And as unfortunate as it is now, in the 11th hour, the purpose of the counselors is to train to lead to the next future. It is unfortunate circumstances and terrible circumstances and unfair circumstances. But it is the circumstance we're in.
Will we be able to? Where are the gods going?
When the jump happens,
Mm-hmm.
we are also remaining here. It will take the bulk of all of our power, as we have been weakened, to make the jump itself. Our divinity will be aiding the runes and the magic of Tethalin in making that jump and essentially sealing the door behind us. There is no jump if we are not here to help. And
So
if
we
there
never
is no jump,
can
there is no
find you?
Tethalin. I'm sorry?
We never find you again. You just disappear.
There is a plan. The Magisters and Solara and Anatrin and Kalara, they have a lot more details that I think, truthfully, you would probably rather hear from them.
When do you jump?
You see Sunder kind of like, not Sunder, excuse me. Zirian kind of, Sunder is here. Zirian kind of like takes a moment and like looks around. This sort of like bubble that you're in is partially transparent. It's like frosted glass a little bit. And so you see him sort of like take a moment, look around, kind of judge preparations, judge how ready everyone is. And then she says, it depends on the people and how quickly we can get them all ready to go. My guess is probably around the time we would normally do Farbound, which you would all know is around midnight when the Farbound festival happens, typically, although usually under different circumstances. So we have some time. But it has to be tonight. And you see God, I almost did it again. Zirian. It's not Sunder, I swear to God, this is not a Freudian slip. Zirian sort of like nods very slightly in the direction of that red light that you all saw when you were on your way back, where you know Sunder is trying to make his escape. And Zirian sort of looks at it and then looks at all of you and says, unfortunately, time is of the essence. But we have a bit of it. So.
Okay. I think
Alright.
Pamali. Yeah, I think Pamali
No,
turns.
that's.
Sorry,
No,
my
you're good, you're
internet's
good.
coming in choppy, so I'm like, Pamali turns to the group and says, "Where do we all want to go? I know some of us want to go to Woodward."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to speak to Eliseus, and then I don't know, whatever. I don't have any other priorities.
Zirian sort of clears his throat for a moment and says, I will leave you all to your planning. This kind of motions up at the little bubble you're in. This will remain as long as one person is inside of it. While inside, nobody can see or hear you from the outside, so please take the time you need. And it looks like there's 1,000 things she wants to say, but instead sort of nod and step out of the bubble, and you are alone in here.
I can stay by the docks and get the groups organized. I'll make the departures efficient and do those things. I have sending, so I can send off to my family and just be the base there. As everyone does theirs.
I need to get my parents, and I need to see Gavaudan. And I think doesn't say anything, but like silently squeezes Goldie's hand, like reaches out and grabs it and squeezes.
Okay. Flint?
Oh, I was just gonna say that I think Flint spots the little hand squeeze and kind of like looks around at the group, but everyone's looking so sad, so their eyes like end up landing on Wilda, who's not looking quite as devastated as the rest of them, and gives you like a
Flint, would you like to help me by the docks?
yeah. why not?
Organize the groups? Sounds good.
Before we go, since we're in this bubble of silentness,
Yeah.
and Flint's just gonna take a deep breath and just go, "Fuck!" and just start screaming, and just like go off for just a couple seconds, and then, all right, let's go.
As you
Steps
do
out.
this, you all see Heath kind of like eyes wide and steps out of the bubble.
I'll leave you all to it. Enjoy a scream if you need. Walks out the bubble.
Zirian was gonna let us.
Yeah. Yeah. He was. And
We'd come back though.
Okay. I don't care.
yeah, come back. With a shit ton of trauma. I just,
Mm-hmm.
you know, in the conversation Sunder had with me, he even said that Zirian likes to use people, that the gods like to use people like this. He even used the phrase chessboard with me. I thought he was being manipulative, but I don't know, now it feels like he's telling the truth.
Can both be true.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, we gotta get moving, huh?
Do the rest of you step out of the bubble?
Yeah.
Grace, you look like you're thinking about it.
I think Ventress kind of tugs on Willow's hand before they can step out.
Pamal
If
will let
everyone
go.
else.
Yeah, when she
has-
notices that,
Goldie
she'll
will
let
also
go
leave.
and-
Okay.
Mhm.
You.
I'm
I
not in
love
a
you.
screaming mood.
Yeah. You stepped in front of me when Sunda was going.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna make that deal. That's why.
I know. That's why I did it.
You died. I
I
thought
told
you
you
were.
this morning that I'd rather lose everything than lose you to him. I meant.
You're not mad.
Why would I be mad?
I don't know.
I'm relieved. You're okay.
Mm.
Like drops his forehead down to like yours. You saved my life too.
No,
Make us
you.
even.
You took out the queen too. It's just you keep doing what you do, and I don't know. I don't know.
You keep doing what you do, Ventress.
I'm gonna try. That's all we can do, right?
I'm afraid so.
I just really thought you were gonna be gone, and I don't know how I would have lived, and
Our good friend Zirian would have brought me back, and I've been really mad about it. So
I don't believe a word that guy says, if I can be quite clear. But
then I would have made a really nice tree.
I'll agree with that. But don't ever do something like that again. Okay. We'll just keeping on.
Okay.
Okay.
I know you wanted to go off with Birch and travel for a while. Could you put that on hold like a little bit?
Yeah, I can definitely. I think I'm gonna spend some time just not leaving your side for a while, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah? Okay. Yeah. Even when I blink and I don't see you guys there for a split second, I'm not going anywhere for a while.
We'll hold your hand, and I think doesn't even need to take any soil from the ground that's so covered in dirt and blood, and just draws the circle in the palm of your hand. Yeah.
You're my family, Willow. And I wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh, your parents.
I don't care. They're gonna go, and my mother will go with my father, and Eliseus will go with the gods, and I will.
You
I
will
don't
have
know.
me
I'll have
and B.
you. Yeah. It'll be fine. And I'll learn to live without them, so.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
It doesn't have to be.
Yeah. Maybe I'll just hang around Maple some more.
Yeah, she'll probably like that.
Yeah. Alright. I think she'll pull Willow's face in and kiss right above where the scar is. And just be like, I love you. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
I think
Are
Molly's
you-
just standing there. This is kind of...
Yeah, well, you know. I'm
She
sure.
You could take your time. I'm just,
Yeah, no, you gotta get back to your, your friend, right? That's what you said a few days ago.
Yeah, best friend.
Your best friend. I gotta get back to mine. So,
Let's go find him.
let's go.
All right. You step out of the bubble, and with just the faintest sort of smell of incense, it washes away until you are all on these docks. I'm assuming you are closing the distance to the Tideward Beach. Yeah,
Yes.
amazing. So you start that walk. You've made it most of the way down, so it's not far. But as you get there, you sort of like round around the side of the huge ship that belongs to the Starfarers that was blocking the bulk of your view. And you see a lot. The chaos here is organized, but still dizzying, I'd imagine, especially for all of you who have been through so much today and the last few days, but especially in the last couple hours. You see one, as these ships are sort of pulling in, the docks are not big enough to accommodate all of them, and so in the water, some people who live in Tideward who are more aquatic, and some who are just willing to walk down into the water are taking any wood or material they can find and making makeshift gangplanks and makeshift docks so that people can make it onto these ships that are further out. You guess sort of that the ships, most of which are huge, bigger than anybody would travel in this area, definitely for intergalactic travel. You would guess there's probably about 50 of them, and they're all quite large. In this, at the very least, the gods have come through. You can also see the people of Tethelin, especially but not exclusively Kenward, have begun to flood the docks. There's people kind of shouting over each other to ask questions, to try and organize things, carrying bags and boxes and anything they can carry of their possessions and their homes with them. And all of them, as you sort of step into this area, particularly the ones in the surrounding area, sort of eye you with mixtures of worry and fear, a little bit of anger for some, but most of all, there is a sadness that is so strong it's difficult to look at. You can also see, not too far up, coming down from Kinward, a very familiar plant person carrying a giant box and doing her goddamn best to balance it. You can see a number of the gods have sort of set up here in different areas. You see Afrista and Kitrix are sat on the beaches, sort of in this... It takes you a minute, I think, to process what they're doing, but Kitrix, who is in this humanoid form of pure lava, and both molten and solid, that's the opposite of molten, is sort of taking these bits of scrap metal that people are dumping at their feet and heating them up to forge into tools, into supplies, into rivets. And Frista, goddess of storms, amongst other things, whenever Kitrix is done, will cause a little bit of rainfall to come and cool it, while at the same time, very casually, in what I can only describe as sort of a Greek evening gown, perched on the sand, very quickly and calmly knitting sweaters and gloves and scarves and shawls for people, just every now and then, summering a teeny tiny little storm to cool some metal. And they have this down to a science. You get the sense that they have been here for a while and are part of the reason why the docks can be expanded so quickly. You can also see, sort of at the entrance to Kinward, in a very familiar place to most of you, but especially to you, Corin, there is a huge line of people. You can't quite see what is behind the line, but what you do see, I think, is people coming back with bowls of food, boxes of food, bags of food, any container they have, just full of food, trying to cram it in pockets and bags for the journey. And yeah, there's kind of a lot going on here. If anybody would like to look for anything else specifically, let me know. And the Starfarers are here as well on their ship. And also some of them are like in the water helping to build the docks, but they are also around.
I think I'm just running to my sister, half trying to catch this box before she drops it, but half
Sure.
I'm not even bothered about the box. I just want to.
Yeah, they're like doing that thing when you have a box that is both too big and too heavy, where they like take a few steps and then like the knee comes up and she tries to shift it and it doesn't really work. And as you get closer, you can hear every time that knee comes up, there's just what sounds like too much glass with no padding in there. As you get closer, she goes, "Oh, hey, oh my God, hi, are you
Oh my
okay?"
God, what are you doing? No.
Kind of
Grabs the box, just drops it.
Does she gotta go? Oh God! The bowl for Ventress is in there. I took all your bowls. All of your bowls are actually in there because Ventress did get a
Why?
green bowl. All of your bowls are green, and so I just figured I can't not get the bowl if I take all the bowls.
Hey,
And
Birch,
they are
shut up for a
glass.
minute. We'll just hug her.
Yeah, you see, kind of like goes rigid for a second, and then instantly arms are around you, just holding you so tight.
Thank you
so
for doing
bad.
that. Thank you for saying
Yeah,
that.
you're welcome.
Did you really take all my balls?
Yeah, I put all of them in there.
Okay.
There's also a couple plates in there too, because they had like, like the I don't know if they're bowls or plates, but they're kind of flatted and the edges come up, and I wasn't sure if that counted as a bowl. So that's most of your dishes are in there. I also got that cup you like, which I recognize isn't a bowl, but there's a lot of glass in there, and you kind of just dropped it. But it's fine. It's fine. I'll fix it. It's fine.
Okay.
Are you mad that I put all of your bowls in the box?
No.
And I didn't pad them. I couldn't find anything to pad them with except like your therapy notes, and you always told me not to look in there because it's like confidential or whatever.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay. We'll step aside. I can like hear Ventress like coming up behind them. Like, yeah, just sidesteps before they get caught up in the collision.
She's gonna just grab Birch and just squeeze them in the biggest hug ever and like start pressing a bunch of kisses across the side of their face. Like,
Yeah.
hey,
Hi. Oh,
hi.
you also smell so great, so good.
I know.
Really
yeah,
good.
really awful. Yeah. Yeah.
No,
yeah.
it's great. It's hot.
yeah. Oh, okay. Then yeah, I'll keep it.
Okay. Are you good? Are you okay? You're kind of
so
like
much
covered in
better
blood,
now.
and don't get me wrong, it's like kind of sexy, but like I also
Yeah.
recognize it's probably not like good.
I did fight a god, sort of.
No
So-
shit.
Yeah.
Did you
Mm.
win? I mean, of course you
No.
won. Look at you, but oh,
I didn't win.
that's okay.
But we can pretend like I did. Yeah.
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 Well, great job. You are 10 times hotter in my eyes, if that's possible.
Amazing.
They don't stand a chance at all.
Yeah, not
Because
one chance.
my girlfriend kind of starts looking around the beach. It is so cool and strong
Birch.
and sexy.
Birch.
Is that good?
Wilk is giving the
You-
biggest thumbs up from across the docks.
Ah,
Birch looks at you and goes, Wilda!
Goes quick hug. Pat, pat,
Yeah,
pat, pat,
she's
pat,
still
pat.
kind of got one arm around Ventress's shoulders,
Yeah.
but will pull you in.
Oh,
with the
yeah.
other one. Hi.
Hello.
Where the fuck did you? No, I'm sorry. That's your business. I'm glad you're here. I missed you.
No, important things back. I'm gonna get to help organize. Lovely to see you. We'll see you
Okay.
out into space. Awesome.
Okay.
Continue conversation.
Ventress is
Bye.
opening the box on the ground, looking for the ball she wanted for Will.
Make me like a luck check on how many of these are broken.
Okay. It's a 17.
17. It's actually not bad in here. There's like a plate that has like a little chip in it, but not so much so that it would make it difficult to use. And yeah, your bowl is like halfway down. You kind of get the sense that Birch was packing and went, "Oh, that's the bowl," and then went, "But what if it's not?" And I'm wrong. And put everything else in there. But your bowl is there, along with so many more.
You packed all of them.
Oh yeah, the thing is, I totally know which bowl you liked, but just in case I did put all of them in there to make sure that I did get the one that you liked, because if I didn't, I
Mhm.
would have thrown myself into the ocean.
This makes
And
you
also
10
for
times
Willow-
hotter, in my opinion. Yeah, this is
Yeah?
great. You got it. You got all. Yeah.
Is any
Kinda
of
like-
the rest of my stuff packed up, or is it just the crockery?
Okay, hold your horses. I'm only one little guy, and I can only carry one heavy box at a time.
Okay.
Of course it's packed. I'm amazing.
Yes, you are.
It's
Where
true.
is Mom?
You can say thank you now.
I said thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, Mom is, you know, hypothetically, if there were like a person that Mom had been, I don't know,
Yeah.
yeah, hypothetically, if that were true, potentially they would be packing up Mom's house in Woodward, but you didn't hear that from me because I don't know if it's true.
Really. Mm-hmm.
You don't believe your sister?
Yeah, come on, Will.
Not if I can help it.
Wow, and after I packed all of your bowls.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Okay, I just thought I got lost, so maybe be nicer to me.
You don't smell bad.
And I don't believe you yet again. Okay.
That sounds like a you problem. I don't know.
It's just gonna go find Pamali.
Sure. Molly, where are you on this beach?
I think when Ventress and Willow kind of like took off once they saw Birch, Pamali was like trailing, trying to follow, but was so overwhelmed seeing her home like this, and just kind of stops and just turns back towards the dock and probably like runs like face first into like Flint and just kind of like stands there for a second.
Ooh, yeah,
Huh.
okay.
Hi.
Flint kind of puts a hand on either of your shoulders and just kind of like, for a second, just kind of holds you to steady you, and then goes and kind of starts like swaying a little bit.
Oh,
All right, let's just
okay.
release some of this anxious energy.
Okay. Oh, like a meditation type thing? Is this what you're doing?
That's not really my thing. This is more
Okay.
just stimming. We'll go with
Stimming.
that. Does that
I'm
work?
good with that.
Yeah.
No, I'm very good with
Alright.
that. Thank you.
Cool.
I really I just don't want to remember home like this. So do you mind? Can you just look and see if you see my mom or Siren, even Isla, anyone?
Yeah. I don't think Flint looks out. Does he see any of them?
Make me a perception check. I'll say with advantage, because you already kind of got the lay of the land here.
Okay. It's a 17.
17. Yeah, kind of now knowing what's going on here, having looked around and looking specifically. After a moment, you see in the water, Isla is helping with this construction using like currents, sort of like physically trying to move ships into the right area in their avatar form, so they're a little bit bigger. But he is very much like waist up in the water as a 9-foot tall water person, so waist up and very different to normal humanoid waist up. But it is sort of like guiding ships in to get the maximum number up close before they have to build docks more. Silen is also sort of next to the Starfarers helping with dock production. Seems to be sort of alternating between like handing off boxes to Kisis, who is helping to load the ship and make room to fit the maximum number of people on it, and also like leaning down and helping pass materials down to the people constructing the docks. Sweet, roll me a d20 luck check to see if Lena is here right now.
That's a 13.
13, yeah. Lena is also here, sort of on the docks, holding a couple of boxes and what looks like some, like garment bags, fantasy garment bags, in her arms, and seems to kind of just be waiting off to the side, looking for someone that she knows, because there is a lot happening here and it's very overwhelming, and they're not quite sure where to go. But she is sort of off to the side.
Yeah. I think Flint, after like kind of glancing around, just goes, "Yeah, they're all here." And then he kind of squints at like the big ship, and he kind of goes, "Are any of the animals coming on the ship? We should have at least like one of each, you know, just in case everything goes to shit." And...
Oh my god, Comet! She's just
Two by two.
Yeah, you start yelling Comet, and a moment later, you hear from the throngs sort of coming in from that group of people that's in a line to get food from somewhere. You see at the forefront of this group a very familiar little Comet cat, flanked by 3 other cats, all of whom, including Comet, are holding various pieces of like food and chicken and fish in their teeny tiny little mouths. But Comet hears you calling and just starts fucking booking it down to you, like weaving through people expertly. People who are walking kind of like go to take a step and go, "Oh shit," and like trip over a little bit, but don't fall as Comet is tearing through.
But I was like, "Be careful!" To Comet, not the people.
People kind of look at you and like go to say something, and then see how positively covered in blood and ash you are, and just kind of keep walking. And then after a couple minutes, Comet arrives and is doing that thing that cats do when they're so excited to see you. We're like just rubbing all over your legs. He is holding like half a piece of chicken, so the meows are sort of like muffled by the piece of chicken that he's stolen. But he's like rubbing on your legs and he's purring super loudly. And the cats that are following behind them, there's actually 4, excuse me. There is one sort of like adult gray cat made out of what looks like pure starlight. One bluish silver cat that looks like it's made of water and is covered in water lilies and lily pads, upon which 2 teeny tiny little frogs are sitting. And then there's one black kitten with teeny tiny monarch butterfly wings and 2 big antennas that are too big for its head coming off. And then one very, very, very old comet cat whose fire has all but dried up, so he's basically just like a solid molten lava flow. And they're all kind of just like sitting looking up at you with their various pieces of food that they've stolen.
Is this your colony?
Comet kind of like plops his butt down and looks up at you and gives a very muffled little like meow, as if to say, "I told you I ran these streets. What the fuck did you think I meant when I said that?"
You're right.
But looks
You're right.
very proud.
Yeah. Oh, look at you. You're so brave, keeping them all safe and fed. Look at you, a provider. Okay.
Kind of like thunks his head on your shin and kind of like rubs against it and then pulls back.
Okay.
I think Flint looks down at all the cats at their feet and is like, "Ah!"
You do that, and all of them whip their heads to look at you, and Comet just stares at you.
Flint goes, "I love cats. They're assholes just like me." And he reaches down to kind of, you know, like...
Yeah, make me an animal handling check. I'll say with advantage because you're with Pomali.
All right.
Can I give you guidance?
Take your D4.
Wait.
It's a cantrip.
Where's the D4?
The most important role of the game here, folks.
Come on.
A 3.
Okay. 16.
16. Oh yeah, you're fine. Comet sort of like looks at you for a minute and like looks in your hand, looks up at you, and then takes like half a step forward and like sniffs your hand. I cannot overstate, it's still holding this giant piece of chicken. And then after a moment sort of like pushes his cheek into your hand a little bit and pulls back. And then pushes his, and you go to scratch him, and he immediately just like leans into it. His little eyes squint closed, and he's blinking sleepily as you're scratching under his chin. Comet's fur is really warm. You would know comet cats are, in the way that all Castellans are imbued with some aspect of nature, comet cats are imbued with the literal like core of meteors, and so every now and then they can like teleport short distances, but at their heart they are made of fire, just like you. And so he
Thank-
kind of like rubs up against you,
Flint's hands like warm a little bit, and he keeps scratching
purring so loud. And after a minute, as you're doing this, the kitten kind of like pads over to you and just starts like playing with one of your laces on your boot.
All right, I'm all better. I'm cured. Wow.
Yeah, perfect. Do you want this one? I mean,
Tamale.
huh?
Like for real.
I can't
Does this
adopt
belong to
all of
anyone? Is it
them.
mine now? Oh my god.
I'm gonna lead them to. I think her eyes are kind of like locked on Isla and like what they're doing, but is like, I can't just leave these cats here. I need to make sure they get on a boat.
Sure.
So
I got it.
I was
We're good.
I was gonna bring them to my mom and like, maybe she can. Not the water mom, because I don't think that's gonna go well. I think my my mom over there across the way.
All right. And Flint like picks some up, like a couple of them up to carry them and join you walking over there.
Yeah, you kind of scoop them up. The very old one, as you do, gives the scrunkliest little meow of protest you've ever heard in your life. Like, it just somehow sounds like rocks kind of scraping on each other. And as you sort of go to scoop up this kitten, you see it looks up at you, and then it squints a little bit, and its teeny tiny little butterfly wings start flapping really, really, really hard, and it lifts like very slightly off the ground, and just as it begins to drop, its claws like sink into your pants, and it just skitters up your body and perches on your shoulder.
Yeah. I think that's a perfect fit.
Yeah.
Can we approach
Yes.
my mom?
Absolutely, you can go approach your mom. It only takes a couple more steps as Lena is looking around before they see you, and instantly you see her face, like, she smiles, and then it falls into worry, and then it sort of falls into that fake parent smile of, everything's fine, it's gonna be okay, don't worry about it, I'm feeling normal. And will, discarding her things on the sand, begin running towards you and slam into you with a hug and go, oh my god, Pamali! Hi.
Hey,
Are you
hi.
alright? What happened to you?
Yeah, I think Pamali, like, she gives her a hug, but she can feel like Pamali's a little bit like in shock. And she's it's fine. I have all these cats here, and they've got to get on a boat. So yes.
Sorry, am I taking the cats? I could take the.
I was hoping.
Yeah,
It's just
I can take 4 cats. That's fine.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
worry
not
about it.
too much.
No,
Okay,
no.
great.
I've got them.
Okay,
Don't
good.
have to worry about anything, especially these 4 cats that I'm taking. Do you know
Great.
where I'm going, by the way? If
What-
not, it's okay.
what do you
I can
mean?
figure it out. You're like
where,
in charge.
like which
Well,
boat you're
there's
gonna
like a
go?
lot of ships, and I don't know if we're supposed to go, if we're like assigned one, if I'm just supposed to walk onto one and say, hi, this is my ship. I don't,
Oh, no, we gotta figure that out. I think she immediately like touches. She like swishes the water next to her to kind of like almost like a shoulder
Yeah.
push in a way to like Isla who's across the way. She's just like,
Sure.
Yeah.
You see, after you see, like, Isla's shoulders kind of straighten a little bit, like partway through docking this ship, and this ship kind of like bumps into another one with the force of which they like turn around. And the people on the ship kind of go, "Hey, hey, hey!" And Isla goes, "Sorry, and we'll kind of like fix the ship, and then sort of duck underwater and instantly pop up in front of you. Hi.
hi. Is she?
No, I kind of like glances at Lena and glances back at you. Hi.
Hi. Mom doesn't know where to go. Do you know which ship she's on?
I don't believe there's assignments necessarily. I think there hasn't really been time for that. Hi, Lena. And Lena kind of, hi. And Isla sort of looks around. I mean, truthfully, you're the counselor here. I think you can probably just decide if you'd like to. But if not, I can storm in and decide as well if you sort of need one thing off your plate.
I think Pamali is just like, when they pop up, I think she's just like looking at them, and like the sun is like behind them, and she's just like taking in what they look like. And it's just, sorry.
Okay.
No, it's okay.
As you
Okay.
sort of look at them, Isla lifts up these big hands made of water and sort of takes your face. And for just a moment, you can feel like through your body, just under your skin, that feeling of like being weightless in the water on a hot day when the water is perfectly cool. And Flint, you can see as you're standing next to Pamali, as sort of the ash and blood and grime begins to wash away from Pamali's skin until she looks perfectly clean.
I think
That's
Flynn,
better.
kind of noticing how like intimate this moment is, kind of just sets the cats down at their feet and
Sure.
keeps the little kitten on his shoulder.
Cool. He's now batting
and
one of your
slips away.
earrings, by the way.
Yeah, I think Flint's gonna slip away without saying anything.
Absolutely. We'll pack back up with Flint in just a moment. Pamali, you can feel that you are clean.
I think she thanks them and gives them like little tideward kisses.
Yeah.
And just kind of like for a moment, just like, I think she pulls both of her parents in and just gets a good old little hug from the both of them.
Yeah.
And sits in there for just a second and realizes like, oh fuck, Isla's got to get back to work and my mom's got to do other things. So she kind of snaps up and goes, Wild is here as well. You guys might want to...
Oh. Sorry, were you saying that to Lena or Isla?
Both of them. She's just
Excellent.
saying like, Wild is here. So if you wanted to see her, I think she like looks at Isla. It's just like, can't say
Sure.
goodbye, you know. So she goes, if you want to see her.
I will I noticed the submarine, but I haven't had a chance to stop by yet, so I will do that.
Okay.
Do
I have
you
to
need
find-
anything from me?
Yeah, but you can't give it to me.
Try to be.
It would be selfish.
Be selfish. I think you're entitled to a moment of selfishness after what you've been through. What can I do?
There's only one thing I want, and you just can't do it.
Yeah. Okay. You see Isla kind of leans in and rests her forehead against yours for a moment and sort of takes this big breath in. Okay. Well, if that changes and you need anything else, even if it is selfish, almost especially if it's selfish, let me know.
Okay.
I love you.
I will. I love you. Okay. I have to find the others.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll just sort of squeeze your elbow and head off into the water. And Lena, who also sort of took half a step back for this moment, who does not know explicitly that the gods are not coming, but who is also very insightful, has sort of begun to guess what this is, and is just hovering like 10 feet away, kind of staring down at these cats who are trying to climb into her bags of luggage, and very clearly trying to decide if they're going to fight these cats on it, or if she's just gonna let it be.
Yeah. I think, yeah. Pamali kind of just turns to her and goes,
Hey.
But hey, before I leave, can we just? She like kind of shows like the back of her dress is like ripped from being like stabbed. Can I just grab one of those outfits?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Just kind of like reach in and start digging around, having to like moving one of the cats out of the bag and then immediately having to do so again as the cat hops back in the bag and sort of puts it back, goes, hey, and we'll pull out whatever dress that you borrow the most often. Because of course they packed it for you. She kind of pulls it out and like shakes it out a little bit and holds it out. There you go.
Thank you, Mom.
Yeah,
And she gives like little kisses, little tideward kisses.
Yeah.
And
Do you know which of the ships you'll be leaving on? Because I can just kind of walk on that one and decide that I'm there now.
Will you tell me which one? Yeah, exactly. You tell me which one you want, and then I'll follow you.
It kind of like takes a moment and surveys, and then I think sees Sven in the water in his like Starfarers jacket. Kind of sighs and goes, well, I think I have a ticket in on that one. Kind of nods at the Starfarers ship. So,
Okay, perfect. Sounds good. Then I'll meet you there.
It's a plan.
Okay.
All right, come on. kitties and kind of like picks up bags, very cautiously scoops up the very old cat who like your mom like doesn't really know how to pick up these cats, but my god is she doing her best. And together they will kind of wander off in the direction of that ship. And you are heading off to find the rest of your friends. Yeah?
Yes, she just wanders looking kind of like head down, like not really looking at the landscape until she finds bare feet.
Sure. We are going to
Willow
cut
was
very
already
quickly.
looking for you.
So valid. We're going to cut very quickly over to Flint and then to Corin, and then we will return to our lovebirds. Flint, you have walked away from this. You only get a couple feet before a little bit of water splashes onto the back of your pants.
Oh, god damn it. I think he turns around to look.
Soren is there, sort of still like handing over items to both ships, but like Chin is sort of turned halfway over his shoulder, and then he sees you and like kind of begins whistling and goes back to what they were doing.
I think Flint looks over at him and is like, "These are my nice pants," and his
are
pants
they?
are
They're
just
covered in blood.
His pants are ripped to shit. Like, it's kind of,
Your ass looks nice though.
I know. It always does.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Strategic rips. Like, look at that. There's just like a rip right across like one of the ass cheeks, and he's just like, "Yeah."
You could probably like start a trend if you wear it without
Right?
confidence.
Ripped jeans?
Do you have any confidence? You don't seem the type.
No,
So.
no, absolutely not. I am humble.
You should work on
in
that.
Anything. You could. I think Seren can tell. Flint is putting on a show right now. Flint is, every word that's coming out of their mouth is very measured, very strategic. They are not okay.
Yeah. And I think Seren kind of sees this and hopes that maybe a little bit of normalcy will help, and so continues to do so. And after a moment, Kisis, who is up on your ship, kind of looks down and goes, "Are you guys done down there? We have stuff to do." Gee, God,
did you just
Flint, what the fuck happened to you? Yeah, don't get me wrong, it's a young love act. It's very cute, but we got thousands of people to evacuate off this fucking island, and half of them can't drive a boat. So.
Well, it's not young and it's not an act, so mind your business. Mind your business.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Mm.
You good?
Do I look? Yeah. All right, we'll go with that.
All right. Well, hey, when you're ready to do some actual honest work around here, you know where to find me. Kind of like gives you a wink and steps
You're
off.
never gonna see me again. I think Flint turns to Seren and gives him a very like tight smile.
Yeah.
And just says, "I'd go out there and give you a hug, but once again, nice pants. You're halfway in the water. No thanks."
It's all right. I'll you know what they say, no PDA in the workplace. So. It's unprofessional.
Yeah. Depends on the workplace.
Oh, yeah? Okay,
Yeah.
That's good to know. All right, go on, do your important stuff.
Okay.
I hate to see you go, but I love to watch you.
Flint turns very like and just kind of like struts away, like swaying his hips.
And you're
is
kind of like
looking
a
for
wolf whistle
Wilda.
that's too loud. Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
I think Flint's looking for Wilda.
For sure. And we'll kind of cut from there. Corin, my love, my angel, what have you been up to?
I think when all of us went our separate ways, Corin had very much still was holding Goldie's hand. Not so much that if she had somewhere else she wanted to be or needed to be, she couldn't like let go, but very clearly was like a silent like stay with me.
Yeah, she doesn't even try to walk away.
And I think he's just kind of like scanning the crowd, trying to find his parents. Although I think he's making an assumption. He's trying to find his parents, and he's trying to find Gavaudan as well. See where they are in all of this.
I'm gonna say an investigation check here.
Investigation, you say? Yeah, that is
I
a
do.
hot, sexy 9, James.
I love that for you. It is dizzying on this beach. Everybody is looking at you, and it is overwhelming, and it is loud, and it is just, it's a lot. I think in this moment, you are fairly easily able to surmise where your parents are, as if there's anywhere that the whole of the island would queue up to get their food, it is your dad. You do
Huh.
not see Gavodon in this moment, though.
I think Corin's about to like start walking towards where he knows his parents are, and then
Sure.
kind of stops, kind of having like I don't know if it's like a bit of a panicked moment of he's excited to see them, he wants to make sure everything's fine with them, but also there's been a lot he hasn't said to them, and the world's falling to pieces. And I think instead of like continuing forward, he kind of pulls Goldie over to the side. Like everything's wild, but anywhere that's just like not immediately like within 5 feet of somebody.
Yeah, absolutely, you can do so. Hey, are you okay? Do you need a minute? Can I do anything?
He's just looking at her, and you're here. That's enough.
Okay. Well, I am here for as long as you need me to be here, so.
Do you remember when I know you remember, when I took you to that crystal cavern that I found?
Yeah.
Kind of wish we could go back there right now.
Probably. I was gonna say we could, but you know.
Yeah, it's a travel. But
Yeah.
I love you.
Yeah, was there more? Sorry, there doesn't have to be more. You said that there was more, and I didn't want to like interrupt if there was more.
I love you, and I probably should have figured out that I loved you in that cavern. Or that it was there, and I was just being, I don't know what I was being. I was being something about it.
See Goldie kind of like, the hand that isn't in yours comes up, kind of goes like this, and you see they're wearing like this sort of like oversized jacket. She starts kind of like fishing around in her pockets. It's one of those jackets that has too many pockets, so it like takes a second. But after just a second of her going like, God fucking damn it, she pulls out this sort of like very wrinkled and crumpled napkin that's been folded over and holds it out to you.
He takes it.
Do you open it?
Yeah.
Inside are what you assume were once two really nice biscuits, but are now just sort of a lot of crumbs. And on top there's like butter and honey, but it's kind of smeared everywhere. So like you open the top and it does that like weird kind of string pull. And she goes, "Oh God!" And it's ice cold. She goes, "Oh God." You said in your letter we missed breakfast, and we were supposed to have breakfast, and so I thought. Honestly, it seemed more romantic this morning, but they're kind of fucked now, and that's not the point. The point is, I can barely eat breakfast anymore if you're not there, which is stupid because I've had like a million breakfasts in my life without you, but I don't really want to have any more or be without you. And look, I know the world is fucked, and we're fucked, and everything is just really, 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 really fucked. But I don't want to have breakfast without you anymore, and I think that means something. I think something that I think both of us have been really kind of scared to talk about for a long time, because it's it's a big thing. And I mean, we don't have to right now because you're covered in blood and dirt. And if you want to, we can. But if you don't want to, we don't have to. I just with sort of like the condition that you're gonna have breakfast with me tomorrow, and the day after that, and the one after that one. It'll be tomorrow. It'll be better than this. It's not gonna be like a really fucked up biscuit. Well, probably it won't. I don't really know what the like ration situation is on the boats because there's a lot of. I'm rambling. I love you also. I love you. I love you too. I will get you. You'll have better breakfast tomorrow.
I think Corin has just like halfway, like at the end of that, like I'm rambling, has just shoved one of the biscuits in his mouth and
God,
just
don't eat
eating
that.
it like it's the most delicious thing he's ever
awful.
tasted in his life.
It's really bad. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's pretty fucking bad. It's very clearly been in her pocket for hours.
he eats he eats everything that's in there.
Oh God, I would. Okay. Oh, it's in there.
I'd like to have breakfast with you every morning too, but maybe
Okay.
Maybe we cook it together.
Yeah. And it doesn't go in any pockets because that really kind of fucked this up, I think.
I mean, it can go in pockets, but I think you need it. And he just kind of like jokingly points to his little thing he's got. Yeah,
Yeah, that would have been smarter. I gotta get one of those.
And I think he just kisses her.
Yeah, absolutely. With the two of you kind of finding this little moment of something akin to peace on the beach, we will pop over to Ventress. Ventress, what are you up to?
Ventress? I think she's headed to Woodward.
Hell yeah, then we will actually, I lied, come back to you in a moment. We're gonna wrap up the beach stuff, and then I promise I'm coming back. I'm coming back for you, baby! Wilda, what have you been up to?
Wilda has been on the move.
Nice.
Because Wilda is a community leader that, for either what feels like there is 1,000 years, she knows the people that are community leaders that are not titled people, and has been weaving through the crowd, gathering them, and in as few words as possible, inspiring them to take lead in organizing their groups and communities so that they can group together to go on one of the 50 ships together, and also grabbing everyone she knows that is phenomenal at organization and administration. And if their kids, obviously with them because they're grouping up, they're going with Heath. Heath is forming a group called Adventures in the Stars Committee. It's a group of children, teens, and those who love to work with children, make songs and stories so that they can gain catharsis and share the story of who they are and what has been done here and what we are setting out to do. Anyone is free to join that group if they would just also like to be a part of that, but it's going to be led with the children and teens because they have the most unkempt joy and are just like, I don't know what's happening, so they are a good filter for that. Flint, knowing the Starfarers, Wilda is like immediately the second you're done conversations, grabs literally your ear and is like, come with me.
A cat tries to bat your hand away as you
Wilda immediately speak with animals, you're coming with me too.
What? Okay.
Welcome to the party. Wilda's in work mode. Flint, let me know each of the Starfarers that is welcome to talk to people that would like to know more about space exploration, because we are going to mark each of them with a yellow flower in their hair because I have an announcement to make. Do that immediately. And then that way, anyone interested in learning the skills of starfaring, they will report to those people, and anyone that is like not okay to do it right now, they will be free from that. All right. Wilda then stands on a barrel and then begins to shout for attention. And it's like, people of Tethelin, hello.
Make me a charisma check. I'm gonna say with advantage because you are making this beach
your
bitch right now.
I have plus 15 in persuasion. May I use it?
You know what? Actually, don't. Just see if you get a nat 20 because I think that'd be fun.
I would love
to. Also, for that incredible organization, please take DM inspiration for this session because
I was going to use. I have a past inspiration.
Take another one, babe.
Okay, I'm rolling 3 times because I'm getting below
Good
10.
for
So
you.
I don't like that. Okay, a 12, so I'm at 27.
Yeah, that'll do it. You see, what was once this sort of like extremely noisy chaos of the beach as everyone tried to figure out what the fuck was going on, in a matter of seconds, is silent. All of you who are still on the beach and even Ventress on your way out to Woodward, all the noise around you cuts out as Wilda's up on a barrel.
Yeah. Wilda's there. Anyone that Wilda has gathered is in lines on either side of the barrel so that they can be seen. Hello. We understand that we have that there has been some confusion. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for doing what you can to get us prepared for our venture and evacuation. What you need to know so far, we are trying to get communities to stay together because we understand that is important within this time. On each of the ships, we want to make sure that we have the people that we know with us, as obviously this is new for all of us, but we also want to make sure we have balance there. So when you are grouping together, we have joined your community leaders. See which one of these people or multiple are familiar to you and go to them. And we have paired them each with an administrative personnel so that we can make sure we have balanced production and people on there. So if you prefer medicine, whatnot, what have you, please come with that. Bring all of the members, or at least report all the members of your family. That will be there. As well, we have what we are calling the Adventures in the Stars Committee. Heath Waves. Heath will be spearheading this, and so any children, teens, community leaders, or those to work, we will be establishing songs and stories so that we can both make the most out of this time and also share the stories, as what is happening today is not something small. This is something big, and we all understand that. We all need to hold space for that. So please, once you have reported or a member of your family has reported, please, if you would like, Adventuring in the Stars, make sure to gather your things, and you will be given a vessel that you will go on. These vessels will not be completely separated at all times, so don't think you are potting with everyone you know. To be specific, I believe our first stop, so that we can get ourselves gathered and take a moment, some asteroids, which I scoped out. It sounds a little scary, asteroids, but it's just a fun time. It's just a little floating rock. We're all gonna have a great time. And also, he's not here with us right now. Cosmo can establish green spaces in each ship. So if you have a plant that you really enjoy, that is in good condition, we know what that looks like. We know what's been going on. You can bring that with you so we can establish green spaces on each ship. If there are any questions, please do not shout out. Please report to myself, Keith, or anything else. If you would like to take more of a leadership position yourself when it comes to piloting a spaceship, please look out for a Starfarer that has a yellow flower in their hair or around their head. The ones that don't, they're hard at work. We don't want to interrupt them. All right. Now, things need to be done, but we are in this together. We are a community, and we are there for one another. If you see someone that needs help with carrying something, we help one another out. This is time for all of us to step out because we are all here in this together. Stands there for a moment. Thank you. Big hugs.
You get very scattered, enthusiastic, but like a little overwhelmed applause. And
Mhm.
after just like a moment of hesitation, people start going where you told them to go. Your system works beautifully.
Lovely.
Yeah.
There's like more also like ropes are being done out, so there's like lines and
Sure.
cues going on.
Love that.
Wilda is using like the creation spell to be like, here's more like wood that is like
Sure.
specifically poles, because there's obviously rope by like naval vessels
Mhm.
and stuff. So is just going into that mode, and Wilda's in community
Absolutely.
organizer focus.
And it shows.
Yeah.
In just a matter of moments, you have managed to turn what was truly chaos into something akin to organization. And it is impressive. And I, James the Human Man, am impressed with you. And I feel like you should be DMing the session, but I'm going to continue DMing the session. What did we do without you? Truly, sincerely. All right. And Wilda, are you going to kind of stay and maintain this?
Yes, Wilda is doing this because knowing Wilda doesn't need to do anything else. Wilda just every
Sure.
once in a while does ascending comm style to like Wilda the second is just like, get your rest down here, and Will's like, I'm already
Yeah, sorry,
there.
I'm
And
on my way. I'm on my way. I'm just trying to pack up all the things. You know, it's
I
not as
know.
easy as it sounds. There's a lot of shit in this fucking house.
I know. Just make sure you get it all down, and I'll reserve a spot for you on one ship so the entire fam's
Thank you.
together.
I
Okay.
appreciate that. Thanks.
All right. I'll
Hey,
let it
Mom,
down.
I missed you.
I miss you too.
Okay. Sorry, yeah, no time for sentiment. Hey, take that out of your mouth. And the sentiment.
Always time for sentiment. Love you. Bye.
And we will leave Wilda there. My God, just taking this bull by the horns. And literally and figuratively. And with that, I think we're going to go ahead and take our break. Don't change that Twitch channel. It's got a really good time after, and no tears will be shed, and it's going to be fine. And I'm excited to spend the time with all of you. Okay, get a snack. Bye!
Bye.
Ciao.
Hi, everybody. Sometimes you're so sad you all decide to do a bit, and the bit is putting your face really close to the camera. I don't have an explanation. It was just funny. I hope you laughed. Anyway, we can like Dungeon Dragons, I guess. Thank you all. Good bit. Good bit. Shaking your hands. Good bit. We pick up with a couple of our beloved party members on the way to Woodward. Anything you would like to do on that walk?
I think Willow kind of not seen Pamali in a minute, and so before kind of sees Ventress making their way off the beach, and will go and collect Pamali. Kind of like see them with their parents, and as they're walking, like, you can stay with your parents if you need to. If you want to.
I really want to be next to you, to be honest. She like grabs your hand.
I need anything? Can I do anything? You're carrying a dress.
Yeah. Well, she whips around and like when she does like specks of like beads from her actual dress that she's wearing, like flicks at you. Yeah. This one's
a
not
place to change.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, like kind of like scoot to a hole, grab your hand, and takes their hair and flips it around the front of them, and will kind of like stand over you, and their hair just reminiscent of that first like moment at the festival, completely surrounds you and curtains you, and for a moment it's just you and them, and you have a little bit of peace from the outside.
Ventress looks back and is just like.
Question for you, Ventress. Have you brought Birch with you?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
And is
Birch
like
kind of like looks at you, looks back at them, and looks back at you and goes, "Oh my god, that's my brother." Nope, it's fine.
Should we make out just so that they feel more comfortable?
I mean, I guess if we have to, we can.
I don't know, Pamali. Okay, well, thank you. So you gonna watch?
I can close my eyes.
No, it's fine. You don't have to. Putting on her dress.
They watch.
She kind of like pauses. She's putting things on. She like looks at him and says, "So, there is something I did want to ask."
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, good, perfect. No, this might work great for me. Then you might say yes. I was thinking that maybe you can train me to be a monk. You were talking back on Wilda's submarine a couple days ago when we went into the water, and we both said we needed to train, right? So I thought maybe it'd be good so I can keep up with y'all.
What kind of like you want to learn to meditate? Because I've tried to teach you that many times.
Yeah, meditating doesn't really work well for me. No, no, I mean like train me to like be a monk. You know, to be able to keep up and.
But that's you're a spellcaster.
Yeah, I know, and I think that's like part of the problem. I think she's like looking over the wounds that are on Willow now that have been healed over, but like I'm always in the back and I can't heal. And I got you guys healing potions, but like I think one person drank one. So if I have to run up there and shove those healing potions down your throat, I will do that. I just need to be fast enough. And thank you, Flint. Flint was very kind in stopping me because I definitely wouldn't have made it across towards you. But I want the option to. Because y'all are so good at protecting me. I never leave a battle. I'm gonna get emotional. I never leave a battle hurt. But you always do.
And I want to be able to protect you. So, if that means I just gotta keep up, then that's what I gotta do.
You keep up. I can't do any of the things. I couldn't dream of doing what you do, and forgive me if I don't want you on a front line with me.
Well, it is not easy seeing you on the front line. You get that? For me, watching you this day.
I know, but this is not the fit. This is... No.
You won't teach me.
I can't.
Okay.
I was trained to be a monk by the iron trees, right? And the things I can do are not meant for this. Were not meant for that. I was trained so I could protect this forest. And now there won't be a forest to protect. So what's the point?
Well,
I can't teach you what you want to know.
Okay. Okay. Fine.
I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. No, you don't have to be sorry. I just... well, I have to be honest with you. I really feel like, this is my fault.
Why?
What happened to you? And I'm trying to find... No,
trust me.
I don't need you to comfort my feelings right now. I need to tell you that I do feel like it is my fault. Because Sunder spoke to me and threatened you to my face. And I was so stubborn and hopeful and believed what they said that I didn't even give it really much of a thought. And that night when we at the club, at the bar, I was trying to tell you, but I didn't. I was just so whipped up in what we were and us. And I didn't even properly warn you. I don't know. Now I feel like maybe I should have. It's okay. There's another. I'll figure out another way.
This is my doing, okay? It is. You weren't there. It was my doing. It was not your fault, okay? Just trust me.
Wait, let's just not, let's not talk about it. I don't, it's okay. I didn't mean to stress you out with that question, and I understand. It is hard. I know what the iron trees mean to you, and that connection to your culture. I understand. So I'm not gonna ask you or force you. I'll find another way.
It's just, for now, let's just focus on preserving what we have. And, Willow bends down and scoops up some of the sand from the beach and puts it in, like, a little pouch by the belt. Okay? Save it for a rainy day.
When you bend down, she, like, grabs your face and then gives you little tideward kisses and goes, okay, we'll do that.
and then goes in for an actual kiss. So how do I look? Do I look good?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
No, really good. I got
Thank you. Thank you. Oh yeah, it was a big distraction. I'm sorry.
I'll catch up to the other two.
Yeah, they're making out.
Oh,
I love it.
Hey, get a room.
We were thinking the same thing about.
Hey,
You-
hi.
you
I
think
knew you.
so.
I remembered you were there.
Mm.
Okay, and we're just gonna
We should
start
we should
dragging you
go.
into the tree line.
Oh.
Hello. As you're walking into this tree line, into this place that is your home and has been for a long, long time, out of the corner of your eye, you kind of see movement in the treetops, and you hear like rustling of leaves a little bit, but in like not in the way that the wind rustles them or a creature who is used to traveling through them might rustle them. It's sort of clumsy and harsh. And a moment later, a very kind of badly folded and partially kind of fucked up anyway message bird made of paper kind of more falls than flies from the tree line and kind of bounces off your shoulder and hits the ground and then rights itself and kind of like flaps its wings a little and turns to look up at you.
Okay, I'm just gonna like gently scoop it up in a big palm and just wait for it to unfold itself.
Sure. Its wings are a little bent and kind of fucked up a little bit. These things don't feel pain, but you can tell it's annoyed that it's having a hard time. And as it begins to sort of like shift uncomfortably and move to very awkwardly and jerkily unfold, as it unfolds, there is a piece of paper in your hands, the edge of which is very roughly ripped, as if someone did it harshly and without caring what it looked like. And the page has a little bit of ash on it. And there is writing that you recognize. And the writing says, "Got some words set up, and I think they're working. I guess I'm actually not too shabby at this stuff, huh? Who would have thought that information in those books kind of stuck? I'm sorry you had to leave me behind, but I promise I'll be okay here. Thank you for trying anyway. Just don't forget about me, okay?" And it's signed with an A and a heart.
I didn't hear any of that!
Would you like me to repeat it?
Yeah, because my brain just
Okay.
wiped it out!
That's okay. I'll repeat it. It says, "Got some words set up, and I think they're working. Guess I'm not too shabby at this stuff, huh? Who'd have thought the information in those books actually kind of stuck? I'm sorry you had to leave me behind, but I promise I'm going to be okay here. Thank you for trying anyway. Just don't forget about me, okay?" And it's signed with an A and a heart.
I think this like piece of paper just like flutters like from the hand, and there's just like he's staring down at their hand as if they can still see the words there, and gone very pale.
I think
And there's no like tears in their eyes because I think there's just been so much crying and sad. This is like goes beyond like something that's just sad. This is just devastation and loss.
I think when the paper flies, like Pamali like goes and grabs it and reads it, and like her head whips up towards Willow Frozen in that position, and she just goes on the other side of them and just puts her hand over that paused one, and starts like rubbing the back of their hand, like not force them to come to, but like whenever they're ready to get back into their body. Before she puts their hands down.
Maybe I can take one of the boats and go back and
Oh, go back where? To
to
ruin?
ruin.
No.
What? be a few hours.
Oh. And then what? You're gonna face
And
Sunder alone?
and then Mimmy's not there. He's clearly distracted.
On his own divine land. Willow, we went there and you went down.
So won't we just leave her there?
No, I don't know.
She'd be better off dead, because then at least the fucking god of death could maybe salvage some of this fucking mess.
Have the answer, Will. But we can't go back. We can't. Because then you go. Then I would have to follow. Right? Then everybody else is gonna follow. And we know that we are no match. And if it's successful, what if people have to evacuate quickly? Then what? We're stuck in the galaxy on a small boat.
I was responsible for her.
Can't think like that, Will. No.
I failed her.
Will. She didn't share what was happening with Sunder. He was... I think Pamali is, like, trying to wrap her mind around just the situation in general, because, like, it's just so against their community to, like, say, like, we can't go back for someone. And she's struggling. Will you cannot put that on your shoulders. She did not tell you what was going on, right? Therapists can only fix what they know.
And I know she's there. And she's alone. So what do I do with that? How do I live with that?
I think Pamali just goes and just, like, wraps them up. Because she just does not have the answer.
I'm not a god, but fuck, if I had just a little bit of that power, I would use it for something different than this. What is the point of them?
I'm a daughter of a god, and I'm struggling right now to give you an answer. Will. All I do know is that you really cannot think like that. You cannot blame yourself for what Sunder is doing. It's Sunder's doing. And you did reach her at the end. You did.
No, this is. He's gonna dig around in, like, their pockets, try and find some kind of pen or a quill.
Sure. Yeah, easy enough.
And is just gonna, like, kind of drop to their knees on the ground and, like, turn this piece of paper over and start, like, scribbling. And it's just, like, barely legible writing. True doctor's writing. And just, you need to get out of there. We left your boat. Get off the island. We can pick you up. We can find you. Please come home. And it just, like, puts all of their, like, energy and magic into this, like, little piece of paper and willing it to fly again.
Yeah, the same piece of paper that the note was written on?
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of, and you have done this before. This is something that everybody on Tathellan and in the archipelago knows how to do. You kind of channel this burst of energy, exhausted as you are, And you see once again the bird begins to refold itself along the same lines that were there before. A little bit cleaner this time. The wing is not quite as fucked up as the bird sort of retakes shape and sort of flutters its wings. And this time it's right. You folded it correctly. You fixed this one thing, and it kind of looks up at you, and it flutters, waiting for you to give it a name.
Go to ruin. Go. As quickly as you can.
And without another word, it sort of begins to flap its wings, take up. This time doesn't like eat shit in the tree line, kind of goes around them, and is out of sight.
Okay. I need to speak to some people, so let's go.
Let's move. Yes.
All right, you guys continue through Woodward along a familiar path that Willow you don't even have to check for anymore. You know this like the back of your hand, and you walk through the trees that were once lush and full of leaves and beautiful, and now whose limbs sag down to the ground, and most of whose leaves lay in the dirt and the dying grass. And before too long, your sort of the familiar area in which most of your family lives comes into sight. Most of the hammocks are gone. There's a few still there, kind of abandoned. The fire is black and hasn't been lit for some time. Most of the houses' doors are still open as things have been torn through. You get the sense that Maple and Birch successfully did the task that you gave to them, which was get as many people from Woodward out. And even stepping in once again, you feel the heavy, oppressive weight of that exhaustion of just being here in your home. But not too far off, you can kind of hear what sounds like two different sets of voices coming further towards the ancestry, where Ventress, you would also know the root house is set into the roots of that large tree. And the ancestry itself is where most of the elders live.
I kind of glance at Ventress. It's just a wordless glance, like, are you ready? Are you okay?
I think Ventress is just like starting to cry a little bit and nods her head in that way that she always used to do when she's like prepared for something that she's not actually prepared for. And I think she heads straight into the root house.
Before you can do so, Birch kind of pulls on your hand and says, "Do you need me? Do you want me to stay?"
No, I mean, you can... I prefer you not leave here.
Yeah, no, I'll be here.
I'll come back out and... knowing you're here. Right here.
Okay. Yeah, then I will be right here. So good.
Okay.
And we'll let you go. As all of you sort of near this area where all the voices are coming from, you see the two sources of them. First, standing and kind of pacing just in front of the doors to the root house, which are normally lit up by the lights inside but now are dark. All of you see Tevren and Celios just outside, sort of speaking quietly, looking extremely worried. Tevren is pacing, and so you realize sort of the source of this voice as he's talking a bit louder than Celios is. Very clearly, Celios is trying to put Tevren at ease, and it's not going well. And the other sort of source of voices is not too far off from that as well, off to the side. Vanala and Maple are speaking with a figure that, Willow, you probably know who this is. This is one of the Iron Tree Elders. This sort of 6'5", barely humanoid figure of gnarled and twisted tree branches with eyes of swirling river water. Far more tree than person, holding this large staff. You would know this is Branch, uses he, any pronouns. Branch is sort of the semi-diplomatic arm of the Iron Tree Elders and is kind of the person that gets sent to deliver bad news most of the time. And you see Maple is arguing with Branch off to the side. Not yelling, but very clearly like gesticulating very big and speaking a bit louder, and Vanala is sort of just looking between them and nodding a little bit.
I've seen this before.
Yeah, no kidding, huh? You think, should I, like, say something? Mom's just kind of yelling at him, and Branch is, like, a nice dude. Do you want to say something? You've had a long day. I can say something.
Do you want to say something?
No, I really don't want to say something, but you look like shit, so I can say something, I guess.
Doge, I'm gonna need you to stop telling me I look like shit.
You look great. Do you want me to say something? I got it. I'm so good at talking to people and mediating conflict.
I'm gonna go talk to Mom.
Okay, I'll go with you though, and I'll look really scary in the background so they know it's serious. Like that.
I love you. Let's go.
I love you. Okay. Let's go. Pamali, are you sticking with Willow and Birch, I'm assuming?
I think she kind of steps back to the little seating area where the logs were, and where people kind of sit in like community.
Sure.
I think she goes there and sits there, and she'll be doing her own little thing. But yeah, just
we
taking
will
a moment
start
for
with you
herself.
then, if that is okay.
Oh, sure.
Pamali, you're kind of sitting here and a little bit off, enough that you can like see and make out the gist of both conversations, but just far enough away to have a little moment of peace. And as you're sitting there, you hear a little bit of rustling from the tree line behind you, like snapping branches and sort of like the brushing of dry leaves.
Yeah, she like kind of snaps over to look.
Yeah, just sort of barely in light that is conceivable and only truly visible because of the light it gives off. There is a familiar but odd for this area sight of a large constellation reindeer. These typically remain up in cloudward. You kind of get the sense that maybe this one was wandering looking for a place that didn't feel quite so bad to live in and wandered its way down the mountain. These huge antlers just dripping with constellations whose stars are not quite as bright as they should be. And he is just standing in the tree line, kind of looking at you.
Oh,
Not afraid.
I think she looks at them and her heart just falls. She starts to step forward in the river that is kind of cuts through woodward. I think she extends her hand and like shapes water to kind of pull some over and just like cups it to try to give a little bit of water, see if it'll take some.
You hold out this water in your hands, and without even a check, because this reindeer doesn't feel well, and you can see he's breathing a little bit heavily with sort of the exertion of this journey that it's...
Before she actually does that, she had one little last like healing potion in her pack. Can she mix that with the water and give it to
Absolutely, you can do so. I love that. As you sort of hold your hands out, you see this reindeer kind of takes one step and two and looks at you. Almost like it's looking into your soul, and it sees the weight of your exhaustion in the way that it matches its own. And lets out this huge sigh that sort of like leaves this puff of almost fog out of its nose, and then will come over and begin to drink. And as it sort of drinks with this healing essence, you can see a few of the stars begin to flicker a little bit brighter, and the breaths are less labored. So finally it kind of looks up at you, and you can't speak with animals, but you see the gratefulness in its eyes. You have alleviated the worst of it, and it sees in you your kindness and what you have done.
In this moment, once it's done drinking, and it takes I think she tries to reach and like gives it a little pat.
Yeah, you can kind of like run your hand up along the spot of its nose, and it leans its forehead into your palm.
I think she gives a little step back to let it continue roaming, hoping that it finds some place. And I think at that point, like at the opening of the forest, I think she kind of sits down like crisscross applesauce and starts digging through her bag for like a shell that has, I think it has a little candle in it because she's just used it so much to pray in it. She kind of places that, and she has like a little bottle that she's kind of been like holding on to. She used to use it all the time, so it's like at the bottom of her bag, but it's filled with like apple blossoms, like dried little apple blossoms, and she puts that in the shell, and she'll do a little prayer. But if you wanted to go to other people, if that's cool, but she'll start to set up to do a little prayer to Tereus.
Absolutely. We will circle back to you in a few moments. We will pick up then with Ventress. Ventress, as you approach, both Tavren and Cilios kind of look up at you, and you see Cilios is a figure without emotion, so he kind of goes very still. But you see the pain in Tavren's face when they look at you, and they kind of just watch you approach.
Is she in there? Is she okay?
Yeah, she's in there. She won't let any of us in there. But she's in there in the garden. She is alive.
Okay. It's
She's
comforting.
not okay.
Okay. Can I try to go in?
Yeah, please. Please do. And we'll kind of step aside so you can open those doors if you would like to. And you can see like the handles and the doorway have all been sealed with just like vines and flowers and moss, as if Eliseus sealed the way shut. But you kind of reach out and you place your hand on the handle and they begin to pull away.
I think as they pull away, she just gently, very quietly walks inside.
Yeah, absolutely. You can kind of hear as the vines reseal behind you. The door shuts. The lights. Normally, this is a busy and full place. Today, it is dark and it is quiet. And there's just barely enough light streaming in for you to see where you're going. But as Tavren said, the door to the greenhouse, which just a few days earlier you were talking to Eliseus in, is ajar, and a bit of light kind of streams through it.
I think as Ventress walks back there, she like runs her hands along like the tables and stuff and just remembers of like the comfort she felt always coming in there when she was younger, and finding that in Eliseus, and kind of like just when she gets to the greenhouse door, just kind of peeks her head in to see where Eliseus is sitting or laying down.
Yeah, you look in and you see this sort of familiar sight of rows and rows of planters, most of which have been picked through. There's a few that were left behind, but very clearly someone had the foresight to go through and take some that might be essential to feeding a population and healing. And it is, there's like maybe one light on in here, and it is in the back, and so it is still dim and hazy. But in the very back, in the same place that you spoke with her not that long ago, you see a figure. It almost doesn't look like a figure at first, and you realize as you kind of step closer, it's because Eliseus is sat on the ground, hugging her knees with her head kind of tucked in against the top of her knees, and her shoulders are shaking.
I think Ventress just walks very slowly over to her and sits next to her and kind of like puts her chin on her arm.
As you get closer, you can see what you thought might have been like loose soil from the hurried grabbing of these plants on the floor. You realize is a trail of dead leaves and blackened flower petals and vines that have fallen from Eliseus. And as you get closer, you can sort of see in the dim light in here on her arms and on the moss that sort of makes up her hair and her dress, and on the little bit of her face that you can see, it is just blackened. There are bits of life still there, but very clearly she has walked away from this hurt. And you kind of rest on her arm, and you feel one kind of trembling hand come up and just hold your cheek. And she sniffles and says, "Hi, Ventress."
Hi. You don't look good.
Thank you. That's very
Mhm.
kind.
Yeah.
I've looked better.
Yeah.
No offense, you don't look so great yourself, though. So
Thank
I
you.
guess I'm in good company.
Yeah, you know. Zirian told us that you came because I called you, essentially.
I think here you see her head kind of lifts and she like switches cheeks to look at you. And as she does, you can sort of see crawling up her chin and her jaw here what almost looks like if the black marks that you'd seen on Benedra and your friends could form something like a hand. It looks just the vaguest bit like that, kind of peeking out from the bit of skin you can see. When she looks at you, cheeks just kind of stained with what to her is sort of like morning dew, but what you know to be tears. And she reaches out and kind of smooths her hand along your cheek and says, "It's not your fault. I knew. And I came anyway because I love you. And I don't want you to feel bad."
I don't feel bad.
Are you lying? Because I'm just saying, you know, I feel like shit, and it would be kind of mean to lie to me right now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel a little bad.
Okay.
You're bigger than a god, Alice is. I don't. Why don't. You should just come with us. You should just come with us. You don't have
I
to
wish
stay
I
here,
could.
and we can go and find Gangal, and we can be on the ship, and you can hang out with Maple and Lena and Wilda, and you're better than all of them, and I don't want you to
think
go,
you-
and
A little bit biased, but
I don't care anymore.
I wish I could come with you. Okay,
You can't, and you can.
my love,
Please.
my most perfect paladin. I can't. If I could, I would. I have to go. I made a promise to Kingal that, in the end, before, that I would meet him. And I can't break that promise.
What do you mean, me? We can go get Gangal.
I have to go now. Ventress.
I don't want you
I'm
to
only still here because I couldn't leave you.
I can't go without you. I can't. I don't know what I'm going to do.
You can do anything. And you will.
I couldn't fight that god. If you hadn't come,
Neither could I. And I am so much older than you, Ventress. It's not your fault.
It's not
my
yours
fault.
either. It's
I know. But it doesn't change the fact that we both have things we have to do for the people we love.
I would
So
give
I
it all
have to
up if you
go.
come with us and you can.
Oh, Ventress. Kind of smooth some of your hair back. You are everything to me. And you have to continue being everything out there, because there's a whole galaxy out there, and they don't even know that the best person to exist is tucked away in here. And me, I gotta, make sure Tavren's not overwatering the flowers. So I have to go say goodbye to Kingal and come back and help them go, because I don't think there isn't much of me left, but they can't do it without me either. I can't leave them. Just like
They
you
don't
can't
deserve
leave.
you.
When you
They don't
love someone,
see
it's not a
you.
matter of them deserving. Sometimes you just love them anyway.
Well, I'll find you again. Will I see you?
I hope so. I think so. It's a big galaxy out there, and we live for a long time. So, I think so. It's not really a goodbye. It's a goodbye for now.
For now? I don't know. I don't know how to do it.
You're gonna be brilliant. You're gonna be okay. And I'm gonna be okay because I'm pretty cool, so
You are pretty
we're
cool.
both gonna be okay together, just with a little more distance than we're used to. You
Right.
are the bravest, toughest person I have ever known, so you are gonna be fine. You're gonna go out there and you're gonna make your mark on everything. And I can't wait to watch.
I think she just can't even speak and just kind of pulls Eliseus in and
Yeah.
just holds them so tightly, like a little kid that doesn't want to let go.
She, this sort of like almost 7-foot form, scoops you up into her lap and just holds you, and you are surrounded by this smell of flowers and morning mist and rain. And she will hold you there as long as you'll stay.
I'm just gonna stay for a little bit. Yeah.
That's okay. And after probably about 10 or 15 minutes, she will kind of pull back to look at you and say, I have to go, Ventress. I'm so sorry.
I understand.
I'm so proud of
I'm glad I had you for as long as I have. For what it's
you. And you
worth.
still have me. And she'll kind of like reach up and like out of her fingertips, these sort of like 3 perfect little flowers tuck themselves behind your ear. I'm always gonna be with you, even if you can't see me.
I trust that.
Okay. Is there anything I can do for you before I go?
Not anything you can give me.
And she'll sort of take your face in her hands and meet your eyes and look at you. And just sort of reach in and press a long kiss to your forehead and pull back. Say, don't you ever believe for a second that you are not the whole world. Okay.
I love you so much.
I love you so much, it's stupid. Really, don't tell any of the other paladins or clerics or druids I have out there, because once you get out there, if you tell them, they're gonna get really jealous. And it's gonna be like a whole thing, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a lot of angry prayers, so you just between us. Yeah?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And she'll sort of, like, still kind of holding you a little bit, come to stand and very gently place you on the ground and look down at you. And hold out her hand.
Ventress
we?
will take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And together you guys can walk hand in hand out of the root house. And we will move from there to our friends, speaking with Maple and Vanilla and Branch. Okay. As you kind of get closer, you can hear Maple, Vanilla, who is just sort of sitting here looking between the two. You can hear Maple saying, and look, I don't care if it's not done, Branch, because lots of things weren't done before they were done. And listen, I know we have traditions here, but I think they're stupid traditions, and you should just get on a boat, because I don't know what's gonna happen here, but I know what's gonna happen on a boat, and we're gonna go. And Branch is just sort of sitting there looking down at her with this sort of passive, unreadable face. And just very quiet, kind of like goes to speak and looks up at you, and there's almost something akin to like relief on his face. And you see Maple and Vanilla both turn to look at you, and Maple like has tears in her eyes a little bit. Hi.
Hi, Mom.
Instantly, like, arms come out to you and just pull you in for this crushing hug.
What are you guys doing?
Oh, you know. Vanilla will kind of like, I believe your mum is trying to convince Branch and the other Iron Tree elders to come with you. It's going really well.
Kind of like incline my head towards Branch. Yeah, she's
Branch.
wearing you down.
There's a long pause. You kind of hear like the creaking of wood a little bit as his head turns down to look at you. It's just not done, Willow. But your mother is trying her best.
Would you let me try?
Kind of inclines their head a little bit. And Maple
I
kind of
even
like pulls
try?
back, puts her hands on her hips and goes, yeah, sure, you try. You fixed it last time, though. Maybe they'll listen to you. And kind of like takes a few steps back behind Vanilla to grumble.
Oh, you've never left Woodward before. Why would you now?
Kind of just looks at you.
What will you do?
We will remain and guard the forest, as has always been done. Whatever of it is left will be ours, as it has always been. And if the day comes where our watch is ended, we will return to the cycle of life, as we always have. It is what's done.
What's done for me? Where should I go? I'm half you, I'm half her. What do I do here?
Kind of stops and considers. And then those sort of eyes of iridescent blue river water look back up at you. And Branch says, your roots put down more easily in all kinds of soil than most of ours. We are an old and stubborn people. We like the things that we have known. You have seen all kinds of soil and many forests. And though it may be hard, I do not worry about your ability to put down roots once more. Any forest would be lucky to have you, and I hear there are a great many in the expanse. You only have to pick the one that makes you feel like putting down roots there wouldn't be so bad. You are your own home, Willow. You are the heart of these people. And even though you are also the heart of mine, we can live without you. We'll find a way. They cannot.
Thanks, I think.
Kind of like laughs a little bit, but it's less like a laugh of like the way that a humanoid would laugh, and more just sort of like the creaking of wood and the rushing of water and this sort of sound of like air rushing through the leaves of a tree. I did not say it would be easy. I said we would make do.
Willow looks at Vanilla.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I have to stay. I am a magister. There is a job to be done, so... It will be a little less easy for me, I think, to get used to a forest without you, but I am very stubborn, so...
Willow will like reach over and kind of just like hold his mom's hand.
Yeah. You see kind of tears are falling down Maple's cheeks now. That being said, I know you are all wrapping up your business. I believe you are needed, all of you, in the council room. I was just headed that way if you'd like to walk with me, but if you'd like to take a longer route, I understand. I'm sorry.
Right. I'll let you to say your goodbyes.
You see Vanala kind of nods and steps off to the side with Maple a little bit and begins just kind of gently smoothing the tears off Maple's cheeks. And Branch kind of looks at you for a moment and kind of reaches down a little bit into what the human equivalent of a rib cage would be, but for him it's just sort of a series of branches. And plucks this, kind of pulling out from it this little like sapling a little bit, almost like a cutting of a plant. And looks at it and then kind of holds it out to you in his great hand and says, "When you find that forest, will you plant a bit of me there too?"
Yeah.
Thank you.
What kind of
You
soil
have
do you
been-
like?
Sorry?
What kind of soil do you like?
Kind of like looks down at the soil below and squints and looks back up at you. In truth, I have never thought about being planted in soil that isn't this before.
Alright, I'll do my best.
Okay. You have been a faithful guardian to our people. Thank you.
You never wanted us here, you'd be glad to see us gone.
Kind of like looks over his shoulder as if towards like where the rest of the iron trees might be, and then looks back at you and leans in and says, "Personally, I always thought you were pretty cool. I'll miss you." And then kind of straightens back up and goes, "Well, there are things to be done. I must take my leave." And like that kind of laugh again of air. And that is sort of like, it becomes a little somber again and nods. And kind of turns to Maple and nods a little bit, which she returns out of the corner of her eye. And then Branch will kind of just lumber their way back up into the ancestry. And it is around this time that the door opens for Ventress. Pamali, we will come back to you in your prayer. You got it. You got it. I believe it. There you
I
go.
like double muted myself.
Oh God. Oh.
Yes. Sorry if you can hear Blue Boy in the background. We have
That's
a
okay.
visitor.
I love
so-
him. Maybe.
Yeah, I think that Pamali, yeah, so she's sitting crisscross and she like lights this little candle and I think she just kind of like looks up to the sky and just closes her eyes and just starts to speak. But I wrote down a little something so I can just get it all out.
Yeah.
But I think that she starts praying to Tereus.
Yeah.
And she starts to say, "Hi, I think the last time I prayed to you was about a year or so ago when I was desperately trying to reconnect with Sven. Sorry, it's been a minute since I've touched base, but there is a lot that is happening to the families of this archipelago, and I know that you're busy. The rest of the gods and the amount of power that you have might be finite, but I still can't help but ask if you could spare just a little bit for the families in the community here to keep them strong and together and connected. Many of us don't know what's out there beyond the safety of Tethelon's bubble, so just keep the trust and the honesty here in these communities strong, whether they're on the ship or not. And oh, my dad told me to be a little selfish today, so if I can ask something else." And I think she pauses and thinks over her loved ones, and she thinks back to Corin crying on her shoulders for 3 days straight, and Flint, somebody who was always composed or tries to be composed, screaming "fuck" and just losing it in that bubble, and Ventress, who is always knows what she wants, being so indecisive about what she needs to do, just thinking back to the breakfast when she was thinking about taking Sunder's deal, and Wilda,
someone who is always in control as well, losing a grasp on herself and throwing that cup in the submarine after healing Willow, and that power being sucked from her. And then she thinks of Willow and all the times, just in this day, not even just the week, but just alone this day, of how many times she thought she was going to lose Willow and she felt like she couldn't protect them. And even in this moment before they sat down with a letter from Mandora and not knowing how to protect their feelings there too. Help me know how to protect my family and what to do next. I'm trying my best, but right now it is not enough. And I know I am strong, but God, I feel so weak. So if there's anything you can spare for my family, please.
And then you... No, sorry, please continue.
No, that's it.
You send this prayer out, and a moment later, sort of similar to when you heard the reindeer, but more wind, you hear the leaves begin to kind of rustle behind you, and the trunks of the trees and the boughs begin to creak a little bit. And then from your peripheral vision, you see kind of stepping out from behind a tree that you know nobody was behind a moment before, is Tereus, who, as a reminder, is this sort of lithe figure with warm-toned tan skin covered in winding family tree branches that stem from a trunk on their sternum. His reddish-brown curly hair pulled back into a very slutty little man bun, and he's wearing kind of like a green, almost like a toga, kind of twisted, secured with a clasp that is also a tree. And they sort of tuck their hands behind their back and look at you with this sort of very measured, kind, sad look. And says, Molly, now why on earth would you think that you're not strong enough when you've been protecting these people for days?
Because everyone is so broken.
That's not your fault. You're trying your best to put the pieces together, and you're fixing it. And just because there's more that's breaking because other people out there can't take time to think about their actions, that doesn't mean you're not fixing the pieces you do have. That's worth something. You hang on, and you see he kind of comes and like sits beside you in this table, and like lifts up their hand and sort of like waves it between you, and you kind of feel this like almost as if there was a cord anchored to you go taut, and he kind of nods behind you, goes, turn around.
She turns.
You see, coming from your own sternum, these strings of different colors. You see there are some that are sort of these like darker shades of blue and brown that extend to birch and to maple and to vanilla, and inside the root house to Ventress. And there is one to willow that is like twisted and golden, and even some still that go through the tree line up to cloudward. Hundreds of these tethers of all different colors going in all different directions. And Tereus kind of like folds his arms. They say, I'm lucky enough that I get to see these sort of lines that make up family, that connect everybody. This big tapestry of the whole galaxy. Molly, you have some of the most the most family lines I've ever seen, maybe. You are the beating heart for so many people of your family. Your love fixes more than you think. And I know it's been a shit couple days. I don't mean to discount that.
Yeah,
It's
what
pretty
the fuck?
bad.
Yeah.
Just because you feel like you've cracked under the pressure doesn't mean there's something wrong with you. Most people would have made it 3 hours into what you've been dealing with and cracked. And look at you, you're here and you're standing. Even the strongest materials in the galaxy, under enough pressure, break. That doesn't mean they're not strong.
I think that's probably why I don't feel strong, because I feel like I'm about to break.
You're allowed to. You face down a god that I haven't even looked at. in over 1,000 years, and you were just looking at him, and you were fighting him, and you're sitting here, and you're, by my standards at least, fairly put together. You are allowed to break sometimes. There's nothing wrong with it. It doesn't make you weak. Look, I know you feel like shit and you're entitled to that, and I don't mean to make it sound like you're not, because you could go hop on a ship and cry for the next 2 weeks, and honestly, I'd be wherever the fuck I am going. Yeah, that's fair. But Molly, look, I could give you magic. I could make you stronger. At the end of the day, it would just be like adding a little cherry on top of a sundae. You got everything you need already in there. Anything I do would just be like, I don't know, sprucing it up a little, putting fucking sprinkles on the whipped cream.
Oh.
You can eat a sundae just fine without the sprinkles. Some people don't even like sprinkles.
Oh, I like sprinkles.
This is a weird metaphor that I've started to run
I
with, but
understand it though. I
Okay,
get
that's
you.
good. It's been a
Yeah.
long week for me too. Not like, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm sorry, the world hasn't been very fair to you lately.
I think she's like a bit mesmerized by like the amount of chords that are like coming out of her sternum. I've been so caught up in this week. I don't know. I just didn't really realize. I thank you for showing this to me.
Yeah. Look, Molly, you're eyeless, kid. You are literally made of starlight. Sometimes stars gotta explode a little. You know, they gotta shine a little bright so they can tuck themselves away in the day.
Okay.
You wouldn't fault a star for it, right? It's in their nature.
That's really reassuring. Because I
can't
feel
tell if that's sarcasm or not, but I'm gonna.
No,
choose to
it's
believe it
true. No,
later.
it's
Okay,
really
that's good.
reassuring. It really is. Just like
Good.
I feel like I'm exploding in every aspect of the magic.
Good for you.
Emotionally. Yeah.
That girl explode a little.
Oh, okay. I think a wild
not
magic
like
surge
too
just
much.
happens.
Yeah, hell yeah. Roll
Yeah.
your D100.
Oh, shit.
I'm gonna say it with advantage because there is a god here to make sure that nothing like super bad happens.
Yeah. Oh god. Okay. Okay, that is an 8. Oh wait. Oh, just the. Oh no, you said D100. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, that's an 8 and a 97.
Whoa, 97. That's fucking high.
Yeah.
Very fittingly, with a 97. You feel as in this moment where you allow yourself to fall apart, which you have been fighting because you have been so caught up and worried that it would make you weak, that it would make you fallible. In this moment, you finally take a breath and let it go. And instead of this panicking, instead of a feather beard or being shot out of your body or something fittingly chaotic, in this moment, you feel it settle and washed back into you like the tides. You regain all of your expended sorcery points. And because of how poetic that is, I'm going to say you can also regain up to 3 spell slots of any level.
Ooh. Yeah. I think she sits there for a moment and she feels that. And I think after the day, I don't think the smile can like reach her eyes like it is, but it's a genuine smile that just washes over her. Thank you. Can I?
Sometimes
She just like
sorry, go ahead.
reaches out and just like puts her arms out. Like, can I have a hug right now?
Yeah, bring it in, girl. Kind of like
you.
throws his arms around you and like rubs your back, and it is genuinely very soothing, if a little silly. And kind of in your ear, you hear them say, "Sometimes you spend so much time fighting, falling apart, that the fighting is worse than the falling apart."
Yeah,
Kind of
that's
pulls
true.
back, looks at you. All right, you okay? You good?
I'm good.
Need anything
I'm
else from me?
Yeah, because they're good. I'm great.
I mean, really, I can throw some sprinkles on top if you want. I just,
If you, I mean, I won't fight sprinkles. I love sprinkles.
Okay, you have like a favorite, like, this is a weird metaphor. Are you looking for something specific? I can just listen. It's been a long day. I'd love to do something good before shit hits the fan. So,
Whatever you can gift me, I am more than happy with.
yeah. I think Soraya kind of reaches out and like goes to put a hand on your shoulder and like stops short to like pull back and look at you for a second.
She just puts her
Good.
arms out like, oh, yeah.
It's okay.
Oh, no,
Kind of
go.
like reaches in and presses his hand on your shoulder, and where it touches, it's warm, like pleasantly warm, like when you've sat in the sun for a long time and your skin kind of has that nice warmth to it. And as that happens, you feel more of that kind of like rush of water and of magic go through you. And in this moment, you regain all of your hit points. And even though mechanically you will likely not need them, you can gain 25 temporary hit points as well.
Oh.
Alright, feel better? Be a little more shored up for the rest of the night? Okay.
I do.
If you need anything, you just give me a call, okay? Really, I don't know what the fuck's about to happen, but theoretically, I don't know, they said I should be able to still, like, give magic and shit. So, I mean, you ever want to, like, be a cleric or something?
Oh? Oh.
No pressure. I don't want
Okay.
to make it weird. I'm just saying, you know.
No, yeah, no, I'll think about it.
Yeah, no, you take your time. There's a lot going on. You got
yeah.
a lot on your plate.
I've
We
been
don't have to
thinking
decide
about-
right now.
Yeah, no, I actually will think. I've been thinking about diversifying, like my repertoire, so I'll think about it.
Sure, it's good to like branch out a little bit, you know, have like a jack of all trades kind of thing.
Right. That's
I
what
mean,
was
you're good at what you do. Not that you like need. I'm gonna go. You should
Thank
probably
you.
also. Yeah, I'm proud of you. You're doing a
you.
great job.
Thank you, Therese.
Yeah. And we'll kind of step back, and it's at this time that you see Ventress and Eliseus step out of the root house, and Branch kind of make their way back, and all of you are in Woodward. We're gonna cut back very, very briefly to our friends on the beach. Is there anything specifically we would like to make sure happens? Any conversations? Any little things? We're nearing the end here, folks, so this is the time.
I think we're just kind of like waiting for the others to
Sure.
meet up. But while we're standing there, I think if Wilda's kind of like settled down a little bit, if some of the chaos has settled down a little bit, Flint's gonna kind of sidle up next to her. Okay. Hey, I know we casually know each other, but I figure under the circumstances, which are rather shit, a reintroduction might be. Can we stop, like, for just a second?
Yeah.
Hi.
Backed off from like the group line of passing. They like fall into the fold. We can gather by like there's like boxes and that's it. So Wilda like makes a little. There's rest stations.
I think he reaches out. Hi, Flint.
Wilda. Yeah,
So
how'd
do you know what's going on between Corin and Goldie? Because I saw a little something back there, and I was wondering.
There's an inkling. I had to send a was it a message to Corin, or Goldie wanted to send something to Corin when we were leaving? So I was like, something's brewing. They've been friends for a while. I don't know too much because not all of the juicy bits are shared with me, unfortunately. So what I think something's a brewing there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Flint kind of casts an eye around looking for Corin. Oh, good to know. Good to know.
Yeah, and with yourself, how did you meet up with the counselor crew?
Oh, we were all going to the summit together, and I just got tangled up in this interesting web that has been weaved. But yeah, I guess I came back on a great day. Like, just happened to come back at exactly the right moment for me to just everything to fall apart. So that was fun.
Oh, what were you up to before then?
Oh, I mean, Starfaring. faring
Yeah.
the stars,
Fair.
avoiding, life and settling in.
I can understand my original trek to get here. I was being like, adios. But it's hard to
Yeah.
remember exactly what it was for because it was very, very long ago. I was probably closer to your age.
Oh,
If you can imagine me existing.
good
now.
age to be, I guess.
Is it?
No.
If you don't mind
No.
me asking, I'm a hell of a nosy old broad. What would you run away from?
I think Flint kind of falters a little bit and kind of like glances around. And I think you kind of like get the sense that for a minute there's like this hesitancy, this almost like practiced hesitancy of just like don't tell, don't talk about it. But with you being someone who has been around for a long time, and with him having seen like the love and the trust that the rest of the group put into you, like the excitement when they saw you, and with the way that you've taken charge of everything, I think Flint feels kind of safe. And so I think this kind of mask that he's been wearing of like, I'm okay, everything's fine, just kind of crashes down, and he just kind of my dad. Oh, you're not really caught up on the speed. Yeah. So
Like I can appreciate the sentiment, but like I don't know who your father is.
yeah. Ambrose. I don't know if you've heard of Everglen or the king of Everglen.
Faintly, but nothing concrete.
Yeah, I'm a prince.
You know what? I can see it. You got a sparkle.
Thank you. His hair flares a little bit.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
Yeah, thank you. This was new. This was fun when I got here and this started happening.
Oh yeah, I
used to
didn't
look
have
like
these
this.
wings. I didn't have these wings. I'm originally full human, and this
Oh,
I
wait.
got fancy.
You did get. It's so fun. It's like this little.
It
flare.
it adds a little sparkle, adds a little life.
It
I'm
does.
very curious as to what's gonna happen when we have the hearts. Like I was protecting the little heart crystals. We have those, but I'm like, I don't know what's gonna happen when we're away from like the majority of Tethelin. I hope
Flint
I keep
hesitates a little bit at that, and like some of the kind of playful energy like dies a little bit, and he's like, "Yeah,
It's a new adventure.
Yeah, I didn't used to look like this, and I looked a lot more like my dad."
Well,
But anyway,
good change.
Can I just word vomit on you for a minute? Can I just?
Oh, Wilda like adjust the seat, sits back, crosses a leg. I have time, and if we need to, take this in segments and like we continue a story on the ship, make sure we're on the same ship. I like a little word vomit. Come here.
I'm gonna get this out as fast as I can because otherwise
Lovely.
I'm not gonna. Yeah.
Go.
I ran because I thought my dad killed my mom.
God. Wilda just places a hand on like the box that's between close to you as a gesture of here, and you can touch, but I won't initiate.
When I was younger, I didn't hate my dad. He seemed like we had an okay relationship, and I loved my mom. Just everything. And I thought he loved her too. But it's hazy, but there was just a night where she, like, I don't know why I was awake. I don't know what was going on, but I looked out the window and she was walking into the forest. And he followed her. And he was the only one who came back. And I waited for hours. And he looked different when he came back. Like, he was in winter. And he wouldn't tell me. He wouldn't tell me. He wouldn't talk about it. And he was so mean. He was so different, and I got scared. And when my sister wanted to run, I went with her, and I think I've just been running ever since. Wow, that's so great to get that off my chest.
I'm glad it's off you.
No.
Yeah.
No, can I
Bah.
take that and like put it back in?
Yeah. Here, we're gonna gather it from the air around us. Just start going like this, and then bring the air back in. Yeah, if that's what you need, bring it. Do it. Yeah, all the air, and hold it for 3, 2, 1, and now exhale. Let a little the extra out, because you don't need. Guess what? We're thinning. You were carrying a lot of weight, and we're gonna press the air that we don't need out, so we can make it smaller. You carry less. You still carry.
I'm a really ugly crier.
It's okay. Guess what? We don't need to find beauty in absolutely everything. Guess what? I'll ugly cry with you. Come on, let's go. Come on, make noises. You're strong. You're here now. And you know what you're running from. And you know what you have and the support you have now.
Oh boy, yeah, you didn't know me very well, but you know me really good now.
We are bonded.
That trauma dumping.
It's okay. It works for me. I've heard so much. It is when a child gets a scrape, it is the most pain that they've felt in their life. I
wouldn't call this a scrape. Can we call it something
I'm
bigger?
doing a metaphor and you interrupted me. Respect your elders.
Sorry.
A child gets a scrape. Worst pain they felt in their life. I'm saying if I was an adult. I'm far past an adult and you got much more than a scrape. Have I heard the exact pain you're going through? No, because people go through different things all the time. But if you ever need to share a burden, I'm a safe person to share because I've heard bad shit. Number 2, no one's going to know your pain like you know your pain. So if anyone ever compares your pain to a scrape legitimately, smack them in the face. Maybe not exactly. And I didn't say that to anyone who's listening. But like, how you process is how you process. And as long as you try to, not totally fuck up anyone's situation, fine. We all make mistakes. And guess what? You're doing the right thing. You're being safe. And yeah, it's good to drop that mask, But also it's like, it's not all a mask or whatnot. Like, you're a person that likes to enjoy and have fun. And so sometimes you need to take the part of you that has all that pain and you need to put it to the side. But when that person needs to scream their pain, you let it out. Which is good. You did it right now. Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you for being around the counselors when I could not.
Kind of like them. I think we're like super buddies, you know.
They're really great. Some of the
Wish
best.
I'd spent a little bit more time around them before this. I always liked them, but
Hey, better late than never.
Flint, as you guys are sitting here having this conversation, there's a moment where you almost feel like someone is reaching out to grab your attention and pulling you in a direction. Very gently, not hard, not thunder shit.
okay.
Just like there's an instinct to turn and look at something.
Okay. Flint kind of hesitates for a second and then turns slowly.
As you turn, you guys kind of like seated on the docks. You see resting against the sand, kind of being very like gently pushed back and forth by the tide that's washing in, is a bottle with something inside of it. And as you're looking at it, you can feel that this is yours.
Okay. I mean, Flint, being the nosy bitch that he is, immediately runs over.
Sure, good for you.
Bottle.
Yeah, you can kind of pick up this bottle. It looks like some kind of like there are bottles meant for sending messages, and then there are bottles that people just decide to use for sending messages. This was very clearly like a rum bottle recently. But you can pick it up. Do you open it and see what's inside?
Yes.
There is some parchment kind of rolled up and stuffed in. The edges are a little bit tinged with the alcohol remnants in there. You get the sense this wasn't cleaned super well before the message was put in there. But there is a scroll. Would you like to read it? You don't have to, I guess, if you don't want to.
I super want to read it.
Well, I have great news for you. I wrote a letter. You open it, and this is a letter you recognize, or excuse me, a handwriting you recognize, and it says, Flint, I know you won't get this, but somehow it helps to write it. I think about the storm that took you from me every day and how much I wish I could go back and grab you in time. I'm so sorry I wasn't there. So sorry I listened to Barker's fucking paranoia. You were more loyal to me than I deserved. I see that now. In truth, I wish I had your counsel now more than ever. Big things are happening here in Vortis. Really, really big things. Some of the clerics to Isla here seem to think there's going to be some kind of big fucking explosion at the assembly. I still don't really believe in all that shit. Not really. Gods and visions of the future and all that. Maybe it's just too much time spent with Father. Maybe I'm blind to it all. Either way, I'm not going to be around to watch them tear each other apart just to pick up the pieces. I don't really know why I'm writing this. Maybe it's the naive hope that whatever next life the tide swept you off to, this'll find its way there. Or maybe it's just the weakness everyone at court always seemed to think they saw in me. Maybe it's just that I miss you. I love you. Whatever, this is stupid, and Barker has been sighing dramatically for what feels like a fucking eternity, so I have to go. Also, if you're some fucking fisherman or whatever, tear this up right now, or by the stars, I swear— and it cuts off. And your sister, Karina Crimson, has not signed this, but you recognize her handwriting.
I think Flint is holding this letter and his hands are shaking.
Sure.
And all these years where he thought no one was looking for him or no one noticed or cared that he was gone. Come rushing up all at once, and he just I think for the first time, without any kind of humor, without any kind of, defenses, just kind of drops to his knees in the sand and like just holds that letter and stares at it and reads it over and over and over again.
Yeah. And we
And
are
I think
going
he's
to...
just gonna stay there.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, I was just saying,
We're-
he just stays there.
Wildo will probably drop off like a little blanket to sit on in the sand, just like every once in a while passes by and like another thing is there so that you can sit but in comfort. And then there's like a plate of like cheese and herb scones beside you. Wildo's keeping busy, but it's just like you've been integrated as one of the children.
Yeah. And we will kind of pull back from this moment to Corin. Corin, what have you been doing on the beach?
Corin went to find his parents to make sure everything was okay, and of course found everybody, his family, helping with the food.
They were indeed the source, kind of scooping like rice and beans and bread that is still steaming, having just come out of the oven. Very clearly trying to use up all of the food they had stored in the restaurant and putting it into whatever hands are open for it. They're also being helped by several of the gods and several people who work with your mom. Sorry, I was in the wrong place in my notes. I can tell you who's there in 3 seconds. That's what I get for taking my B-reel instead of scrolling to the place I should be. In my defense, I have to be real. Oh my god, I can't read. So Desar is there, kind of helping pass out these little teeny tiny like cakes and tarts and treats into tiny hands that belong to kids who don't really understand what's going on, but it doesn't matter because they have a little sweet and that's what matters to them. Just all these people like truly sincerely scooping as much food as possible into hands, into boxes to be placed on boats. And I mean, you can feel the energy around the work that your parents are doing and the impact they are having. And it's a lot. They are grateful to you and your family, and you can go help them if you'd like. You can kind of watch either way.
I think probably what Corin does is like when there's like a moment to just check in with like his mom, his mama, and his dad to make sure like they're packed, and if any of them are looking like really haggard, but especially we'll do it to his dad, we'll just because he got his would have taken like a rest on the way back here, just takes his 3 slots and does like lesser restoration on them so they can keep doing this as much as possible until we have to go.
And it is much appreciated. I finally found this section in my notes. Etrus and Sidair are also there, helping out, kind of distribute all of this food. And as you sort of give them a little pick-me-up, you see these, even though they are rushed and sort of sweating a little bit from the effort and from the heat coming from the ovens, they smile at you, as you have sort of given them the strength to continue helping the people around you. And as you are... Sorry, please go ahead.
No, you go ahead, James.
I was going to say, as sort of the line begins to just slightly die down and you are on the outskirts, you feel more than see a very familiar presence kind of come up behind you, smelling of leather, as Gavodan kind of crosses their arms next to you and looks to you and says, "You know, I've got to say, I've played a lot of sports in my time and won them. This is fucking hard work. I don't know if I could do... How do you even, like, make sure all of the food is ready at the same time?"
It's a gift. It's an art.
Man, I've got to... Maybe I'll practice or something when you guys are out there and I am fucking stuck here.
I've been trying to teach you how to cook for years.
I know, I'm just not good at... I don't even eat. I'm still mad that I can't cook, though. I'm going to get that fucking cookie recipe right if it kills me.
And I think Corin just, like, big hug, just grabs him and wraps him up.
Immediately kind of pulls you in a little bit too hard, and then will kind of, like, release a little bit, almost like forgetting his own strength for a moment. Oh, kind of. Are you doing okay? Stupid question, I know, but you know what they say, I am the bronze and not the brain, so I get to ask the stupid questions.
I'm okay.
Okay. I know you are lying, but I'm going to pretend like I don't.
Just roll his eyes at that. I know you can't come with us. And I'm not going to ask, because I know what you'd say. But I'm going to miss you. And I know you know that, but I needed to say it to you.
Yeah. I will miss you too. I wish that I could come, but you know, Kalar and Atrin, my partners need me or whatever, so... And really, what would they do without me? The whole archipelago would fall to pieces, so... I guess I have to stay, but I will miss you. Very badly. I mean, really, who's going to jump off a fucking mountain with me if you're not here?
I mean, I think you should drag Kalara to that.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? It was... I would be a dead man. Yeah, maybe. Could be fun.
We'll go jumping together again someday.
Yeah. I hope so.
Will you sit with me? Just for a moment?
Yeah, you know, the docks and the ships are finished, so now that they have no use of my big rippling muscles, they don't need me, so I guess I might as well sit down for a little while. I am going to go steal one of those cakes, though, because it looks like they have strawberries on them. Do you want one? I can, like, steal.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. He'll kind of, like, stand and clap you on the shoulder a little bit and go. And after a few minutes, comes back with all kinds of treats and foods that he has absolutely pilfered from your kitchen. But kind of set them between you, and we'll sit with you as time carries on. My friends in the forest, is there anything else anyone would like to do before we make a teeny tiny little time jump?
I think just as, Ventress leaves the root house and Willow catches Pomali's eye, see that she's ready to go, I think their gaze will linger on Tavren for a minute. And it's so foreign because Tavren has been like a lingering figure in the background of Willow's life for the last 10, 15 years. And now they realize that this is someone they have to say goodbye to. And so they walk over and lay a hand on their arm and look at
Hey,
them.
man.
Hey, dude.
And I think in this moment you can see sort of the weight of the worry. Now that Ventress has stepped out, and Eliseus, who kind of like took a step out with Ventress, squeezed your hand and walked off into the forest and vanished. And sort of seeing, and all of you can see, by the way, how bad Eliseus looks, even in the dim lighting here. And Tavren very clearly kind of clocked that, and the line between his brows stayed, but there was a little bit of a sigh of relief at the fact that she is walking. And clearly she has enough like ability to have purpose that she has gone to do something. And so with kind of a sigh, he turns to you. Hey, it's a hell of a day, huh?
Just wanted to say thank you.
You don't gotta thank me, man. Truthfully, you haven't needed me for a long fucking time. I just kind of like hanging out with you, so. But you're welcome.
Thank you. Well, then thank you for being my friend.
Yeah. Thank you for being mine. You ready for this?
You?
Fuck no. But what's that stupid saying? Change is good. Is that even a saying? I don't know. I mean, whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. I guess all we can do is know that eventually something else will happen.
So wise.
Thank you. I'm really off my game right now on account of my friend almost died a little bit. Not really, probably. I'm being a little dramatic, but...
You talking about me or your other friends?
Yeah, sure, definitely you. A little bit you too. Man, it's good Eliseus was there when she got there, because I was gonna show up and really, like, lay down the law,
Oh yeah, you were?
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm a god too, I'm pretty,
You could have fooled
I'm
me.
good at a lot of stuff, I'm good at talking people through things, and I'm good with talking with my fists.
Pass a fist through Sunda's face.
Yeah, oh shit, that's good. I'm gonna keep that.
Just throws an arm around them. It's so overly familiar and brotherly, and it shouldn't be, an exchange between a god and a mortal, but it is. And
Kind of
you
like
hug me.
ruffles your leaves a little bit. Then we'll turn back, kind of like pull back a little bit to look at you. Oh man, this is gonna suck so fucking bad.
Yeah, I won't even like miss you even a little.
No, definitely not. I can't even say it. Maybe I'm just a bad liar. I'm gonna miss you so bad. It's gonna be pathetic. Like, they're gonna revoke my godhood because it's gonna be so pathetic. Sorry, this probably isn't helping you feel better. I'm gonna be fine. We're all gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine. Everybody's gonna be fine and chill and okay. So you just do your thing. I'm really proud of you, dude. For what it's worth. Listen, I know right now it probably doesn't feel like it, because everything's all like heavy and awful. You did your best. That's all you can do. And someday I hope that feels like enough. Because it is.
I'll let you know when that day is.
Please do. I'm gonna be so fucking lonely. Sorry, I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I'll just like, maybe I'll take up crochet. That's a thing people do.
Fuck no.
No.
No, it's not your style, dude.
No, it's really not. I just don't know what like normal hobbies people have that aren't like. I mean, I guess I'm gonna have to do a lot of grief counseling. Oh god, sorry, this isn't your issue.
Oh my god, I'm gonna say bye to you now because you're just been so unhelpful.
That's the last thing you're gonna say to your good friend?
No. Thank you, and I love you and enjoy crocheting, I guess.
Thank you. I love you too. I will not be crocheting because I think it sucks.
Try coloring.
Coloring? Fucking coloring what? Hello? Oh, like I could do like that thing where like there's the boxes and they have numbers in them and the numbers are different colors and then you like paint the colors.
Yeah,
do
a paint by numbers. Yeah.
They should call it that. That's a good name.
Oh my god, dude. You're gonna be just fine.
Yeah, I am. And so are you. We'll be just fine together. Alright, come on. There's people who need you. I gotta go fucking find a paint by numbers.
Good luck.
You too. I'll kind of just like
read it.
bump your shoulder a little bit.
We'll like hip bump them back.
Sure. And then maybe, yeah. It is around this time that all of you, Flint included, hear a familiar voice in your head of Vanala, who says, "Hi. Sorry to intrude. I know there's a lot going on, but it's time. So we need you in the council room as soon as you can get here."
We do that.
Absolutely. All of you can separately sort of begin to make your way down this path that really it hasn't been but a couple days, but it feels like it's been months since you've walked down the long, sloping ramp into Heartward. There isn't much light out here except for Starlight, but even still, as you get further and further down, what's left of the heart begins to sort of cast these blue and green lights dancing on the uneven rocky stone as you get deeper and deeper into Heartward. And eventually, you can walk this very familiar path to the council room. As you sort of turn the corner and you can see the ornate door come into sight, there is a figure there. Ventress, your father, is waiting just outside, kind of expectantly, pacing a little bit, and sees you and kind of straightens. And there is something kind of odd on his face as he looks at you, but then he very quickly kind of breaks your eye contact and looks at all of you and says, "The rest are inside if you'd like to head in. I'd like a moment with my daughter, if that's okay."
Willow immediately looks at Ventress like, "Is this okay?"
Yeah.
Ventress looks so sad and just defeated and just like nods to them slightly and it's like, yeah.
He's gonna like bring your knuckles to his lips and then kiss them. Give the father a little bit of a dirty look and then leave.
Yeah. Do all of you go in the council room?
Yeah,
Except
Flint
Ventress.
gives you the bad father.
Mhm.
Solidarity.
Solidarity. as they walk
Everyone's
by.
like giving like little pats of interest to like give her a little boost before heading inside. Yeah.
Mhm, exactly.
When TT makes that connection, Wilta just looks. Sorry, when Flint makes
TT
the
the
connection.
human man.
He's
The human
here.
No, when Flint makes the connection, Wilda looks and is like, walks in.
As the door, you kind of stand in silence for a moment as the door shuts. And even then, for another moment here, Novictus is staring down at the floor very clearly. You recognize his gathering his thoughts face, and this is sort of what he's doing. And after a long moment, he kind of clears his throat and looks up at you, and again, there's that flash of something kind of foreign on his face, and it slides back into composure almost instantly, but not quite so quickly enough that you don't catch it. And he kind of looks at you. Are you well?
No.
All things considered, I mean, I heard there was a fight.
Yeah. I survived, so.
You did.
Mm.
What's about to happen next? It's not pleasant for anybody involved. I think that's kind of an understatement, but truthfully, I've been sitting in that room for a day and a half, thinking about this moment and what I wanted to say and how none of it would really be good enough in the end. And that kind of expression crosses his face again, and I think for just a moment, for the first time, really, maybe since you were a kid, even then, you register what's on his face is like fondness and sadness. Vulnerability more than anything. And he looks at you, and there's like his hands kind of unfold, almost as if he's gonna reach up and take your face, and then he doesn't. And he folds his hands back together almost nervously, and he just says, "You have become quite a leader. Not much help from me. But regardless, I am proud to know that you will carry the Calum line."
Yeah. I don't know. I will go on to the best of my ability, like you taught me, and that will be that.
I think we both know I didn't teach you that. Not really.
I might have picked up a few things from others on the way, but
yeah. Well, wherever you picked them up from, you are very strong and very capable. And I'm sorry that this has happened the way that it has. Sorry for a lot of things. But such is duty and our lot, so. And again,
Right.
that sort of like practice neutrality slides into place. And he just kind of looks at you for a really long moment, and just for a moment you think he might say something truly vulnerable, truly kind. And instead he kind of straightens and puts a hand on the handle of the door and opens it, says, "Shall we get it over with?"
I think like a look of disappointment crosses Ventress's face.
Yeah.
But she just expected it. It's almost comforting because it is so familiar in a time that they haven't had any familiarity, and she just goes, "Yeah, we should. See you in there."
As you kind of walk through, you almost feel like the ghosting of his hand, like on your back in sort of a fatherly gesture, and it's there for just a second, and then it's gone. And he will walk in after you. For those of you who went into the council room, let me tell you what you see, as Flint has not seen... No, you've never been here. Flint has not seen this before. This is restricted only to magisters, counselors, and the gods, as it is the hub of leadership for all of the archipelago. So the last time you were here, it was not super late in the evening, so the heart was a little bit farther away. Now it hovers just above you, sort of casting these shadows and these lights all around the room. It is far duller than you are used to. And so the lighting in here is dim, and it casts kind of shadows in the corner of your eyes that you find yourself kind of bracing for and relaxing and bracing for and relaxing, just out of habit from the last few days. It is sort of this dark, uneven stone walkway suspended over just flowing waterfalls and pools of water down deeper than you can see. And above, once you get into like the circle area that is the council room proper, you can see there are statues made of that same worn rock, impossibly tall and high above you, that have been enchanted. So when you look up at them, you see the faces of the people you love most in the world. And usually those faces are calm and slightly smiling, but the way that the heart is casting these shadows almost seems to put weight on their faces. You see lines between brows, sunken cheeks, just barely frowns. Not disappointment, but just almost as if the statues themselves can feel the weight of what's about to happen. But just like you, can't do anything to stop it. As you make it into the center, you see all of the Magisters are here, which actually, funnily enough, in Starfarers, this is the first time we've seen all of the Magisters in one place, as one was missing and we never met him. But that's okay, because he's here now! Get it in right at the last minute, folks. So you see Kier Silvertongue, Magister of Tideward, Vanala, who we all know and love, of course, Vara, who is this sort of like broad-figured Magister of Kinward, Nixus Heartcarver, who we've seen earlier, Ovictus, of course, who was walking in behind Ventress, and Tempest, the late but still arriving kind of on time Magister of Windward, who is this very kind of like grizzled older figure with sort of this silver hair that's streaked back and flecked with kind of starlights. His like the hollows of his eyes and sunken cheeks almost seem to have this like void of space energy to them. It kind of has like grizzled like military energy almost to some extent. Sort of has like scars across their face and an eye patch as well, and is seated in sort of like this hovering wheelchair. All of the Magisters are here, along with Sirmia. Sidair is here, Kalara, Solarin, and Atron. And they are all kind of, some of the Magisters are seated in their places, some of them are standing, kind of pacing back and forth. You see Vanala has been sort of standing very expectantly waiting for you, wringing her hands. And the gods are towards the back, kind of speaking amongst themselves. And as all of you make your way into the room, they all seem to straighten and stand a little bit with the solemnity of this moment, truly, and the reality kind of settling in to all of you. And you can feel the kind of weight in the air of whatever is about to happen here. And Kier kind of eases up from his chair and clears his throat and says, "Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming on short notice. We appreciate it. I know you've had a very long day and probably will continue to have a very long day. So regardless, thank you for being here. Normally I would say something about, duty and what an honor it is to lead the people and what an honor this privilege is and to be here with you. And those things are true. It is an honor to lead these people and it is an honor to be here with you. Some days that honor is heavier than others. And I think, each of you kind of looks at Flint, squints a little bit, looks back at the group, have been training to be Magisters for some time. I think this is unfortunately your first taste of what that weight feels like sometimes. I'm sorry that we're here. I'm sorry that you all have had to do what you all have had to do. I'm sorry that this is the plan. I'm sorry. It is unfair. It's fucking unfair. Regardless, there is a plan. It is the only plan we have left. And as the future leaders of the Castellan people, you need to know, so we can all play our part in whatever that looks like for each of us. I know you have some of it. I don't know how much you know, so I'm just gonna kind of give a little brief overview, if that's okay. And please feel free to sit, make yourselves comfortable. We're gonna be here for a minute. Because of the sickness of the heart, the only plan that we have left to ensure that something of our people lives on is to split. That process has already begun with the help of all of you. Thank you very much, by the way, Wilda, for your impeccable service, as always. The plan is the majority of the Castellan people remain here on Tithelen. We have tried to call everyone we can from the Divinelands. Clerics are a fucking stubborn lot. We are still doing our best. But as many people as we could convince to go are now boarding and loading the boats in the dock, which I know you all have seen and been a part of. The plan, the hope, is that by dividing the people, we can hope that that Tithelen, locked away, will be severed enough from Sunder's magic that the heart can heal, and someday we can return and all come back together and have a nice, fun little homecoming party and carry on with our merry lives. But in case that doesn't work, those of you out in the galaxy will be the only legacy of the Castellan people. Now look, we have a lot of faith it's gonna work, but personally I'm not willing to go down without a fight. I don't think anybody else is either. And you all have done your fair share of fighting, so I only hope that us helping can take a little piece of that burden off, if not as much as we'd like it to be. To do that, though, we've all kind of spoken, kind of like looks at the other magisters who look very solemn and nod, and look at all of you. You all are our future. That's what you've been training for. I truly believe that. And that's true whether or not this works. Normally, you know, we do it with like pomp and circumstance and there's a big party and everybody gets really fucking drunk. But unfortunately, we're on a time limit, I guess. So despite the fact that you have had a terribly unfair and long day and couple of days, while also here to execute our plan, if you will all accept, we would like to perform the ceremony to transfer the title of Magister to all of you. Because God fucking knows you've earned it. I know it's heavy. They're gonna need you out there. They're gonna look to you. It's not really fair that you don't get a break. But, sometimes the world isn't fair again. Particularly unfair for all of you, which, you know. Now, in doing so, had a little bit of a change of plans here. Originally, Nexus was going to become magisters with all of you and serve. But with the need to look after a more physical version of the heart, kind of nods at you, Wilda. That position is filled, and frankly, we need her expertise here as the heart continues to heal. Which means we're kind of short a leader, and his eyes fall on you, Flint. You've seen and done more in these last fucking 48 hours than I've seen in my hundreds of years here. You looked Sunder in the face and you didn't immediately die. And you're here. Now look, you can tell me to fuck off and honestly I won't blame you. And kind of looks at all of you here. All of you can, really. But I'm gonna ask it of you anyway.
Oh, I am incredibly tempted. To say fuck off, that is.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
But, what exactly are you asking? Like...
I'm asking all of you to lead your people into the future. Whatever that looks like. And hey, listen, you get fucking 10 years in, you decide this sucks so bad and you want to hand that off. That's not my business. I won't be there. But when this happens, when Farbound happens and we're gone, they're gonna need people to look to. And, yeah.
Sorry,
No.
I have been close to or nearly, I think there might have even been time I was put up for Magister position before, and my stance remains the same, where I believe my best work is done as a counselor, and that is how I lead best. And I lead best being very closely tied to the people and not making decisions apart from the people. I think that is a role that needs to be filled, but it is not one that is filled by myself.
Okay. Kind of turns to look at the rest of you. In truth, it's with where you're going, it's just a title. But it's one the people know, and it's yours if you want it. But listen, with everything you've been through, I'm not going to make you do anything. Anything that we don't have to ask of you.
A promotion on the last day of the job, really?
I would, I'd say it comes with a pay raise, but I'm going to be honest, the people writing your checks are going to be like in a demi-plane, so.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, if it's just a title.
It's a pretty cool fucking title, I will say.
With all due respect, part of me disagrees. The people know the title of Magister, but maybe that is the wrong title for us. I'm not saying I will not lead these people, and if there is a ceremony you need to enact, then do it, but I think we've all learned in these last few days that leadership needs to be done and carried out a little more differently going forwards to stop this type of thing from repeating.
Sure. Future is yours to change. If you want to carry a new tradition into whatever lays out there, that's your right.
I agree.
My
I think,
people, sorry.
No, please, continue.
My people, those who are trained to protect the forests are called wards. Maybe that is a better word for this.
Sure. Kind of turns to the rest of you.
I wouldn't feel bad about being a ward.
Well, if we're choosing titles, I'm going by captain. That's what I am on my submarine.
Yeah, I'm a little biased, but captain's good.
Thank you. Really works with my name.
Yeah, I'm here for a new tradition, I think.
Okay.
Word sounds good.
Centris?
Yeah, sure. The one last hurrah. I don't have much fight left in me to give you, so. Yeah.
Alright. Well, as one of the last Magisters of the Cosmic Archipelago, thank each of you, wards and captain, for your service, past and future. There's an oath if you'd like to take it. It's all kind of fancy and formal. You don't have to if you don't want to. Frankly, I think you've proved yourselves enough. But listen, if you want the pomp and circumstance, I can do it.
I have an oath, so I'm okay.
It's not that kind of oath, but I mean, that's okay. Yeah, that's
Nope.
fair. Alright, fuck the oath. Fuck the magister. Fuck it. You see the other kind of magisters in the back are like looking at each other, and except for Vanilla, who's like grinning. I'm kind of like looking at each other and looking at you, but clearly not saying anything as this form of like, well, we need them to lead the people, so we're just gonna let this happen, I guess.
We're negotiating the terms.
And Kier, with kind of like a smirk, looks at all of you and goes, well, welcome to wardhood? Whatever. Anyway, we've got a plan to deal with. So let's fucking do that, I guess. And kind of sinks like very heavily into the chair a little bit. And
Also,
here,
a
Sedaris.
question.
Yeah,
I'm so
absolutely.
sorry. It's
No, you're
a question about this plan.
Yeah.
I know we keep talking about separating ourselves from Sunder, moving to Velen away from Sunder. Does that mean you intend to leave Sunder out here with us?
Here, Kalara kind of steps forward a little bit, arms still blackened from coming in such close contact with Sunder's magic, and they say, there isn't really an option. We cannot take him with us. It will almost certainly rip us apart. The hope is, by severing the tie, it should take all of the magic that Sunder had, really, or at least the majority of it, away. He's already spending a lot of it trying to get out of the very well-crafted wards that I made like 1500 years ago. So he's using a lot of his energy. Our hope is that we will be able to return sooner than later and deal with that, but for the time being, we can't take him with us. So
I'm just.
When is this return date?
here, Kalara kind of like, well, if my calculations are correct, and they are always correct, it should take approximately 150 material plane years for the heart to fully heal if it is going to. And that means for the next 150 years, we have to remain sealed away entirely. That means no communication, no magic. We only have enough strength to take to Thelin, so in truth, I'm not really sure what remnants of divine magic will be left for the galaxy to pull upon. Hopefully enough that it will not disrupt everyone too much. But just in case, you should be prepared to find yourself and the rest of the galaxy entirely cut off
150.
from us.
We won't be able to talk to anyone.
It's not as... I lost my accent, sorry. No choicey. It's not as... I can't. Oh my god.
You got it, you got it.
Not as
you
long
got
as you
it.
think.
Believe.
It's not as long.
You got
It's
it.
not as long. It's not
I
as long.
haven't-
It's
that's-
150.
That's over double how long
Yeah.
I've lived now.
It's only like 15% of my lifetime. Like it's nothing.
Yes.
Like you're gonna live
We
such a
can't-
long life.
Talk to the gods for 150 years. That's what
Well,
you're saying.
I mean, like, in theory, you can talk to us and we will hear you. It's just going to be kind of hard for us to
Right.
do much of anything.
Cool.
So you might come back in 150 years. You might
Well,
not. We
that's
won't
kind
know
of
either way.
Depends on all of you. So the
great.
funny thing about going through a door and then not only locking it behind you, but like barricading it with like a bunch of shit, which is basically what we're doing with magic, is that eventually you're going to kind of need somebody to like dig you out. Which is the other reason why all of you have to be out there.
Great. Thanks. Venture starts crying again.
Oh, babe.
I kind of put
Mine
a
felt like
hand
grip
on the
her.
shoulder. Yeah, but Pamali and Willow just go to grab you.
But Pamali more so just like kind of also like needing to lean on Ventress, just understanding the pain of just like not being able to talk to the gods for a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're getting you guys out as well in 150 years is what you're wanting.
How?
I can get you out. I could find a way.
It's
I
like
can-
picking up kids from college. It's nothing.
Listen,
Yes,
I love the
y'all.
enthusiasm and the confidence. I do actually. It's like you guys don't even fucking know me. I'm like a chronic over planner. Hang on. And they kind of like reach in and start like fumbling around in their robes a little bit and pull out this extremely like thick, well-worn journal. You can see like the binding has long been kind of broken, so it doesn't fully close, and the pages are like bigger than they should be, so it doesn't like the cover doesn't sit right. And the edges are kind of like ragged and stained from just like coffee spills over the years and everything. And Kalara holds this up and says, "Look, I don't know what situation you guys are going to be in 150 years. But if I know anything, it's that I'm the smartest fucking person that's ever lived and ever will live, probably. And so I've kind of spent the last like day or so putting as much of my consciousness into this journal as I possibly. It's a magic journal, it's a research journal, it's not a diary, so don't think you can go snooping. But when the time comes, when you get close to 150 years, the me that is here, you can just look. Hang on. And Kalara kind of like picks up the book a little bit and like puts her hand on top of it, and they go, show me the rune that you enchant in order to make plants grow really, really well. And you see the like binding and the metal and like, yeah, like the metal kind of filigree on it begins to glow a little bit, and a moment later the book flips open and you see there is a rune there. And then they close it and reopen it and the page is empty.
Perfect.
Everything I know right now is in here. And I'm pretty fucking smart, so this should continue to learn and think like me. So if you can't reach me, kind of holds it out towards you, you'll have a piece of me, at least. And when the time comes, it will tell you what needs to be done. I know it's not much, but the other thing, and here Sirmia kind of steps forward a little bit and says, so the thing about doors, you kind of need a key, and if I learned anything, sometimes the best things hidden are hidden in plain sight. So, I mean, listen, you know, I'm not trying to be overbearing or anything, it's up to you, but you guys ever thought about getting, like, a tattoo?
I have one. Yeah.
You want another one?
Sure.
Sorry, are you gonna give us tattoo keys?
Yeah. Look, Kalara is a fucking genius. There's a lot of magic in these. You'll need, whether it's you in 150 years or you've passed it on to some other sorry fuck that's coming to try and get us out, you're gonna need a couple keys. Each of you is gonna get one. If you pass on the title and the burden, it'll get passed along with them. But y'all gotta be together for it, so.
Sure, I'm not gonna even ask how that works, but sure.
It's a lot of really complex. You don't want to ask them in general, because listen, Kalara, I love you. They will not shut up about it. I made that mistake about 2 hours ago. The other thing, we're gonna hide it in plain sight. We gotta get the people on board. So here's my thought. I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna talk about how adjusting to life in the astral is probably gonna be kind of weird and bad. Give them a little magical enchantment tattoo to make adjusting easier. Boom. Feel the tattoos. If Sunder ever somehow stumbles into getting another sorry fucking helping him, they're not gonna know where to look. Potentially, obviously, only the people who want one. Not gonna be weird about it.
I encourage all of us to go out with our tattoos being like, oh my goodness, look at this cool thing.
And don't worry, they're gonna look great. There's a
I'm
reason I am a god of art. You just tell me what you want and I'm gonna make it happen, okay?
100%. I already know. I'm ready.
Great, then we're gonna start with you. And Sirmia kind of steps forward and reaches into this little pouch that they have and pulls out what looks like this kind of slightly glowing paintbrush where the handle is like crystal. And kind of holds it up and goes, all right, Captain, tell me what you want.
Wilda just rolls up a sleeve all the way up to the shoulder and is just like, octopus. like a majestic creature.
Oh, I've got you. I fucking love an octopus.
Amazing.
And Sirmia will kind of like grab a little stool, take a seat, pull you closer, and start painting. And as they do, there's no pain at all. It feels kind of pleasantly cold and a bit wet, as if it were really paint. But as the ink kind of hits your skin, it seeps in and stays there. And as she begins to paint this sort of like watercolor octopus woven in with any other tattoos that you have, you notice the water just beneath it, which is sort of like almost astral water. There's little flecks of starlight in it. Seems to move. And the tentacles of the octopus kind of move in the current a little bit. And it's sort of this like watercolor tattoo of an octopus in the astral sea. And after a few minutes, they kind of pull back and they look at it and go, okay, do we love it?
Love it. Amazing.
It's good,
Thank
right?
You so much.
It's a great...
Yes.
Oh, God. Oh, fuck.
We lost Sweet.
We'll be right back. It's not a finale. It's not a Starlight Tales finale if there isn't a tech. Hello, welcome back. Thank you for bearing with us. We had to get one more in there before we went. We're gonna pick up right where we left off. So Sermia kind of pulls back, looking at this watercolor octopus amongst the astral sea water, and looks at you and goes, "Do we love it?"
100%. Love it with my life.
Oh, amazing. I love being good at my job. All right, who's
It's
next?
so-
I think Corn steps forward, takes off
Go for
the,
it.
like he's just wearing the suspenders with no shirt on, and like pulls them down and starts describing it. Kind of the way that after a volcano's like actually done the erupting and it's made those long lava flows, and the like blackened rock is around it as well, with like the reds and whites and yellows, and just describing that and just waiting for it across his chest and down his.
Absolutely. So one by one, Sermia tattoos all of you, and these that kind of like take up the bulk of one of your arms, and for anyone who's willing, also go across your chest and onto your other arm. We're not going to go kind of one by one here. Instead, we're going to go around the group and talk a little bit about what our tattoos look like. So that's what Corns look like. That's sort of like just barely shifting lava and the rock that moves in, where if you kind of look at it, you can almost see that lava flow curving around. And we'll move on to whoever would like to talk about their tattoo now.
I think Flint had to physically resist the urge to get like a dick or something, you know, and he's just like,
A
goes,
watercolor
okay, no,
painted
this
dick."
is this is gonna be on my body forever. And so I think Flint gets the Starfarers ship, and then on the back gets the Four Seasons, just as kind of a representation of Everglow. So.
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of have this huge dragon-like ship rocking in these sort of like starry waves and full sails with the sort of like you know what I'm talking about if I do this and I say wind lines. I don't know what they're called. Kind of one of those where on the other side you just have like leaves that change color based on the way you move, almost like duochrome. When you kind of move, they seem to shift seasons. And that is Flint. Thank you so much.
I think Ventress kind of like pulls her hair back and she describes where Sunder marked her. She wants like an anatomical heart that is sprouting with all these flowers that kind of are being looped with constellations and stars that like kind of creep along her chest and down her rib cage.
Absolutely, I love that. Thank you so much.
I think Willow will take the coin out of their pocket, the one that has the dying tree on one side and the tree in bloom on the other, and he shows it. And I think kind of goes to take their shirt off and realizes now that their torso is kind of marred with these new like bark-like scars, and kind of like winces a little bit and then turns around so that she can paint this large tree on their back. And as soon as it's finished, the tree starts to move and all of the leaves start to blow off of it, and they kind of like scatter across their skin and tumble down their forearms. And you see the tree change from summer into this like fall color as, you know, Tethelin itself starts to move into fall, and then you kind of see the change reflected in Willow's own hair as the ends of it start to turn from that bright summer green to that auburn fall color.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And last but not least, what do Pamali's tattoos look like?
That Pamali's is a tattoo that goes down the middle of her chest, kind of in the center where the magic of Tethelin, she typically feels it coursing through her. She has the hearth there, and right above it, right underneath her bust, is like these little lines that look like it's emerging from water and it's being watered by this, and then up the center, like almost like what her like tentacle like magic looks like with water, kind of loops around up to the center where a little piece, it looks very similar to the piece that Willow was gifted by Chrysaris of the Hearth there.
And it looks like it's just connected to the big hearth underneath. So yeah.
Yeah. Thank you all so much for telling us what those look like. As soon as that's done, Sirmia, kind of with a nod to all of you and the Magisters and the other gods, sets off to begin work on the people, anyone that they can, in the short amount of time that you have left. We're going to kind of gloss over this time here, if that's okay, because I know we are starting to run a little long. Atrin comes prepared with just piles and piles of star charts. Everything that they have on the winking star fields, and the area you're in, and the other areas, and the expanse, and the outer reaches of the expanse, and the way the expanse looked 100 years ago, just mountains of star charts, and sort of says, I know the Starfarers probably have it well in hand, but I'm a firm believer that if you're overprepared, then you won't need it. So, and kind of will hand them to you, Flint. So you are now in possession of just what I can only describe as a metric fuck ton of star charts, as well as about 10 sheets on top that are blank, with some of your locations currently circled on one. So if you would like to chart in the future, if anybody would like to chart in the future your journey and where the years take you, you can. With that, all of you, all of the Magisters and the gods and you, begin to head to the beach in preparation to leave. Sweet and Jess, as Willow and Pamali set Birch and Silen off what feels like, I think, like 2 sessions ago or so, somewhere around there, to begin kind of corralling people. If it's all right, I'm going to have each of you roll a D100, and we're going to take the higher amount to see how many of the Castellans are coming with you. We are measuring these by the thousands and taking the higher number.
Jesus. All right.
I got 94.
94.
I got. That's 2 D100s. Hold on, I need a D12. I was like 10 and 30.
30,000? 30 billion people.
Okay, I got it. Just straight 30. Straight 30,000.
30. All right. So since we are taking the higher of those, between Wilda's excellent work, all of you speaking with the people over these last couple days, the work of the Magisters and the gods, and most importantly, of your respective siblings, you managed to convince 94,000 of the Castellans to leave with you. It's not quite half. Tithelin and the Divinelands themselves total around 130 to 140,000 people. But it's not bad, considering. They've sort of piled onto these boats, these huge boats, many of which have sort of become tied together in the hopes that wherever you go, you can all stay together. Anyone with any semblance of knowing how to sail has sort of scattered across all of them in the hopes that the bulk of these ships will be driven by people who fucking know how to drive a ship, but my god, there's a lot of ships. My god, there's a lot of people. You are surrounded by goodbyes as you walk, and the people sort of part for you as you walk as well, kind of down the beaches, which are now pitch black. It is almost midnight, but for a few stars shining above you, and they part for you as you load onto the ships. It is silent, except for sniffles and tears and hugs and whispered goodbyes. All of you can see Silen, who is standing on board, kind of not the Starfarer ship, but the one next door, is now bearing a gleaming pin. That means he has been welcomed into the Starfarers. You get the sense there wasn't a lot of pomp and circumstance, but he did it, and that's what matters. They can drive a boat, and my god, is that needed right now. And even then, you can see all of the Starfarers, for the most part, are kind of scattered across the ships in the hopes of helping this ginormous fleet make its way out into space. There has, however, been cleared a spot on the Starfarer ship for all of you, if you would like it. Wilda, of course, you are welcome to take your submarine, and even then you can see kind of through the windows, the part of the portholes that are above water. There's a lot of people in that submarine. And Heath is kind of sitting in the top hatch, like looking for you, and sees you, and you see a little bit of wide-eyed on there, but he's like, you know what? It's fine. That's fine. It's gonna be a tight ride, but as always, you'll make
Wilda does a nod of like, you can handle it. You can drive the ship this time. I'm gonna walk over there.
Thanks. We'll kind of like look around at the group and sort of begin like climbing back down into the submarine. As all of you climb in, you can see Comet and his 4 little cats curled up very cozily around Lena, who was also on the Starfarer ship. You can also see some of the ships here have been outfitted with sort of like underwater sections. So Saran has actually done a very good job at convincing a pretty substantial bulk of Tideward's aquatic population to come as well. And so these sort of underwater sections have been outfitted so that merfolk and sirens and such can come along if they'd like to. And they are mostly full. Saran really used those former counselor powers for good here. As this crowd is silent and the last who are coming kind of step onto boats and the families of those who are not coming and the friends stay on the beach, are all of you stepping onto the Starfarer ship? Great. You
First,
do so.
saying goodbye to the gods. No.
Of course, absolutely. They are all here as well, kind of watching solemnly. And as you are all standing here, Ventress, you feel a tiny pull on your shirt.
I'm gonna look down.
Dusty is there with his
Oh.
giant stuffed reindeer and his other stuffed reindeer that's not giant. And you see Nalathria and Chrysaris not far off. And Gusty kind of just looks up at you. Clearly, like only a child can, understanding that something is happening, but not really understanding what. And just kind of thunks his little head on your hip. And stays there.
Oh, she's gonna just scoop him up into a big hug.
Yeah.
Be like, are you ready to go?
Yeah, my mom said we're going like a really long way, and so I brought a lot of snacks.
That's good.
Just
That's very
don't tell
good.
anyone, because they're really good. And I know my mom says sharing is caring, but I want to kill in like a different way, because I
Right.
want my snacks. But you can have snacks if you want some.
I love a snack. I'll find you. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And as you are kind of holding Gusty, you see Ovictus standing next to your mother, steps up sort of as much as he can on this raised platform. And he kind of looks across all of these people, and the people on the beach, and the gods, and finally at you, and says, "A week ago, I stood before you, ready to make our jump starbound. Today, I'm afraid we must all travel a little more. It's time to go farbound, farther than we've ever been." And you see he kind of looks down at this like notebook that he has that you know every thought goes into. And they shut it. And he kind of drops it to his side, and he kind of takes a breath and says, "I've always prided myself," he has an English accent, "I've always prided myself on having the right thing to say, but I don't think there's a right thing here. Nothing about this is right. Nothing about it is fair or easy. And even still, I look upon all of you and I see a people undefeated, unbowed, strong, brave, and united. I have been so proud to serve as your Magister, and will continue to take pride in leading those who have chosen to stay behind alongside my colleagues. In truth, I am afraid. I wish I could tell you everything will work itself out and mean it, but I don't know what's coming next. There are a few things, however, I do know. I know that the leaders who stand beside you today are far stronger, wiser, and kinder than I was less than an hour after taking my oaths. I know that we've survived the unimaginable before and found a way to grow back again anyway. And I know that if anyone is going to save all of us, it's my daughter Ventress and her friends. Not because she's like me, but in truth because we couldn't be more different. And thank the gods for that. For many years, we've been the Castellan people, derived from the words cast, meaning home, and Ellen, meaning here. And for many years, home has been here, right here on these islands. For many of us, it will remain so. But it is a new day for many of you, and a new world. Home for you will no longer be here. Your Castorian, those whose home is amongst the stars. It is my fondest hope that one day those stars will bring us together again, but if they don't, let me say what an honor it has been to be your home. I wish you all luck in your journeys, unwavering faith in the hands of fate, steady hands with which to raise your sails, and selfishly, perhaps more than anything, that you do not forget the home you once had. And he kind of looks over everything and steps down into his wife's arms. And all the gods kind of gather around and look and wait. And there is this moment of silence where all of you just kind of look at each other. And then Kisis, who is sort of on this elevated kind of box by the helm of the ship that you're on, looks out at everyone, reaches up, and lets out a whistle. And as they do so, you see everybody on the ships around you and on your ship that knows anything about sailing begin to move, scurrying up rigging to lower sails, adjusting ropes the way that they need to be in order to sail, overall getting ready. And slowly, one by one, they begin to move and cast off. Sails drop successfully, even with untrained hands, and catch in a breeze that wasn't there a moment ago. The tides below that had been perfectly calm gently usher each of you further and further away, Isla's gentle hand guiding you even now. Except for the creaking of new wood, the rustle of canvas sails above, and the soft lapping of water against the hull, along with the pounding of each of your heartbeats in your ears. It is silent. No one speaks. The only people who move are those who have to in order to steer the ships, and even then it is with eyes cast over shoulders to watch as Tithelin fades further and further into the distance. What feels like a moment later, you reach the cusp of the bubble-like shield that surrounds the archipelago. Some of you have never left this bubble. Most of the people on these ships never have. Certainly never seen it so close. Maybe never understood just how fragile it looks, as if the slightest touch could pop the whole thing. The hull of the first ship, your ship, carrying the leaders and therefore leading the journey, nears it, and for just a moment there's this feeling of fear, and even those of you who have left it before, or many times, one that never really leaves you, there's this worry that there won't be anything on the other side. Or even worse, that there will be everything on the other side, and it'll be too much and too different. Your breaths kind of catch in your throat, but then you blink, and you're through it. The wind that whips around you is colder, the tides beneath you more starlight than water. The air changes too, becomes almost thicker. You're in the astral sea, sailing amongst the cosmos. Each of the ships begin to rock slightly, not roughly, but enough to tell you that Isla's gentle hands can't reach you here. Not really. Your path is your own. Kisis, standing at the helm, raises a hand, and all the ships around you begin to slow, then stop. Every Castorian on every ship has pushed forwards towards the stern, watching. Waiting. It feels like a small lifetime, almost as if this had all just been kind of a cruel joke and the Cosmic Archipelago was just going to wait for you to catch on and come back. And then, you see it. A glowing, faint but familiar. In the darkness, the remaining strength of the heart streams stubbornly upwards, casting the trees and mountains, the buildings and the tides, and all the wonderful things that made Tithelin home, in bluish-green light once more, as if to give you one last look. Out of habit, those around you begin to reach out, taking each other, shaking hands in their own, and holding tight. The light continues upwards until it hits the top of the dome, pooling outwards into dazzling ribbons of light, green and purple and blue. The ocean begins to change colors as well, splashing up against the barrier that separates ocean from astral and glimmering with starlight. Stars begin to rise up from them, perfect fragments of shining silver rising upwards and arcing along the edge of the dome and overtop Tithelin. The lights fully cover the barrier until you can't see the island anymore. You have to squint against the impossibly bright light that it's emanating to even try and keep looking. And when it finally becomes so bright that you have to look away, have to shut your eyes to try and blot it out if you ever want to see anything again, the light is gone. You blink once, twice, The remains of that light still stuck in your eyes, stubbornly seared there as if it too did not want to leave your sight. The island of Talon is gone. Excuse me. You guys can't cry because I'm only going to get better. So mute your microphones. That's a joke. For a moment, everything is still and cold and quiet. And just as the thought that it might be like this forever begins to stick in your mind, your entire world changes. It begins with a kind of boom that you feel more than you hear deep in your body, the kind that summons only dread. The last thought you have is that the red light in the distance has vanished too, miraculously, and then the wave of energy hits. The solar shields just barely come up in time to take the brunt, the golden energy frying away almost instantly with the force of the magical shockwave that hits. And then you're weightless, careening wildly through space. Everything becomes reduced to the spinning of stars around you, so fast they seem almost like fully connected lines of light, the cold air throwing you around so hard you can't help but wonder if it's actually made of small knives. And as the boats finally begin to stabilize, scattered now but still within sight of each other, tied together stubbornly, the galaxy stops spinning, and for the first time since it began, was it moments ago, was it hours, lifetimes? You understand what it was that sent you flying. Fragments of the divine lens streak past you. Thousands upon thousands of rocks, raining down on the expanse beyond, now just visible with how far the shockwave has pushed you. And among those pieces of dark rock and stone and wood and everything that once made them home are 17 streaking shards of divinity, crystal-like and shining far brighter than they should be able to. As your boats begin to stabilize, anchored together and just barely far enough away to not be in true danger, you watch in horror as each of those 17 shards find a new home. One knocks a moon out of the sky, altering the planet of Everglen and leading to the creation, eventually, of 2 new courts, one of dawn and one of dusk. Another breaks a planet into a spiral of fragmented rock, where years later it will become a hub of artistry, language, and luck. And another finds its way through a whirlpool into a hidden city of pirates, whose occupants will go on to change the face of galactic piracy forever. But one shard. I'm gonna take a sip of water and pull myself together. Hang on here. All right, Jim. But one shard of divinity does not go streaking through the sky. Because in a dark and dusty basement on an island known as Ruin, a young woman has decided to fix what they broke. Just as Vinedra saw, just as Vinedra shared with all of you, Andorra, whose wards kept Sunder at bay just long enough for Tithelin to make that jump, reaches out with a scream and digs her nails as deeply into the shard as she can. She does not let go, even as the divinity burns, even as an all too familiar voice screams at them. Not even as the shard embeds itself in her chest, the divinity within it changing her physical form for good. And as Andorra, Jesus Christ, I wrote this last night. And as Andorra becomes the Shard Keeper, the sole occupant of Ruin, for the next several hundred years, she hopes what all of us hope, really, in the end. I'm a really good writer, and I've really just sort of hurt my own feelings here. Give me a second, we're good. She hopes what all of us hope, really, in the end. That they will not be forgotten. God, I should have had Diana come in here and read this for me or something. And when she is finally found again, all those years later, by a captain, an oracle, Jesus Christ, this is so embarrassing. 2 unkillables and an actress. That wish comes true. It takes time, but the stretch of space that will eventually be called the Shattered Archipelago by some, and the Castellian Expanse by most others, heals. Like all things that survive the unthinkable do, it grows around the hurt. The shards of divinity that found themselves embedded in planets and places begin to affect the world around them. What's left of the gods refusing to abandon their people, even locked so, so far away. And life goes on. Before we talk about what life looks like for everybody over the next 150 years, we're going to take a super, super quick break so we can all just like cry a little bit, and then we're going to come back and tell you all about those epilogues. Thank you so much for bearing with us. This story means a lot to me. We'll see you in like 5 minutes. Hi, everybody. The funny thing about getting attached and invested to and in the stories that you really care about is sometimes they end, and that's really sad. We're gonna keep ending it though. If we cry more, no, we're not. Anyway, we're gonna move into epilogues. So my question to all of you, my wonderful, wonderful players, whom I love more than anything, what does that life that goes on look like for each of you over the next 150 years?
Well, I can start. In the beginning, Ventress spends the best part of her days next to Birch, never taking a kiss or laugh for granted, the warmth of their hands and how her hair flutters in the breeze, and spends the worst parts of them crying. She wakes up her friends in the middle of the night, convinced they've been marked by some demon or that they're sick with a fever, but they never are. And she falls into a new and unstructured routine. Her and Willow have their self-assigned midday hammock nap, and she wonders if they know that they're still spring to her and always would be, but that she just can't bring herself to say it anymore, to say much of anything about who they were. And before they get up, Ventress always places a gentle kiss above the scar on his face, claiming it's for good luck, but quietly thanking the gods, Eliseus in particular, that she still even has this at all, that she can kiss the face of her best friend and nap together, bathed in starlight, despite the end. And for Pamali, most nights Pamali and Ventress brush their teeth and take turns braiding each other's hair. It's normal and they can almost laugh. But the light and stars that used to grace Ventress's hair have faded and dimmed, and the water that was once so alive and danced through Pamali's coils are quieter now. And this realization always feels new, even though the routine is something holy to both of them. But each time Pamali cries a little less about it, their tears mixing more with her rage, and quietly Ventress wonders if Pamali could be the first being in the universe to figure out how to kill a god. Ventress and her hang up a map and go over their chess game with Sunder, pins stuck into a corkboard over and over again, retracing every movement, every spell, seeing where they might have misstepped, how they could have won. They always conclude it was a loss no matter how the pieces fell, but their guilt never really seems to care. And Corin stops bringing Ventress coffee in the morning, and only in an attempt to force her to get up and walk to the kitchen, where the mug is always sitting perfectly on the table, made just as she likes it. He talks to her about their plans for the day, the weather, with that beautiful Corin smile plastered on his face the whole time, as Ventress leans her tired elbows against the table, sipping quietly and staring, searching for the pain that the rest of them could never cover up. When she finishes her coffee, Corin knows his time is up and always squeezes her hand before replacing the mug with one filled with tea for Birch, and she'll kiss their cheek and leave without a word. And Wilda, unsurprisingly to everyone, never stops being a living, breathing embodiment of an anchor. She asks Ventress to plan a birthday party for Cosmo, helps Willow to plant garden boxes along the sides of the ship, makes Molly dance with her and creates new recipes for Corin to try, and somehow manages to have Flint as her right-hand man. She brings back butterfly pins from the submarine and puts them in Ventress's hair while she cries on Wilda's shoulder. The elder never minds and rambles on about stories from Tethelin, of things never to be seen again. And Ventress Druid crafts the relics and artifacts to the best of her ability, and Wilda always applauses when she gets it right. It's one of the only things that brings a smile to Ventress's face those first few weeks. Wilda, her living proof and testimony that joy could still be found in the people that she loves the most. And finally, her sweet Flint. For all the shit that Ventress gave him for years, she finds comfort in him early on. Parentless and paranoid, the perfect pair. She sits next to him and asks endless, seemingly benign questions about the animals of Everglen, how the cities looked, the buildings, if they ever gleamed. She pretends knowing these answers will fix something or give her some resolve, and Flint leans into it. They pass this metaphorical dagger back and forth to one another, always threatening to break the other's skin. She asks if he thinks there's a way to magically glue their home back together, and it's always the one question Flint won't answer for her. Instead, he ends this game by asking her about Birch, knowing Ventress can't help but falter. And that's how things are now. But most nights, when dawn threatens to break the horizon, Ventress stands on the bow of their ship, silently screaming out to Eliseus in hopes that just maybe she'll come back to save her again. From whatever this is, a nightmare or a new life, she can't tell the difference anymore. But Eliseus never comes, and eventually Birch will collect her off the bow, always gentle and always patient. And the days pass, which turn into weeks, which turn into years, and Ventress tears herself apart about 1,000,000 different ways, and pieces herself back together differently each time, trying to figure out what the best match was, the best fit, but none of it ever seemed to take. Whoever she was before was shattered right alongside the world that they left behind. And so she leaves the leading to the others, becomes a magister or a ward lost in absentia. No more sticky notes or color coordinating or fancy jewelry. She answers no questions regarding what happened on the Divineland that day, and she finds peace in the unfolded laundry pile that spends a few days balancing on the corner of her and Birch's bed before moving on to hangers and drawers. There's no hurry anymore, and the relief that Ventress feels battles with the guilt that follows her around and holds her tightly in its arms as if it were an old friend. But her and Birch travel the stars, and Ventress plots them all, charting a new map for the new world, but secretly always searching and calling out for her god.
It's beautiful. I'll go next. Okay. Flint is no stranger to worlds ending. He's grown accustomed to the jarring sensation of the earth shifting beneath his feet. Honestly, if Flint had a shard for every time he'd left everything behind, he'd have 2 shards, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. This one, though, this one hurt the most. And one day, Flint's life fell apart. He cannot believe it was only a day. Everything happened so fast, and he often finds himself wishing he'd never set foot on Tethelin's shore. Following the events of the Shattering, as it is now being called, Flint remains close to this new group of injured and broken friends. Forged through shared trauma, he spends the first few months of their new and uncertain life balancing on a delicate tightrope between manic optimism and crippling self-loathing. Flint's desperate need for comfort and community is constantly at odds with the instinctual desire to flee. So Flint spends his days in the company of others, trying to fill the chasm of his own deep, dark thoughts with the sound of their voices, and when that chasm grows too wide, he disappears into a secluded corner with a bottle of wine, or 2, or 3. Better to turn the dark thoughts inward than release them on those who don't deserve it. Only Seren, with his frighteningly accurate bullshit detector, manages to draw the dark thoughts out into the open to dissect, and it's Seren who, after meticulously studying his boyfriend, suggests a solution. Write about it. It's not often that Flint's at a loss for words, and when it comes to vulnerability, both Seren and Flint realize, after years of being pen pals but make it sexy, that sometimes the words that became trapped behind their teeth flowed easier from a pen. So Flint writes and writes and writes ugly, vicious, painful words. He writes until he can't find any more words to describe how he feels, and realizes that the voices in his head have grown a little quieter, drained of their potency. Time passes, and the Castellans, or Castorians, search for a new home and stability, making their way through new and uncharted territory. As they navigate the stars, more and more information trickles in. The scars of the shattering follow them wherever they go, entire civilizations destroyed by the fallout. Flint eventually hears whispers of Everglen, rumors of destruction that cause his blood to turn to ice in his veins. One traveler claims that the moon fell from the sky and crashed to the surface. One claims that Everglen now exists in a perpetual state of winter. The list goes on and on. The only way to know for certain is to go, and after weeks of battling his inner demons, Flint decides to return home, Seren by his side. The damage is worse than Flint imagined, and the landscape of Everglen is forever changed. A giant scar stretched across the planet's surface, a dark void in the sky where the moon once shone her light. He played a part in her fall, and the guilt almost eats Flint alive. Flint and Seren bunker down in a part of town where they won't stand out, camouflaged from the eyes of the court and, more importantly, Ambrose. They spend the next few months hidden in plain sight, helping repair some of the damage and providing help and healing where they can. Flint no longer recognizable to the people as the young prince that they once knew, feels comfortable in their presence, and not a word reaches Ambrose of his son's return. The longer Flint remains in Everglen, the more time he has to mull over the event that led to his flight in the first place, and the more he begins to question his perception of that horrid night. Ambrose following his mother into the woods, and only Ambrose returning an icy shadow of the man Flint once knew. What if Ambrose was also a victim of impossible circumstances, trying to save those who couldn't be saved and failing? Perhaps the coldness that followed that night wasn't the facade of a guilty man, but the grief of a widowed husband. What if Flint made the biggest mistake of his life and left his father grieving, not only a wife, but a son as well? These are the thoughts that swirl through Flint's mind as he spots the towering figure of Ambrose in the crowd. It's been nearly 6 months, and in all that time, he hasn't seen the man once. He grew too comfortable, and now he's standing only feet away from the unmistakably rigid shoulders of his father, cloaked in silver gleaming hair. He can't breathe. Ambrose hasn't spotted him, and Flint begs his feet to move, to run. But his father is so close, and he could just reach out and touch him. Part of him aches with the desire to reconnect, but as Ambrose's head turns, the icy blue of his eyes visible, guilt wins. Flint backs away and disappears into the crowd. The next day, Flint and Seren leave. He's done all he can here, and the 1-year anniversary of the shattering is quickly approaching. He wants to be home when it does, and he wants his chosen family. As the ship makes its way back, some of the Tithelen fire that fills Flint's eyes dims, and frosty blue steeps through the cracks, a reflection of the Eladrin that Flint used to be.
Sorry, go next. This is Wilda's second time in search for a new home on this starry sea, though it's a millennia apart. Wilda, in the quick time that is happening, or just in the first year or two, or week or two, takes hold of taking as much charge as possible in the community to help out. Setting up, making sure that there are people to lead, not in a governmental way, but in a supporting way. And soon there is a kind of community of elders and matriarchs of the community that aren't there to tell people what to do, but to guide if they feel they need it, alongside Maple and others. Wants to make sure the community can still celebrate life and what they have, but also hold community events and rituals that promote growth and processing grief. The main idea that Wilda tries to convey is that just because we must do something does not mean it must be also against our will. If we will to build something new for ourselves together, then that is what can happen for us. Wilda aims to help all of the crew settle into their new roles, as well as the former counselor's new wards, as Wilda is familiar with travel being the majority of her routine. Flint, in the beginning, becomes like the eldest child of Wilda, going through the least in that crazy week of the counselors' lives. And then the heartfelt sad goodbye when Flint decides to take off to their former home. Whenever anyone has any fight to pick with any of the others when they are processing their grief and decide how could they not do any more, Wilda is the first to chew them out to pieces before saying that's not the fight you want to pick with anyone. To Corin, tries to be there, and Corin pulls away. To Ventress, sees that Ventress is going through something new, and Wilda just needs to be there and doesn't need to be a push, and will always be a shoulder to be on. With Pomali, sees that Pomali has grown fully and doesn't need a third mother to be there, or another parent, and just continues to try to be something for Pomali, and ends up just having a lot of brunch with Lena all the time, and they have their little gossips, and that becomes a routine for the two of them. And for Willow, Wilda finally sees a bit more to Willow that had not seen before, and they get to spend more and more time together in a new and interesting way. And tries to be much less pushy than Wilda had been with Willow in the past, and just is always there for an open conversation when Willow is ready. Wilda is looking forward to seeing the gods in 150 years, and years past when the shattering happened, decides to set up a little rest stop on the asteroid that she and the crew hid behind all those years ago. And Wilda, in true fashion, makes it quite cozy, and makes it so cozy she decides once again she has found a place she doesn't want to leave. And with the crew and with Cosmo, her home, they find that place and make it a place to store at least one of the hearts of Tethelin, so that there's a place the historians can return to and see a friendly face, or, if they feel ready, to feel a sense of home.
And I'm next. Across the handful of minutes, young chaos, Corin kept himself together to keep his friends alive. Even though this dark manifestation's appearance meant the end of everything, he kept himself from falling apart. And in the year following, he would do the same, keep his people safe somehow despite already failing, keep himself pieced together as everything around him shattered, a delicate act of rearranging parts of himself to fill ever-widening cracks. First crack. His days were made of hard and easy moments, easiest the kids. Hours spent watching Zamari, his little brother, laugh at every face he makes, and only on his hair, and Gusty. Whisking Gusty away for a few moments of giving his mom ever moments that she needs. In one of those moments of gentle roughhousing, Gusty launches himself into Corin's arms. One misstep, a small tumble, a gasp of pain, and Gusty saying sorry as Corin touches his own throbbing ankle. He reaches out to his magic for the first time. The pain subsides, but an emptiness remains there in the magic where Gavaldon's strength used to be. This hollowness stays with him. Second crack. Touching his magic for the second time, he recreates the crystal cavern. The first place he should have known he loved Goldie and she loved him. He guides her through the shadow door, eyes covered. The hundreds and hundreds of crystals are there, so are the cracks in the walls. But without the setting heart, the soft purple glows, the deep icy blues, and the twinkling like night stars are absent. They never go back to their first moment. Third crack. A year later, it's a day of mourning, remembrance, a day of hurt and suffering. And hurt people hurt people. The person doesn't even have a face and no distinguishing features except their voice, rough and ragged. You survived. A god saved you and doomed the rest of us. You weren't worth it. He thinks they're right. They're together. It feels almost like it was before. The only thing they're really missing are the dozens of Willow's plants all creeping towards Pomali. But the conversation isn't the same. The world broke for everyone, but only the 6 of them, well, really 5, were there at the end of things. No one else has the same loneliness, and they're sharing it, mourning it together because they have to, but it's too much. It's too much. Flint. No words for Flint, just wild eyes filled with anger and desperation. Willow. We wouldn't have anything to mourn if you'd done your job. You were a therapist. Why didn't you see this? Pomali. You were weak, and we had to protect you. We had to keep you alive instead of giving it our all. Wilda. You weren't even here for the worst parts. Why didn't you choose us? We needed you and you left. Ventress. Is this what Eliseus doomed us all for? Were you worth it? Were any of us? The moment the words have passed his lips, there is regret. He knows his anger and sorrow shouldn't have been dumped on the shoulders of his friends and family, but there's too much left for him to take it back, for him to open his mouth and start to fix what he's destroying. That was a mistake. The regret mixed in with everything else he swallowed and swallowed suffocates him. Every moment of every day are the hardest. Moments with his brother, moments with his parents, moments with Goldie. There are no more moments with Goldie. He hurts his friends, but they're not just his, they're hers too. I knew you were stubborn, but not this stubborn. I need some time to think. Come talk to me if anything changes, she says. He traps himself one day inside of his own demiplane. The soft comfort of Willow's couch makes him doze off, and when he awakes, the shadow door is gone, just a solid wall. He panics, brought back to his weakest moment with Sunder and the chalice, but he remembers the magic, his magic. He sits there alone in the silence, every moment of those 24 hours easier than the next. He does this more often, days where no one sees or hears from him. A week goes by. Each day, he's shifted across the place he remembers his friends. Willow's home, a perfect replica down to the plants. Ventress's room with each item in perfect order. Pomali's grotto, soothing waters against his skin. Wilda's sub, not quite right with all the silence. There were times before when he came out to find someone with his mama and Zamari, his dad and Zamari, his mom and Zamari. This time, his mom, his mama, his dad, Zamari, Flint, Wilda, Goldie. He has to change. Wilda. He shows up at the sub, a giant tray of treats, a wordless apology for the things he's done. She looks at him, raised eyebrows, a silent explain yourself. She doesn't make it easy, makes him naked. You left to do something important. You saved something precious and saved those of us left. I love you and I'm sorry. This is the easiest anyone will be. Ventress. He almost doesn't get to do it. Birch tries to stop him. Thinks at first just to protect Ventress from him, but sees to protect him too. He doesn't relent, and then he's looking at her, exhaustion and pain in her eyes. His words still fresh there. I was selfish when I said that to you. Someone said it to me and I was hurting and I wanted to spread it around. That wasn't fair and it wasn't true. You were worth it. You were worth it. I love you and I'm sorry. He knows she believes the words, but the hurt is deep and she needs time. He gives it. Willow. He waits to get them alone, unable to face his sister, yet. He's staring at her, looking everywhere except his eyes. There's a moment on the scar, and then he forces himself to look. Their eyes are expectant, patient, neutral. He's not staring into his friend's eyes, but a therapist. He didn't expect that, balks internally, but understands it, deserves it. I know you did everything you could for Andorra. You would have done more to save her, to stop this. You did what you could. I'm sorry if I made you doubt that. I love you and I'm sorry. He sees his friend staring back at him again. But Molly, he's standing in front of her. He practiced the words, but they get stuck in his throat. There's heartbreak in their eyes for Corin, still worry for Corin, and distance. Not coldness, but a guard is up he's never seen before. He's never left her like this, never hurt them like this. In all his wildest imaginings, he'd always thought if he'd hurt her, it would be because of something he did to protect them. He keeps trying to speak and he can't. They're staring at each other and he's trying and can't. Okay, let's try this again tomorrow, they say. He hasn't heard her voice in months. The door starts to close. No, no, no. This has to be said. Now. Now. His hand is on the door and the words tumble out. I never thought I would want to hurt you. You're my heart. My whole heart. I was hurting and I didn't want to hurt alone. It was selfish and weak, wanting everyone to suffer because I couldn't handle my own pain. You're not like me. You're not weak. You've never been weak. You've always been strong, stronger than me in so many ways, in ways I struggle to be. I'm sorry. I should have seen someone sooner instead of bottling it up. It was a betrayal, taking what you told me and throwing it in your face. I love you. I'm sorry and I love you. The trust takes time to come back.
Okay, I will go for Pamali. Oh gosh, I have so many docs up. Here it is. Okay, I think, so when the world first shatters, Pamali takes the first couple weeks to help the community using her circlet. It's the only thing that can connect to the gods that, or anybody back onto Thelen, for people to speak to. So she uses that and feels very useful with that. Even also gives it to Ventress so she can speak to Eliseus. She often speaks to Isla with it. But the worry of Sunder being in the same plane as her people and seeing all the devastation that continues, Molly can't sleep. And the rage and the anger continues to build. And she decides to reach out to Sunder, crafting a 25-worded message. Sending is what she's using with her circlet, but spends time to craft that, and she sends it over, and without much thought, Sunder cracks her circlet, breaking it. She's no longer able to reach back out and speak to Isla or anybody else on Thelen. And she carries a lot of guilt about ruining a method that both her and Ventress and anybody else who's connected to family back on to Thelen could use to speak to them. Just a lot of guilt of that. But going forward from that, after Thelen shatters, the Castellan who followed the group off the island turned to this group of counselors for guidance, well, now wards. Overwhelmed by the sudden leap in position, Pamali takes a step back and follows Wilda and the other elders who decide to take more of a leadership role. And Pamali throws herself into the areas she feels comfortable aiding and leading in, answering questions like, where do people sleep? Where do we find food? We've packed too much on the ship. What do we leave behind? Tough questions, but still simpler to solve than the week they had leading up to the situation they're in now. Pamali loses herself for a while, checks into work only to speak when absolutely needed, falls silent at night, except for many moments she takes to cry and grieve, is, for the people around her, completely different to the joy, bubbly person that she typically is. Losing your motherland, you lose so much culture, ancestry, tradition, flavors, and with Thelen being the place that it is, you lose connection to a living, breathing place that breeds magic within you. And that emptiness of not feeling that sits in Pamali's chest, where the magic used to fuel her. It's harder and harder throughout these days to feel like she has the fuel to keep up with everybody else. But there are moments where she does find joy, where she does lean into her community. I think the first moment was about a week or two in, when Corin's father, Ash, gives birth. Pamali aids in that birth, and Corin's little brother comes and joins us, and she was hit with such a shocking joy, a shocking wave of joy in a moment of such turmoil that we're in. It sparked something in her. And when Pamali isn't consumed by her duties as a ward or crying at night, she is in her books studying up to be a doula, which she does end up becoming later on, helping the Castorian people bring in new generations. And through these hard times, especially this first year, although it feels like it was something that was directly to us, it was to this entire community. And the reason why we feel or we operate that we do is because we come from a community that is so loving and supporting. Oftentimes, Pamali is gifted meals for herself or her loved ones who are in these positions of leadership, pass on. Often elders pull her aside and share stories of Isla and how grand and benevolent and how wonderful they were. Often there are pats on the back and soft smiles that are given, which can be comforting some days and overwhelming others. But we continue on while everybody is in survival mode. In the moments when Flint was on the ship in the beginning, Pamali and Flint gossip and connect and pretend like things are okay for a while, because Flint is in denial and Pamali is still waving through her shock. But things sometimes get uncomfortable when Flint isn't always himself. And soon, the shattering is all that Pamali can talk about. So it causes distance, which also causes distance with Corin, because Corin as well only wants to talk about pleasantries, and Pamali can only uphold that for so long because the grief of everything is all she can talk about. So she grows distant with Corin over this next year, but oddly grows closer to Siren, who gives her a shoulder to lean on, and they, I think for the first time, see each other. Pamali and Siren stop comparing themselves to each other. They see each other in a new light that is very open, honest, often rough, raw conversations that make them both reflect on their behaviors over the years. They connect because they both now understand what it's like, what it feels like to have failed a community in the position that they were in, and not having all the pieces and feeling like you've made the wrong choices. Pamali now understands why Lena is always having her feet in the water when she misses Isla, and they often spend times at the back of the ship with their feet in the water together. Wilda and Pamali, Pamali leans on her quite a bit and also learns how to hold space for her grandma. They share a lot of conversations, having a lot of tea together. And the blowout that they thought they would have is not as big. Nothing seems that big anymore. Boundaries may be set, but it's not the teenager-esque kind of energy of a push. And with Ventress, it feels like a safe place for the two of them to talk about missing Isla, and Iliseus without the pity or heartbreaking looks from everybody else. Someone who understands what it's like to lose a parent. They often spend time dwelling on the battle, of course, and they debate on whether or not they should or should not have taken those deals to protect their family, and if it would have even helped. And with Willow, Pamali doesn't feel like she has to turn her back to them anymore when she's feeling overwhelmed or worried of judgment. Willow seems to be the person that really understands what it's like to feel like you've lost yourself because of the deep root of losing culture. Pamali is comforted by knowing that she can fall into Willow's care, knowing that they will always catch her, and she knows that they feel the same way. And Pamali, like I say, for a while, she loses a lot of interest in things that she used to do. But after continuing on in the community and leaning on her community, something that she's was always worried of looking weak to do, she remembers Tereus' words and pushes past that discomfort. And after a while, starts to find the joy, starts to dance again, starts to sing a bit more, until she realizes she is safe and happy. But it takes a while.
Okay. For Willow, after the shattering, Willow found themselves forced to return to their roots as a nomad, having spent the first 50 years of their life traveling the expanse with the rest of the Farwoes. Now here they were again, teaching a brand new community how to survive a life of being constantly on the move. But this life couldn't have been further from the one she once knew. The roots Willow was returning to had now been entirely uprooted. The expanse was not the same. There were no familiar paths to tread, the landscape now scarred beyond recognition. Entire planets and ecosystems and communities had been destroyed, and the further they traveled, the more destruction they witnessed. And Willow felt as broken as the galaxy that stretched before them. After failing Andorra, Willow never practiced as a therapist again. It felt wrong, impossible, to offer counseling to anyone when he himself felt so incapable of healing from the damage they had suffered. Instead, in this dangerous, post-shattering world, and as the last Iron Tree to walk upon it, Willow took on the role as not just ward but protector, because the people were her new forest, and Willow would not allow this one to be lost. So by day, he scouted ahead for danger and defended their ships against starving beasts that hunted them, and this was foreign too, because once Willow had lived at the beating heart of their community, and now they mostly patrolled the circumference of it. But at least this way she did not have to look any of them in the eye too often. By night, Willow was left alone to untether and collapse, but without fail, one of their friends or family members would be there to break her fall. Pamali became his anchor through everything, there for every sleepless night, for every nightmare, for every pained headache that would strike cold and fast and seemingly out of nowhere, a lingering reminder of Sunder's touch. After many, many long months, Willow finally agreed to teach Pamali how to fight. They could see how desperately she needed some sort of outlet, somewhere for her fist to land and connect and feel like an impact had been made somehow. He understood. And in return, Pamali taught him how to breathe, or more accurately, how to hold it. She would lead him beneath the ocean surface from time to time, and Willow learned how to slow their heart rate down. It was like a new kind of meditation. Eventually, they could hold their breath for 10 minutes or more. It helped, more than Willow could ever express to her, being taught how to find peace despite being swallowed by something far, far greater than him. Time passed, and Willow learnt other things. Ventress, his second sister, she taught Willow that there could be liberation in destruction, freedom in new beginnings. For once, Ventress made choices for herself and not others, and for the first time, Willow thought he might have to start doing the same. Corin had spent their entire friendship setting a trail of small fires for Willow to follow and extinguish, and things were no different now. But there was another sort of intent. Whether this had been his intention all along, Corin taught Willow how to be present, and showed that disasters which threatened to overwhelm us entirely could sometimes be handled one small fire at a time. With Wilder, Willow was taught a new kind of friendship, one fostered from a place of vulnerability and rawness, a side of themselves they had never allowed the Elder to see before. So when Wilder accepted all of Willow's brokenness with gratitude and understanding, both of them were able to relearn who he was without hiding behind a mask of responsibility. Flint, for all his fire and passion, gave Willow space for their anger. The consequences of anger stared at Willow every time they looked in a mirror, and for a long time they hid from it, regretful and ashamed. But Flint taught him that there was power in anger, and that Willow had as much right to it as anyone else. Healing did not come quickly, but with the teachings of this found family of his, lessons born out of true love and friendship, healing slowly came. And although Willow didn't know it yet, many, many decades later, when the new archipelago was a little more solid, with a little less danger to protect their people from, Willow eventually becomes a teacher themselves, and their days are surrounded by children and laughter and joy. But before then, there is a day, a little over a year since the shattering first happened, where the Castellans ship dock at this quiet planet, and it's one of the few that are untouched and undamaged by this catastrophic event that still haunts them. Willow and Pomali, together, stumble across this quiet area of nature, somewhere where trees meet water. It's somewhere that feels like the first bit of peace they've had in a really, really long time. They curl up together and they enjoy each other's presence. And this is a regular routine. The two of them curl together in company and lost in thought. Not too long ago, this silence was heavy and mournful, and both of their thoughts would spiral hand in hand into grief. But recently, the silence is a little more comfortable, and the thoughts are a little less painful. In these moments, Pomali's hands often find the woven copper bangle on Willow's left wrist, unconsciously playing with it as they ruminate. This happens so frequently now that Willow has had to repair it a few months ago, retightening and reweaving the copper wires that had come loose in Pomali's fidgeting. This moment has been in the back of Willow's mind for a long time, ever since Pomali first slipped on Willow's bangle, well over a year ago, what feels like a lifetime ago, completely oblivious to its importance. And I think in this moment, Willow is just enjoying the sun on their face and the presence of you next to them, and smiling at the thought of you playing with this bangle once again. And he kind of like nudges you a little bit and says, I just repaired that.
Oh, did you? I was saying, it looks really shiny. I was just gonna say, looks good.
Would you mind not breaking it again? Like, I can repair it as many times as I can, but it, it's...
Well, if you can repair it as many times as you can, then like, does it really matter? Let me see. Come on. She just like starts to like wiggle it off you playfully, but she's not really gonna pull it off you.
Like threads one of their like hands in your fingers, and is like, no. Do you remember when you first stole this from me?
Yeah, I do.
Do you know what it? Do you know what it means?
It's like a pop quiz. You said it was about family, being a part of the family, right? It's something from your mother. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ding ding.
Pass. Perfect.
No, you actually I'll give you some leeway on this because I didn't give you all the information, but my mom gave this to me when I became an adult. But it's given with intent, and I have to give it to someone else eventually.
Oh, okay.
We give it to the person want to spend the rest of our life with. Person we want to marry.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, that's it? Okay. Cool. That's it. Simple. So, any thoughts of who you want to give it to?
I don't know.
Oh,
Like I've had an option knocking
Oh.
around for a while.
really? Okay. Wow. Gosh, I can help you. I can help you figure that out if you want. Let's
Yeah?
see. Yeah. You can like go through the list.
Who do you think would be a good match?
She sits up straight a little bit. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know.
Would you
Uh,
want it?
Ask me again.
Takes the bangle off their wrist and like
Hmm.
holds it between them. You want to take my bangle and marry me?
Yeah, I think I do.
You think?
I mean, yeah, the way that you asked me, it was just so.
You gotta be. This is not a think. This is. You gotta be sure.
Well, of course I do.
Great. I can't just give it to you. There's a whole thing that we have to do.
Oh, what's a whole? Okay, well, then let's do it.
Okay. Like fully like sit down.
Yeah, she like whips up after them as well.
Yeah, you know my people. We like a little ritual.
I love it.
Digs into a pocket, brings out a little pouch, one that you kind of see them carrying around a lot.
Yeah.
So typically, this is like an elevated version of the, soil in the circle of the palm,
Yes.
But I don't have soil. I have this, and like pours the pouch out onto the hand, and it's that sand that they collected from Tidewood over a year ago now. But I thought we could use this.
Perfect.
Holds their hand out for you to take it.
She places her hand in yours.
And he rests his forehead on yours.
Mm.
And with your hands kind of clasped together with this tiny piece of home clutched between you, he moves the bangle from his wrist over his hand and onto yours. Kind of squints because his wrist is much larger than yours. He goes, might need to re-repair. I just continue sliding it up to your arm so it kind of like sits in your bicep. It's like, yeah, that'll work. It's fine.
That works. I have to be honest. I have a little something that I need to show you. She goes into her little pocket and she pulls out a little. It's like a little satin. It's a clam that's like covered in like a little piece of satin, and she like unravels it all, and she opens it up, and you see like pieces of this bangle after you have fixed it. There are little pieces that were left over and twisted in kind of a coil in the same way that this cord that you didn't see but Pamali saw. The design is kind of similar to how the cord was coming from her to you when Teridius was showing it to her. Is this little coil, and she goes,
Did you steal that from me?
You're asking so many questions. I can't answer that well. I have no idea what those words mean.
Dude, that's my bangle. You stole a piece of my bangle.
I did steal a piece of your bangle. These are a love coil. Many.
Sorry.
What?
A love coil?
Yes. I'm sure you've seen a lot of them. I'm sure you've seen a lot of people of Tidebird have these in their hair. And you see it's
I didn't know they got a love coil.
Yeah, it's called a love coil.
Carry on.
And when you want to be engaged or married to someone, you present them with a love coil. There's a lot of other steps, but I can't really do it because it's
heavily tied to Thelen. But I when I saw these metal pieces, it reminded me a lot of the metal that we use back at home. And I wanted to ask you if you wanted to be love coiled with me.
What does that involve?
It means I want you to marry me, Will.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to be love coiled with you.
Oh yeah. Okay, well then perfect. Come here. And I think she pulls them close and like gives them a good old little kiss, and then goes and like finds a little piece of their hair and starts to braid it so that she can place this little love coil in there. But in between like all the braids, she keeps giving them kisses between that.
Okay, give me. Let me do my proposal speech here.
Oh, propose. Yeah, oh my god, I got so excited.
No, it's great. I love that you also proposed to me. It's very sweet of you.
Go ahead.
I know a lot of things have changed about where we are and who we are. I feel very different now. But and I'm with you, and all I have to think about is loving you. That hasn't changed, and I don't feel so different. And I think I fell in love with you a long time ago. I don't think I'll ever stop doing it. So I'm just pre-warning you, you're probably gonna be love coiled with me a really long time.
Well, thank goodness I asked you then. That's what I want.
Good.
I felt that from you. I think the reason for, at least in the beginning when we were sorting through everything, yeah, there was a lot of uncertainty, but I was so caught up on figuring out the moment you started to love me. And it's kind of dawned on me that you've always been so consistent. I've always felt that love from you. You've never changed. God, that feels so... I don't want to spend... I need to spend every day of my life bathing in your essence. I love you so much. Can't live a day without you. So yeah, just like this little coil, you got me wrapped around you, Will.
I think
I
the
think-
opposite is true.
I think with that beautiful moment of celebration, we are going to pull back from all of these epilogues, these beautiful moments of sadness and grief, and carrying on anyway. And the years pass by. Slowly at first, and then somehow all at once. The children around you grow up and have children of their own, the scars begin to fade, and the stars around you do, in fact, start to become something like home. Because that's the funny thing about home. In the end, it's you and the people you love. Every now and then, you remember what home used to be. And when people ask you for a story about it, sometimes you think it might be nice to tell them. And if you do tell them about the forests of Woodward, the starlit reefs of Tideward, the glowing caverns of Heartward, the rocky cliffs of Windward, the cobbled streets and cozy homes of Kinward, and the snowy mountaintops of Cloudward, where once there was a festival. For just a moment, it all feels real and alive and just out of reach again. And if you tell that story... Oh, did we just lose somebody? It's fine. We're just gonna see. We'll wait for them to come back, and it's gonna be fine. It's okay, welcome back. And if you tell that story of that home you once had, I hope you start it like this. Deep within the winking star fields, an area of space that would someday come to be known for its death and tragedy, but today is legendary for its vibrant and ever-changing magic, is a system of island-like planets known as the Cosmic Archipelago. We are in a galaxy whole and unshattered. No shards of divinity have come crashing through stars and planets, and the gods are not distant but just out of sight. It is a time marked by peace, magical innovation, and prosperity. And nowhere is this more true than in the central island of the archipelago. Almost mythic in its reputation, the Cosmic Archipelago is often the subject of whispers and rumors in the expanse, a place of strange natural creatures, waterfalls that seem to go backwards, and gods that walk the streets as friends and companions to those who live there. And while many a doubter may scoff at the rumors, those who have seen it with their own eyes know it to be true. Thank you all so much. Oh, I flipped back and everyone was crying. Oh no, that's going to send me over the edge. Thank you all so much, my players here, for being part of this story. And thank you at home, for bearing with us in this very long episode that we just had to do justice because of the story. Maybe stick around for a few minutes for, I don't know, maybe something a little fun, a little hint. And until then, until our next time where we gather around the hearth, I hope you hug the ones you love and feel at home. Good night.